The story begins in the city of Yuno, where we find a luxurious and grand 5-star hotel, the kind where even the soap likely costs more than your average meal. The scene shifts to the interior of a hotel room where a girl is showering in the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the room, a man named Feng Tao stands with an unsettling demeanor. He lifts the girl's dress and inhales deeply, displaying a disturbing obsession. An evil smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, "In the end, I will make you mine," embodying the classic villain monologue. Just as he becomes lost in his twisted thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rings, and a voice calls out from outside, "Sir, your food delivery has arrived." Hearing this, Feng Kaio becomes slightly irritated, and, while walking toward the door, comments, "I'm coming." As soon as the door opens, we see a delivery person standing outside, and that delivery person is our main character, Yi Chen. With great respect, he says, "Sir, your food delivery." However, before he can finish a sentence, his gaze drifts into the room. At that moment, the bathroom door opens, and Yi Io steps out, a towel wrapped around her and her hair damp. She looks at Feng Tao and asks, "Feng Tao, did you bring my clothes?" But then, her gaze lands on Yi Chen, who is standing at the door, and she freezes in surprise, caught in a moment that feels like it's happening in real time. Meanwhile, Yi Chen is equally stunned. His mind goes blank from the shock of the encounter. The food package slips from his hands and falls to the floor. Seeing this, Feng Kaio shouts angrily, "Hey!" At that moment, upon seeing Yi Chen, Yi Io suddenly exclaims, "Honey!" This leaves Feng Kaio feeling confused. Then Feng Kaio realizes who this delivery person truly is. He looks Yi Chen up and down and declares with a mocking smile, "So, Yi Io, your useless husband turned out to be a food delivery guy." Laughing, he feels a sense of pride in his luck and thinks to himself, "I can't believe I ordered from Yi Io's pathetic husband." The universe's ironic sense of humor is truly remarkable. At this moment, Yi Chen's anger finally erupts. He looks directly into Yi Io's eyes, expressing the pain in his heart. "Wan Yi Io, I spent 3 years in your family. 3 times a day, I fed your family." His voice grows even heavier as he adds, "In these last 3 years, you didn't even let me touch your hand." This scene takes us into a flashback where Yi Io consistently ignores Yi Chen, telling him, "Don't come near me. Go sleep on the floor." It's the ultimate friend-zoned husband treatment. Returning from the flashback, Yi Chen shouts with anger and pain, "I always thought you were a woman of principle, but today you're having fun with another man." With tears in his eyes, he asks, "Why did you do this?" But on Yi Io's face, there isn't a trace of shame. In a cold tone, she comments, "Why?" "Because my husband is just an ordinary food delivery guy." She points proudly at Feng Kaio and declares, "Do you know who he is? He's the CEO of the Feng investment firm, the young master of the Feng family, a prestigious family in Yunu with assets in the billions." Looking at Yi Chen with disdain, she declares that only men like him are worthy of her, not poor people like him, who fit the gold digger manifesto. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Kaio places his hand on Yi Io's shoulder and arrogantly tells Yi Chen that if he kneels here and apologizes, he will give him a 5-star rating. This is the ultimate power move of a petty villain. Hearing this, Yi Chen thinks to himself that they are so shameless simply because they are wealthy. At that moment, Feng Tao moved closer to Yi Io and said, "Yi Io, don't worry about him. It's just the 2 of us." Before he can finish his sentence, Yi Chen steps forward, using all his strength to grab Feng Tao by the neck. "Stop, you damned animal," he shouts. Feng Kaio begins to choke and screams in pain. "Ah, it hurts. Let me go." Seeing this, Yi Io, on the contrary, begins yelling at Yi Chen. "How dare you lay a hand on him?" Threatening him, she declares, "If you don't leave right now, I'll call security." At that moment, Yi Chen, witnessing his wife defending that man, bursts in. Then Yi Chen recalls a moment from his past, where a flashback reveals his grandfather saying, "This is the fiancée I chose for you." He thinks to himself, "When I first saw her, I believed I would have a happy life with her." Returning to the present, he reflects that it was all just wishful thinking. Before leaving, he gives Yi Io one final warning. "I hope one day you won't regret this." He turns around and walks out. As soon as he leaves, Yi Io shouts in regret, "The biggest regret of my life is having a useless husband like you." The scene shifts outside where Chen is sitting on his scooter. Then his phone rings. He answers it, speaking in a subdued voice, "Hello, Tontan Delivery." On the other end of the phone, a calm yet authoritative voice of an elderly man declares, "Third young master, your 3-year character test as a son-in-law in the Wan family officially ends today. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen falls silent for a moment as the old man continues. The next test is a business challenge. The old master has already acquired the Jie Sheng Group and has made arrangements to appoint you as chairman. At this moment, it becomes clear that Yi Chen is not an ordinary delivery person, but a billionaire heir undergoing a test. This ultimate secret is revealed as Yi Chen's facial expressions gradually shift. His anger subsides, and with a calm tone he says, "Okay, I understand." After saying this, the old man expresses some doubt. The old master also wants to know how Yi Chen is getting along with the young lady. Should they formally accept her into the family and make her one of the heirs? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression hardens, and without hesitation, he replies, "No need, she's not worth it." He hangs up the phone. The scene then shifts to 8 p.m. in the Xinjiang residential community of Yunu, where Yi Aoyu stands on one side, while Yi Chen packs his luggage on the other. With a cold and sarcastic tone, she remarks, "Are you thinking of running away from home? It's really worth it over something so small." Her words make Yi Chen pause, and he responds with a pointed question. "You think cheating is just something small?" When confronted with Yi Chen's question, Yi Ao shows no sign of shame. Instead, she responds with even more attitude, stating clearly, "And what do you expect? That I apologize to you." As if granting him a favor, she adds, "You eat our food, drink our water, and live in our house. Even if I did something wrong, you'll just have to tolerate it." Hearing such shameless words, Yi Chen's patience finally snaps, and he shouts angrily, "Wan Yi Aoyu, I have tolerated your Wan family for 3 years. Your parents have publicly insulted and hit me countless times, and not once did I respond." The suppressed anger of years spills out in his voice as he says, "Your uncle and his sons bullied me, and all of you acted as if you saw nothing. You never even let me touch you, and I respected that too." He continues, saying that it was because he cared about her, but from today on, he no longer wants to tolerate all of this. Making his decision clear, Yi Chen simply declares, "Wan Yi Aoyu, let's get a divorce." Upon hearing the word divorce, Yi Aoyu is taken aback and angrily exclaims, "Yi Chen, how dare you ask me for a divorce?" In an attempt to intimidate and humiliate him, she adds, "If you weren't so useless, I wouldn't even consider it. And let me tell you, I'm not kidding. After the divorce, you won't be able to live in a 100-square-meter luxury apartment, and you won't be able to drive an Audi." Hearing this threat, Yi Chen lets out a cold, sarcastic laugh and replies, "A luxury apartment and an Audi. I don't need them." Shouting even louder with rage, she declares, "Fine divorce. I don't know what Grandpa was thinking when he married me to a loser like him." Without losing a second, Yi Chen responds directly, "Then let's go to the civil affairs office tomorrow morning and get divorced." However, Yi Aoyu interjects, "Tomorrow won't be possible. Tomorrow is Grandma's birthday, and the whole family must gather at her house before 10 a.m. Continuing the conversation, she adds that this decision was made by the older generation. First, she needs to discuss it with her family. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen simply replies, "Then explain it to your family as soon as possible. I'll wait for your call." With that, he grabs his bag and walks away without a glance back. Behind him, Yi Aoyu screams frantically, "Bastard loser, you'll definitely regret divorcing me. In just a few days, you'll come crawling back and begging for me." Yi Chen, completely ignoring her words, walks out of the house into the heavy rain. He stands there drenched when his phone rings again. He answers the call and says hello. From the other side, the same old man says, "Young master, the car is waiting for you on the corner." Hearing this, Yi Chen turns to look and sees not just one, but an entire convoy of black Rolls-Royces parked. Next to each car stand bodyguards dressed in black suits, who, upon seeing Yi Chen, bow simultaneously and shout loudly, "Young master!" The rain intensifies, and a bodyguard steps forward, offering an umbrella to the young master. Yi Chen declines, saying, "No need. The rain helps me clear my mind." Then, another bodyguard steps forward and drapes an expensive coat over Yi Chen's shoulders. As soon as he puts on that coat, his entire aura transforms in a glow-up moment. Then, with a commanding voice, he issues a single order, "Let's go." As the convoy begins to move, the onlookers are stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Voices from the crowd exclaim, "Wow! Rolls-Royce!" Someone exclaims. Another voice shouts, "They're all Rolls-Royces! What's happening?" From her apartment window, Yayo hears the noise and looks down below. Confused, she wonders to herself, why are so many Rolls-Royces passing by? Did some very important person arrive? She has no idea that this important person is the same one she just kicked out of the house, creating a sense of dramatic irony. This sets the stage for us to learn more about the Yi family. The world recognizes mysterious families like the Rothschilds, DuPonts, and Morgans. However, the most enigmatic family is the Yi family, whose assets exceed $100 billion. They maintain a low profile, and you won't find their name on any list of the wealthy. They embody the ultimate hidden dragons trope. The scene shifts to Yi Chen, who has arrived near a helicopter. A bodyguard respectfully gestures, saying, "Young master, this way." Here, we learn how the Yi family prepares its heirs. Candidates for the next generation undergo tests and selection starting at the age of 3. By age 5, they are learning martial arts, piano, and violin simultaneously. By the time they reach 18, they have already completed a 4-year program at an American university's business school. But it's not just about studies. To shape their character, the family elders administer special tests. At this moment, Yi Chen recalls that day 3 years ago on the Yi family estate when his grandfather made a significant announcement. "Yi Chen," he had said, "I am arranging your marriage with the Wan family, a second-class family from Yunu." Returning to the present, Yi Chen sits in the helicopter reflecting. "At that time, I accepted this test of my own will, but now all of that is behind me." After a while, the helicopter lands at a palace-like mansion where the guards greet him. "Young master, welcome back." He has returned to his true home and embraced his true identity. As he gazes at the mansion, he reflects, Yi Chen has returned. The scene shifts to the following morning at 10 a.m. in the village area of Yunu, where the Wan family is celebrating the birthday of the matriarch. Everyone is offering their congratulations. "Grandma, happy birthday. Mom, may you live for 200 years. Then, someone from the crowd calls out to Yao, "Hey, that loser Yi Chen didn't come." Yao hesitates for a moment before commenting that he probably went to work. Upon hearing this, Wan Yunyi and Wan Mao Yun laugh and remark that it's just work. Delivering food, Wan Junye expresses his anger, calling him a stain on the Wan family. He recalls a time when this relative crashed into his Mercedes, and he felt too embarrassed to admit to his friends that they were related. Upon hearing all this, the old lady Wan becomes furious and orders, "Call him here right now. He has no manners." Seeing her grandmother's anger, Yayo panics and exclaims, "Grandma, you didn't come today because we're getting a divorce." In shock, Grandma shouts, "What divorce? Who gave you permission to divorce? Did you forget that your late grandfather arranged your marriage?" Faced with this, Yayo immediately begins her emotional display. She drops to her knees and says, "Grandpa, I can't go against your last wish, but Yi Chen has crossed the line. He is having an affair with another woman." Hearing these words from Yayo, Grandma becomes even more furious and declares angrily, "That animal! For 3 years we provided him with a mansion to live in and luxury cars to drive." Then Wan Junyi intervenes, saying, "Yayo, don't take offense at what your older brother is saying. However, you also bear some responsibility in this matter. 3 years have passed since your marriage, yet you have never allowed him to touch you." But instead of decreasing, Grandma's anger only intensifies. With a firm voice, she declares, "No matter what Yi Io or anyone else has done, Yi Chen still has no right to seek out another woman. Bring that animal here right now. Today, I will show him the justice of our family." Hearing Grandma's order, Yi Io responds fearfully with a quick yes and promptly makes the call. When the call connects, Yi Chen asks from the other side, "What is it?" Yio arrogantly remarks that Grandma wants him to come, but Yi Chen, without a moment's hesitation, bluntly replies, "I'm not coming." As he hangs up, Yio is filled with rage, thinking to herself, "How dare he hang up on me?" She then informs Grandma that he isn't coming. Upon hearing this, Grandma's temper flares up completely, and she angrily declares, "The value of a living son-in-law is no more than that of a dog, and yet he has the audacity to throw a tantrum." Jinyi responds enthusiastically, "Okay, I'll go and bring him here by force." With that, he departs. After Yunyi has left, Grandma addresses everyone and says, "Today I called you all early because yesterday at the Jia Sheng Group, a new chairman was appointed. No one knows who he is or where he came from." She explains, "Right now we are negotiating a $70 million funding deal, but the contract hasn't been signed yet. Everyone knows that Ardinchin Real Estate has always collaborated with the Yaya Sheng Group. That's why building a strong relationship with the new chairman of the Ya Sheng Group is crucial for the future of our Wan family." The scene shifts to Yi Chen and his bodyguard, who, looking a bit confused, asks, "Young master, why are you still wearing the delivery clothes?" Faced with this, Yi Chen responds in a calm tone, "Today is the last day of my contract as a delivery person. I want to finish what I started." He thinks to himself that it's not yet time to reveal his identity. It's easier to see the enemy in the open while he remains in the shadows. Suddenly, his phone rings, and Wang Junyi appears, driving in his car to find Yi Chen. On the call, he says, "Hello, Yi Chen. It's Wang Junyi. Where are you? Let's talk." Yi Chen, unafraid, responds calmly, "I'm delivering food in the Luoyang residential community." Wang Junyi lets out a cold laugh and says, "I'm coming there right now. Wait for me." Shortly after, Junyi speeds in with his car, arriving near Yi Chen and breaking his heart. He rolls down the car window and, with an arrogant attitude, says, "Get in the car. Grandma wants to see you." Without missing a beat, Yi Chen responds, "Even if your grandma supports Wan Yao, it's pointless. I'm getting a divorce anyway." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Junyi becomes furious and shouts, "Are you crazy? My grandma wants to support you. She wants to give you family justice." In response, Yi Chen calmly asks, "Family justice based on what?" Hearing this question, Junyi becomes even angrier and, pointing his finger, blames him. "You looked for a woman outside. No matter who Wan Yao is, she is still a member of the Wan family. You have wronged the Wan family, and for that, you deserve to die." Hearing this, Yi Chen slowly removes his helmet and, in surprise, says, "I looked for a woman outside. That's what Wan Yao said." In the next moment, he can't contain his laughter and bursts out laughing. Seeing his laughter, Junyi, annoyed, asks, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen's expression turns serious as he thinks angrily to himself, "Wan Yao, that shameless woman, there's a limit to bullying." As Yi Chen's aura shifts, Junyi feels a twinge of fear in his heart. He wonders to himself, what is happening? Why has Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned so terrifying, as if he is a superior looking down on everyone? But then he convinces himself, no, I'm definitely seeing things wrong. How can this useless trash have such an aura? Hearing this, Junyi opens the car door and steps out menacingly. "It seems your skin is itching again," he says as he advances toward Yi Chen. "I'm going to beat you up." Before he can raise his hand, Yi Chen turns and delivers a powerful kick to Junyi's face, causing him to scream in pain. Filled with anger, he exclaims, "You trash! You dared to fight back!" As he speaks, he pulls a knife from his pocket and shouts, "I'm going to carry out family justice for Grandma. I'm going to cut you and kill you." As he says this, he begins to attack swiftly with the knife slash. However, Yi Chen effortlessly dodges all of his strikes. With a precise hit, he strikes his hand, causing the knife to fall. Immediately after, Yi Chen unleashes a flurry of punches, brutally striking Junyi's face. In just a few seconds, Junyi collapses to the ground, screaming in pain. After leaving him in a vulnerable state, Yi Chen delivers a chilling warning. "Go back and tell the Wan family that I am no longer their dog who comes when called and leaves when signaled. No one can give me orders unless I choose to accept them." Lying on the ground, Junyi shouts angrily, You live in son-in-law. Just wait!" The scene shifts to reveal the Wanzhou Hotel. There, the old lady Wan is waiting, and soon after, Junyi arrives. Seeing him, she happily says, "Junyi, always so efficient." Junyi staggers out of the car and cries, "Grandma!" Seeing Junyi's swollen face, Grandma is shocked and asks, "My good grandson, who did this to you? Who beat you?" Junyi, crying, replies, "Grandma, it was that useless husband of Wan Yaya who did this." Hearing this, Junyi's father, Wan Yi Chen, standing nearby, turns red with anger and declares, "That useless thing dared to hurt you. I want him dead." He then says, "Let's call the police, Grandma." However, Grandma shakes her head and explains, "This is a family matter. Don't worry. I will ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. If we involve the police, this disgraceful incident will quickly become public knowledge." Grandma turns to Yi Chen and commands, "Yi Chen, I know you have some friends in the underworld. Have them teach that animal a hard lesson and bring him back to me." Yi Chen is walking when two large thugs suddenly block his path. They demand, "Are you Yi Chen? Come with us." Seeing this, Yi Chen understands and comments that the Wan family has sent people again. "Today marks my last day delivering food, but I'm not going anywhere." Hearing his words, the thug responds angrily, "You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." First, they break his hands, and then they begin to talk. Both attackers move in, but in the next moment, only screams are heard. After defeating them all, Yi Chen checks his delivery bag with a sense of relief, saying, "Luckily, the work wasn't affected." One of the courageous thugs rises to attack from behind and shouts, "Wait!" Hearing this, Yi Chen, without turning around, throws a powerful punch backward. sending that thug flying through the air. He fell far away. Lying there motionless, Yi Chen checks his bag once more and says, "Luckily, the food is okay." After this, he gets on a scooter and heads toward the next destination, commenting, "Only one last order left." Huan Yan nervously informs his mother, "Mom, the professional fighters I hired were taken down by Yi Chen." The old Madam Wan is left shocked and furious. Is there no one who can handle that beast? Nearby guests murmur in surprise. My goodness, could that seemingly useless live-in son-in-law actually be a martial artist? An elderly man nearby speaks up. "Madam, Mr. Ma Kun, the general agent for Tuan Tuan Delivery, has come to offer his birthday congratulations." Hearing Yu Zhen's name, I thought, isn't he Yi Chen's boss? "Mom, I have a great idea." Ma Kun enters, holding an expensive bottle of wine. He approaches respectfully and says, "Madam, I heard you enjoy drinking. Here is a bottle of 1990 Romani Conti for you. Happy birthday. I wish you a long and healthy life." Madam Wan accepts the gift, her expression downcast. "Thank you, President Ma." Ma Kun notices her mood and asks, "Madam Wan, what's wrong? You seem upset." Taking a deep breath, Madam Wan replies, "President Ma, I'm afraid you'll laugh, but our Wan family is facing a serious domestic issue." Yu Chen interjects, "It's because of Yi Chen, the live-in son-in-law." Ma Kun is taken aback. "The live-in son-in-law has betrayed and hurt your young master." He thinks to himself and then laments aloud, "It's a pity I don't have many connections here. Otherwise, I would teach that ungrateful fool a lesson." Yu Ken quickly adds, "No, President Ma, you can help. That wretch is your employee. He works for Tuan Tuan Delivery." Ma Kun is taken aback. Yi Chen, a delivery employee, wears a confident smile. "President Wan, leave this matter to me," Ma Kun said as he immediately made a phone call. "Hello, Shali. Please check employee Yi Chen's number and location. Once you have that, assign him an order immediately. His location is the Grand Wan Hotel." 15 minutes later, Yi Chen arrives outside. He calls Mr. Ma to let him know, "Your delivery is here. I'm at the hotel entrance." Ma Kun's voice is cold. "Bring it inside." Yi Chen grows suspicious. "This is the Wan family's venue," he states politely. "The hotel policy prohibits couriers from entering the premises. Please come out to collect it." Ma Kun replies, "Fine, wait there," and hangs up. Outside, Yi Chen hears multiple footsteps. This is a trap. Ma Kun emerges alongside Madam Wan and the entire family. "Madam Wan, this way," he says respectfully. He walks straight up to Yi Chen and commands, "Take off your uniform and credentials now." Yi Chen is confused. "What do you mean?" Jun Yi laughs heartily. "This is your top boss, Ma Kun, the general agent of 2 and 2 in delivery." Ma Kun adds threateningly, "If you don't believe me, I'll have Manager Chi call you." Yi Chen's phone rings immediately. The manager shouts, "Yi Chen, how did you offend President Ma? You're fired." Hearing this, Yi Chen's anger and disappointment boil over. He had hoped to resolve things peacefully, but this bastard ruined everything. Ma Kun yells, "Hurry up, take it off. You're fired, strip. Take it all off." Furious, Yi Chen takes off his jacket as someone recording bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha, he looks just like a stray dog." Yi Chen mocks, "Useless trash. Where's your arrogance now? You dared to hit my son, didn't you?" Ignoring their presence, Yi Chen calmly states, "Boss Ma, I heard that your agency contract with 2 and 2 and delivery expires this year." Ma Kun is both shocked and angry. How does he recognize that he is feigning confidence? What relevance does that have to you? Yi Chen announces that there is no need to go to the capital to discuss the renewal. You will no longer be an agent. Ma Kun is furious. "Who do you think you are? You say I can't be an agent, so I can't? Do you have any idea how close my relationship is with 2 and 2 and the CEO? Madam Wan, sitting nearby, intervenes angrily. "Yi Chen, you animal, kneel!" She announces to the crowd, "Today, in front of everyone, I will execute family justice on you. First, you cheated and wronged Yao. Then, you hit my grandson." Yi Chen firmly refuses, telling the old lady to keep dreaming. "Why would I kneel?" he asks. Madam Wan then reminds him of the past. 3 years ago, when you married into our family, you made a personal promise to me. I ask you now, does that promise still hold true? If you ever did anything harmful to the Wan family, you would have to accept our family's justice." Yi Chen stands fearlessly, chest held high. What I, Yi Chen, say naturally carries weight. Madam Wan immediately gives the order. "Good. Bring the Wan family's joint dragon ruler." Yi Chen quickly responds, "Yes." Moments later, they present a shining golden dragon ruler, the ultimate +5 family drama weapon. This punishment weapon is described as causing intense pain when struck on the face, with effects lasting for at least 3 days. A few additional blows can lead to the flesh rotting. Madame Wan angrily gives her orders. Yi Chen, hit him 20 times for me. Yi Chen picks up the ruler. Yes. Yao's father, Wan Yi, steps forward and says, "Mother, it was my fault for not disciplining my son-in-law properly. Allow me to teach him personally." At that moment, Yao arrives and snatches the ruler from her father's hand. "Let me do it. He's my husband. Let me hit him." Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression shifts. A sarcastic smile forms as he directly confronts Yao's hypocrisy. "First, you cheated, and then framed me for cheating. That wasn't enough. Now you want to slap my face too?" He doesn't hold back, ramping up his sarcasm. "Wow, what a good wife. I really married a once-in-a-century virtuous partner." It's the ultimate backhanded compliment. Hearing this bitter truth, Yao's face flushes with anger. In the next moment, to satisfy her ego and assert her power, she declares loudly, "He is my husband. If anyone is going to hit him, that right belongs to me alone." She justifies this to herself. Just as she contemplates this, the scene shifts abruptly. Jun Yi, standing nearby, lunges forward and snatches the dragon ruler from Yao's hand. His anger is out of control. With his face flushed red, he shouts at Yi Chen, "You damn dog!" As soon as the weapon is in his hand, Jun Yi's confidence surges. He charges at Yi Chen with full force. "Do you dare to hit me? Watch me ruin your face today." Jun Yi taunts as he swings the ruler through the air. But just before it can connect with Yi Chen, something unexpected happens. With lightning speed, Yi Chen catches Jun Yi's wrist mid-swing. Before Jun Yi can react, Yi Chen counterattacks, delivering a powerful slap directly to Jun Yi's face. The slap is so forceful that Jun Yi screams in pain, showcasing the principle of talk shit, get hit in action. All the guests are shocked. No one can believe that the Wan family's live-in son-in-law actually raised a hand against the Wan grandson. People begin to murmur in disbelief. "Oh my God, what just happened?" Seeing her grandson strike Madame Wan ignites her fury. She shouts, "Do you have any idea how many department heads and directors are here?" She threatens him, saying, "Those people can have you arrested on the spot and thrown in jail." Despite the serious threat, Yi Chen remains completely relaxed, his mind calm. "I believe all the guests here witnessed it clearly. It was Wan Jun Yi who attacked me first with a weapon. I was simply defending myself." A guest steps forward from the crowd, complicating matters. "You claimed you were willing to accept the Wan family's justice, but when it came time for punishment, you went back on your word. Is that how a man should behave?" Others stand by him, agreeing wholeheartedly. This man is clearly untrustworthy. Yi Chen interrupts, stating his condition. He is willing to accept the Wan family's justice only if he has actually done wrong. Hearing this, Madame Wan erupts in anger. "You sought out women behind Yao's back and harmed my grandson. Isn't that enough?" Now Yi Chen's patience comes to an end as he reveals the truth to everyone. "For the past 3 years, I loved Wan Yao with all my heart. My attention never wavered." He then shouts, "I'll tell you the real truth. The one who cheated is your granddaughter. Yesterday, she shared a room with Feng Xiao at the Yihua Hotel. You can check the room records if you want." Upon hearing the name, an uproar erupts in the crowd. Everyone is taken aback, speaking over one another. Feng Xiao, the second young master of the Feng family. Someone remarks that they had heard long ago the Wan family was seeking a Feng's son as a son-in-law. It seems the rumors are true. Gossip begins to spread. Seeing her reputation tarnished, Yao becomes anxious and quickly begins to cover her tracks. She tells her grandmother and everyone around her not to believe his nonsense. "Yesterday, I met Feng Xiao solely to discuss business," she insists, defending herself with reason. "Everyone knows our Jingshan real estate is raising capital these days. I only went with young Master Feng to talk about funding." Yi Chen immediately launches a counterattack. To discuss business, one needed to secure a hotel room. For a conversation, a towel was essential. He gestures toward the crowd and asks, "Do you take everyone here for fools?" The atmosphere is charged when suddenly, a group of people looking toward the door shout, "Hey, young Master Feng has arrived." Another man laughs and adds, "Perfect timing." We speak of him and he appears. Feng Xiao steps in and asks, "What's going on here with everyone?" Seeing Feng Xiao, Yao rushes to him, playing the role of the victim. "Young Master Feng, this live-in son-in-law is falsely accusing me of having an affair with you," she exclaims. "Please, tell everyone that I only came to discuss business with you yesterday." As Yao speaks, Feng Xiao seethes with anger. This useless freeloader has actually revealed my affair with Wan Yao in front of so many people. However, maintaining an outward calm, he addresses the crowd. Please, everyone, don't pay attention to Yi Chen's words. Yao and I are innocent, he explains. Yesterday, she only came to deliver a document to me. With complete arrogance, he turns to Yi Chen and challenges him, asking, "You're saying I'm having an affair with Yao? Do you have any evidence? A photo?" As he speaks, he feels a sense of satisfaction inside, knowing that the evidence has been deleted. Let's hear what the live-in son-in-law has to say now. To strengthen his argument, Feng Xiao crafts a new story in front of everyone. He draws the crowd to his side, despite what he thought would be a terrible attitude. After throwing my ordered food on the ground, he concludes that this is why I gave him a 1-star rating. That's the sole reason for his anger. To illustrate his point, he immediately identifies Ma Kun in the crowd. Coincidentally, the Tuan Tuan delivery general agent, Boss Ma, is also present. He addresses Boss Ma, asking him to check the delivery records from yesterday. Upon hearing this, Boss Ma takes out his phone and checks, confirming that young Master Feng is absolutely correct. He reveals the details. Yesterday, he indeed received a 1-star rating. Upon hearing this, the guests present begin to cast disdainful glances at Yi Chen, recalling past comments. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Chen looks directly at Yao and asks, "Why did I throw that delivery on the ground? Can you help explain this?" Yao holds him responsible, saying, "This happened because you haven't been diligent in your work. Your tolerance is too weak." Hearing this from her, Yi Chen bursts into hearty laughter. He chuckles and makes an indirect remark, saying, "Wow, what a thing. Not diligent in your work. What tolerance." Then, he reflects inwardly, questioning what hopes he still has for this self-interested woman. After this, he becomes serious and asks everyone, "You all say I sought women outside. Do you have any proof?" Upon hearing this, Madame Wan looks at Yao with a questioning expression, but Yao fearfully shakes her head in denial. With no evidence to support her claims, Madame Wan shifts the conversation. "Since none of you have proof, let's put this matter to rest," she declares. "However, the fact that you struck my grandson cannot simply be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen responds, stating that he was attacked with a knife at the entrance of the Luyuan residential community. He points out that there are security cameras in the area and that community security can also testify to the incident. Yi Chen insists that he was merely defending himself within the bounds of the law. He issues a direct challenge. "If you want to pursue this, let's call the police. If I go in, I guarantee he won't escape the consequences." Madame Wan, enraged by his words, throws an indirect remark back at him. "Fine. After 3 years of eating my Wan family's bread, you become quite capable, haven't you?" She angrily adds, "After hitting my grandson, the next step is to hit me." Hearing this, Ye Chen responds calmly, "Madame Wan, I have always respected you." He continues, "I promise you, as long as Wan Junyi doesn't provoke me first in the future, I will have no problem with him." He then makes his final demand. He has only one request. He hopes that they will permit him and Wan Yao to divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Madame Wan declares, "Fine, that's just fine." She then announces loudly, "Friends, everyone knows that 3 years ago, my family took in a living son-in-law. This marriage was arranged by my late husband. In these 3 years, although Yao has been unhappy," she continues her speech. "To honor the elder's final wish, Yao's parents approached me multiple times about divorce, but I turned them down each time." Upon hearing this, murmurs began to spread among the guests. Then she continued, "My granddaughter Yao is regarded as the #1 beauty of Yun City, beloved by all. I don't need to specify who is worthy of whom." With that, she announced her final decision. "Today, Yechen struck my grandson and slandered my granddaughter and our family friend Feng Xiao." She shouted loudly and clearly, "I have decided that I will no longer honor my late husband's last wish. I hereby announce that Yechen is no longer my Wan family's son-in-law. From this moment on, he is expelled from the Wan family. It's the ultimate reversal of, 'You can't fire me, I quit.'" Hearing this, Yu Chen orders a waiter to serve drinks to everyone for the celebration. After that, the atmosphere shifts. The waiter serves wine to everyone, and as anticipated, the guests express their happiness for the Wan family's decision, offering their congratulations. "Congratulations, Madame Wan. Congratulations, Yao," they say in unison, and a peculiar joy fills the air. Amid the celebration, Wan Yao's mother steps forward, capturing everyone's attention. "Thank you, everyone. I have some wonderful news to share," she declares with pride. "Our Yao and Yi Yichen have slept separately for the last 3 years. He hasn't even touched our Yao's hand." To make the matter even clearer, she emphasizes that Yao is still a virgin. At this point, upon hearing these words from her mother, Yao blushes deeply with embarrassment. Hearing this, Yi Shen thinks to himself that this is nothing more than business. He analyzes the situation and realizes that this is Wan Yao's choice, to be valued by the family as a commodity, ultimately allowing the highest bidder to buy her. The meaning was clear. By proclaiming her virginity, they were increasing her market value, creating the ultimate sales sign. After this, Yi Yichen picks up a glass of wine, not to drink, but to extend it toward Yao. He delivers one final sarcastic remark. "Wan Yao, congratulations. At last you found a man who matches your stature." Hearing this, Yao reverts to her old arrogance, convinced that Ye Yichen is still afraid of losing her. With an air of superiority, she declares that if he kneels and begs her now, she might consider asking her grandmother to postpone the divorce. Hearing this, Ye Yichen responds with anger and hatred, clarifying her misunderstanding. "You cheated on me, and now you want me to kneel and beg you." The situation comes back to the same point. In Yi Yichen's eyes, there is no longer any respect for Yao. He then turns the wine glass upside down and pours all the alcohol onto the floor, delivering a direct insult as he continues. "You are not worthy of this." Seeing this attitude from Yi Yichen, Yao's anger reaches new heights. She can't believe that the person who obeyed her every word until yesterday is now outright rejecting her. She thinks to herself, Yi Yichen, this vile and disgusting man has truly lost his mind today. He has openly rebelled. Grandma, simply giving him the divorce would be an easy way out for him. We can't let him go so easily. He humiliated us. Junyi, standing nearby and already upset with Yi Yichen, seizes the opportunity to support her. Addressing all the guests present, she shouted loudly for everyone to hear. "Listen, everyone. This Yi Yichen has wasted 3 precious years of my granddaughter's youth, and, on top of that, has hit my grandson. He has maliciously taken advantage of our trust. Everyone here today is a prominent figure from various industries in Yun City. You all hold significant status. Therefore, I ask each of you to help me by cutting off every single one of his means of making a living. He must understand the consequences of opposing us, the classic villain speech that ruins lives." As old Madame Wan speaks, murmurs ripple through the crowd. People begin to exchange surprised whispers among themselves. Interrupting the discussion, Feng Xiao steps forward from the crowd. Eager to impress the Wan family, he announces, representing the Feng family, "I am ready to support the Wan family." The crowd quickly recognizes him as the eldest son of the Feng family, the very family that owns the largest chain of affordable luxury hotels in Yun City. As soon as Feng Xiao finishes speaking, it feels like a competition has begun. Another man steps forward. "Listen, everyone. I am John He, owner of the Lu Yi Luan Yi and San Tai Tian restaurants." Demonstrating his authority and experience, he continues, "I've been in Yun City's catering business for 20 years, and I am also prepared to support the Wan family in putting an end to Yi Chen's livelihood in this city." He barely finishes speaking when Ma Kun, eager to join in, steps forward as well. "I am your younger brother, Ma Kun, general agent for Tuan Tuan Delivery in Yun City." Despite facing opposition from so many, Yi Chen remains unfazed. He begins to count calmly. Hotels, waitering, food delivery. These 3 industries have completely blacklisted him. "You've put in all your effort," he says, then mockingly adds, "Are there any other industries left? If so, let them step forward." Hearing this, a man steps forward and shouts, "I am the CEO of Golden Mini Karaoke. My dream is to have no connection with you. No karaoke or bar in Yun City will welcome you in the entertainment industry, blocking your path to fun employment." "We need to block this path as well," she asks the crowd. "Who among you can help close off this route? Who holds influence over all the wealthy individuals?" At this, the hall falls silent, and a wave of murmurs spreads among the crowd. In Yun City, there are many wealthy individuals, and it's unlikely that anyone could claim to know all of them or have influence over their lives. Finding a single person with that kind of reach would be quite difficult. The scene then shifts, drawing our attention to an exceptionally beautiful girl. Sitting elegantly on the sofa, she seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Her mere presence set her apart from everyone else, embodying the archetype of mysterious beauty. Wan Yayachun was stunned at the sight of her, as if his soul had left his body. He wondered, who is this enchanting lady? When did she arrive? He suddenly realizes she isn't just any guest and nervously steps forward. "Oh, President Chen, when did you arrive? Forgive me for not receiving you at the door. Please pardon me. I've made a huge mistake." McCon doesn't recognize her and asks in surprise, "President Wan, who is this beauty? Please introduce us. Who is she that has you so worried?" Yayachuan stares at him thinking, Makan, have you really been so provincial in Yun City? You don't know this lady, and your ignorance will cost you dearly. With pride, he presents her to everyone, stating clearly, she is the famous vice president of the Jiasheng Group, President Qin Hongyan. Just her name is enough to stir excitement, and an uproar breaks out throughout the entire hall. The impact is clearly visible on everyone's faces. This stunning beauty is the vice president of the Jiasheng Group. Whispers of surprise ripple through the crowd. While the chairman of Jiasheng has always been elusive, like a divine dragon seen only in shadow, I've heard that Vice President Qin wields immense power. She is the true public face of the company. As someone else remarked, you express that perfectly. In the country, all the significant international orders worth hundreds of billions were personally signed by her. It can be said that she ranks just below one man, yet stands above 10,000. He thinks to himself, oh, the vice president of my company? That means she works for me. Meanwhile, Wan Yaechun is determined not to miss any opportunity to impress President Qin. Her influence surpasses that of anyone else. Makan quickly lends his support to him as well. That's absolutely right. Along with President Qin's striking beauty, she is likely the one person that all the wealthy individuals of Yan City desire to know. Hearing this, Qin Hongyan responds with a hint of sarcasm. She doesn't appreciate the flattery and declares, by your words, it seems as if I'm having an affair with all the wealthy people of Yan City. Watch your words. I'm not a gold digger. Hearing those harsh words, Makan becomes nervous and quickly starts to apologize. Sorry, my tongue slipped. That wasn't my intention. However, despite his outward apologies, Makan's mind drifts to a different thought. Swallowing hard, he grapples with a troubling idea. President Qin, please take action and cut off Yi Chen's livelihood. Your word alone will suffice. Meanwhile, he calculates in his mind that the Wan family has recently provided several benefits to Vice President Qin in exchange for securing 70 million in financing from the Jiasheng Group. He hopes she will support them. Meanwhile, Qin Hongyan lights a cigarette. She pulls it from her bag and places it between her lips, embodying a completely carefree style. Seeing this, all the men present, like madmen, pull out their lighters and step forward, hoping to be the first to light her cigarette and capture her attention. They engage in what can only be described as the simping Olympics. However, Qin Hongyan remains oblivious, ignoring them all as if they aren't even there. With a gesture of her finger, she calls to Yi Chen, who is standing in the crowd. Come here. Seeing this, Yi Chen thinks to himself that this vice president of his company, whom he has never met, is quite intriguing. Setting everything aside, she is calling him. He then asks, what do you want? Qin Hongyan gives a direct order. Light my cigarette. Hearing this, the crowd is stunned, murmuring among themselves. President Qin actually asked that worthless person to light her cigarette. We're all standing here, and she chose him. I can't comprehend what special quality or talent that useless individual possesses. Perhaps she wants to humiliate him, but to everyone's surprise, Yi Chen directly refuses, saying, I don't have a lighter. The crowd is stunned once more. He doesn't have a lighter, despite the many available around him. It's unclear how to even approach the situation. He is openly rejecting Qin Hongyan, the top goddess of Yan City's elite circle. Just look at his audacity. It's the ultimate display of indifference. Hearing this, Qin Hongyan rises from her seat and approaches Yi Chen, her expression revealing something deeper. Getting very close, she asks for his name. Hearing this, Yi Chen responds, what name? Qin Hongyan emphasizes once more, your name. Yi Chen replies in an irritated tone, can't you hear? Didn't Wan Yajian just say my name is Yi Chen? Why do you keep asking over and over? Wan Yajin shouts angrily. You don't have permission to disrespect President Qin. Know your place. However, Qin Hongyan raises her hand, signaling for him to be quiet. I was really liking this attitude from Yi Chen. She moved even closer, closing the distance between them until it was almost non-existent. Placing her hand on Yi Chen's chest, she said, Yi Chen, just because your surname is the same as our newly appointed chairman of the Jiasheng Group, I want to offer you a way out. Seizing the moment, she scans him from head to toe and, with a deliberate gaze, says, you actually look quite good. There's something about you. Then, she makes a surprising offer that leaves everyone stunned. Listen to my request, and I'll let you become my personal bodyguard. What do you say? Upon hearing this, an uproar erupts throughout the hall. People begin to exclaim in disbelief. President Qin is trying to save Yi Chen, the very person we want to ruin. Instead, she offers him a job as the personal bodyguard of such a stunning beauty. Could it be that President Qin has developed feelings for him? This marks a significant turn of events. Yao, standing at a distance, is consumed by a mix of anger and confusion. She cannot comprehend why this esteemed lady is choosing to save the very man she wishes to expel. What could Qin Hongyan possibly mean by this? Amid the uproar, a bell rings in Wang Yijian's mind. Suddenly struck by a thought, he realizes that the new chairman's surname is the same as this man's. Without wasting any time, he immediately asks, "President Qin, may I know the full name of the chairman?" His curiosity is piqued, and he feels compelled to confirm the matter. The surname of the new chairman of Jiasheng Group is indeed Yi. When Yi asks her a direct question, Qin Hongyan feels a surge of defensiveness. The truth is, she doesn't actually know the answer. However, masking her uncertainty with a facade of confidence, she replies, "I'm sorry." Chairman Yi prefers to keep certain information under wraps for now, but beneath her composed exterior, Qin Hongyan is anxious, thinking, "I don't even know the name of that mysterious new chairman. If anyone discovers this, it would be embarrassing." Noticing her condition and her mask of confidence, Yi Chen smiles inwardly, thinking that she definitely doesn't know his identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him to light her cigarette earlier. Understanding the situation, Yi Chen asks directly, "President Qin, how do you plan to arrange my livelihood?" In response, Qin Hongyan, without hesitation, sets a condition and declares, "As long as you kneel and apologize individually to old Madam Wan Junyi, and your wife, I am willing to intervene and help you. After that, I will hire you as my personal bodyguard with an annual salary of 200,000. As President Chen's offer is heard, murmurs ripple through the crowd. People begin to speculate about her intentions. Why is she trying to save Ye Chen? One onlooker, calculating and surprised, remarks that with just a bow and an apology, he could avoid the blacklist and even become the personal bodyguard of someone as stunning as President Qin. It's clear that this opportunist will likely accept the offer. Hearing all this, Yao's anger, standing far away, intensifies. She wonders what is wrong with this woman who is constantly defending Yi Chen. Frustrated, she rushes to her grandmother to complain. "Grandmother, President Qin is trying to go against you." However, old Madam Wan's reaction is completely unexpected. Instead of getting angry, she is impressed by Qin Hongyan's shrewdness and comments. This woman is an exceptional player at a very high level, so it's no surprise that she has become the vice president of Jiasheng at such a young age. Explaining the situation, she says, "Look, she doesn't easily disturb anyone and has the ability to make any man admire her and feel grateful." Now, everyone believes Yi Chen will eagerly accept this golden opportunity. But then Yi Chen's expression turns icy, and without hesitation, he responds firmly, "I refuse." Upon hearing this direct answer, Yao's eyes widen in shock. Qin Hongyan is left in disbelief at what she has just heard. She shouts in anger and frustration. In her mind, she struggles to process this. This little live-in son-in-law actually rejected her in front of everyone. Suddenly, the scene takes an unexpected turn. Yi Chen quickly steps forward, getting very close to Qin Hongyan. He grabs her ear and pulling it, shouts loudly, "I said I refuse." Seeing this, Qin Hongyan screams in pain. Her ear goes numb, and both pain and shame are etched on her face, a mix of emotions reflecting the ultimate shock of "How dare you touch me?" Seeing this disrespect, Yi Chen loses control and, pointing his finger at Yi Chen, shouts, "How dare you raise a hand against President Qin?" However, Yi Chen remains completely relaxed, justifying his actions with mocking comments. "I thought President Qin couldn't hear well," he says, "so I went close to her ear and spoke." Seeing her humiliation, Qin Hongyan's anger spirals out of control. She stares fixedly at Yi Chen and challenges him, declaring, "Fine, very fine, Yi Chen. You have guts." Boiling with rage, she thinks to herself that this live-in son-in-law doesn't know what's good for him. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. She faces the old madam and declares, "Old Madam Wan, I, Qin Hongyan, vice president of the Jiasheng Group, am prepared to support the Wan family and will obstruct every possible avenue for Yi Chen to thrive in Yan City." With this final proclamation, the guests present begin to laugh at Yi Chen. One man makes an indirect remark, saying that Yi Chen, the useless trash, can't even become a bodyguard now. Another man, also laughing, adds fuel to the fire by predicting that soon Yi Chen won't have any chance to survive in Yan City. Watching this unfold, Yao feels a sense of satisfaction and remarks, "You cut off your own feet with an axe. You should have just endured everything I did to you quietly." After hearing all this, when everyone expected Yi Chen to surrender, he posed the technical question to Qin Hongyan, "May I ask if what you just said is your personal decision or the Jiasheng Group's decision?" Without hesitation and with total confidence, Qin Hongyan replied, "It is absolutely the decision of both." In response, Yi Chen ensnares her in the logical trap, declaring, "You are the vice president of the Yi Sheng Group, not the chairman. What right do you have to represent the stance of the Ya Sheng Group?" As Yi Chen's argument resonates, murmurs ripple through the crowd. People begin to acknowledge his point, agreeing that he is absolutely correct. President Qin does not hold the highest position in the Yesheng Group. Another guest, approaching the matter from a legal perspective, states that logically, she cannot make decisions on behalf of the chairman. A third man interjects, noting that, in any case, there is no deep relationship between them. Hearing these words from the crowd, Qin Hongyan realizes she's in deep trouble. To save herself and preserve her dignity, she decides to tell a bold lie. She declares, "Fine, I didn't want to reveal this, but since you all insist on knowing the truth, I'll share it. The newly appointed chairman of the Yasheng Group is actually my lover." Hearing this, the mind of the real chairman, Yi Chen, is shaken. He thinks in surprise, "Damn, when did I become your lover, Qin Hongyan?" In his shock, the thought slips from his lips. Qin Hongyan stands firm in her fabricated story, clearly stating, "I said Chairman Yi is my lover." Yi Chen, upon hearing this, thinks to himself, "Aren't you ashamed to call me your lover right to my face?" Upon hearing this bombshell revelation from Qin Hongyan, murmurs ripple through the gathered guests, each one exchanging surprised glances. As they begin to connect the dots, comments arise, revealing that the mysterious Chairman Yi is, in fact, President Qin's boyfriend. This explains his sudden appearance in Yun City. Immediately flattering, he remarks, "President Qin, why didn't you say this before? If Chairman Yi is your lover, then we can breathe easy." Yeshin calculates in his mind, overflowing with happiness. The Wan family has already provided funds to Qin Hongyan. Since Qin Hongyan is the chairman's lover, the 70 million financing is practically guaranteed. Qin Hongyan, feeling a bit embarrassed and trying to cover her lie, addresses the situation clearly. She explains, "My boyfriend is very serious about his work. He always keeps his professional and personal life completely separate. However, the situation doesn't end there." She then turns to the crowd, asking for their help to ensure her lie remains undiscovered. "So, I hope everyone can help me keep this matter a secret," she pleads. Watching the drama unfold with Qin Hongyan, Ye Chen can't help but find it amusing. He recognizes the irony of the situation. This woman, who once boasted with great pride, is now fearful that others might expose her words. In her desperation, she has resorted to claiming the need for secrecy. Seeing him laugh, Qin Hongyan feels insulted. Irritated, she asks, "What are you laughing at, Yi Chen?" To give her a reality check, he makes an indirect remark. "I heard Chairman Yi is not only extremely wealthy, but also handsome and talented. While President Qin has some appeal, the real question is whether she would be Chairman Yi's choice. Probably not." Hearing this, Qin Hongyan's ego is wounded, prompting her to boast even more. With arrogance, she flaunts her achievements, claiming that Chairman Yi fell in love with her at first sight. She says he rented an entire island in Southeast Asia, arranged a spectacular confession ceremony, and got down on one knee to ask her to be his girlfriend. It's the ultimate fan fiction moment. The crowd, hearing this, is amazed and impressed. However, Yi Chen, the real chairman, is taken aback and thinks to himself, "Woman, do you really know how to spin stories?" Growing weary of the pointless discussion, he finally says, "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you any longer." At this point, Yi Chen shifts his attention, turning directly toward Yao as he announces his final decision. "Yao, let's go right now to the Civil Affairs Office to start the divorce process." Yao, equally angry, responds, "Fine, let's go." But then Junyi blocks their path. He doesn't want to let them go so easily and says in a mocking tone, "Don't be in such a hurry. Leave after eating at the birthday banquet. When we start the feast in a bit, we'll put a bowl out for you by the door. After all, once you've eaten, you have to leave Yun City." His words are a biting insult, comparing them to dogs. Junyi turns to Ma Kun and, recalling old stories' comments, says, "I still have to thank you, boss Ma. That scene outside, where you made Yi Chen take off his clothes, was classic, exactly like training a dog." Ma Kun, pleased by the praise, responds, "Young Master Wan is being too polite." He makes a final decision. Ma Kun's job must end immediately. There will be no more audience after this. Without wasting a second, he takes out his phone and dials a special number. On the other end, a respectful voice of an elderly man responds, "Third young master." Without pausing to confirm his target, Yi Chun asks, "What was the name of that man who delivers food and always insisted on giving meals to my grandfather?" "I can't remember." The old man quickly confirms the details, saying, "You are referring to the CEO of 2 and 2 and Delivery." John Chu. Upon hearing the name, Yi Chen gives a direct order. Exactly, it's him. Contact him now and tell him to revoke the 2&2 and delivery agency in Yun City immediately. The people present are stunned, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation or the authority with which Yi Chen is issuing these commands. Over the phone, the old man continues the conversation, expressing that he has always wanted to meet the old master and establish contact with him. He assures that he would be more than happy to take on this job for you. Considering his net worth now exceeds 50 billion, he certainly feels worthy of dining with the old master. Hearing this, Yi Chen, somewhat impressed, comments on the progress made in recent years. This kid has really improved. Set up a meeting with me. I'll give him an audience. The old man immediately responds, yes, young master. As soon as Yi Chen hangs up the phone, there is a moment of silence as people grapple with whether this is real or just a joke, the calm before the shocking revelation. In the next moment, Jun Yi bursts into uproarious laughter, as if he has just heard the biggest joke of the century. Yi Chen, what kind of drama are you putting on? He exclaims, wiping a tear from his eye. You're calling the CEO of Chuan and giving him orders? Your delusion of grandeur is clinically significant. Did you get kicked out of your last brain cell? The entire hall erupts in mocking laughter, everyone convinced they are witnessing the pathetic final act of a desperate man. Ma Kun shakes his head with a pitying smirk and says, kid, you could have just knelt. Now you've made a fool of yourself in front of the entire city. Qin Hong Yan watches with cold disdain, while Wan Yao experiences a twisted sense of vindication. This is the consequence of defying me, she thinks. Your grandfather is just a farmer, while the CEO possesses billions in wealth. Would he really sit down to eat with your grandfather? It's hard to believe you're not living in a dream. He glares at Yi Chen with anger, convinced that this is all just a ploy for attention and comments. How disgusting. If you lack ability, then you simply lack it. Why put on this drama? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Hong Yan. Standing there, she has her eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Unlike the others, she isn't scanning her gaze around. Instead, she seems to be contemplating something profound. Suddenly, cutting through the atmosphere, Ma Kun's phone rings. He glances at the screen and excitedly exclaims that it's the CEO. Without hesitation, he answers the call and begins to flatter him. CEO, I was just thinking these past few days about calling you to discuss the contract renewal. On the other end of the line, the CEO's voice erupts with anger, shattering all illusions. I'm calling to inform you that your agency rating in Yun City has been revoked. At this news, the ground seems to vanish beneath Ma Kun's feet. He is left bewildered, unable to comprehend what has just happened, and falls into deep shock. The ex-boss instantly turns pale, his face undergoing that classic manhwa whiteout, reminiscent of a printer running out of ink. A cold sweat begins to drip down his forehead as he absorbs the terrible news. Desperate, he glances at the guests, his internal monologue screaming that he cannot afford to be embarrassed in front of so many important people. This was not part of the villain's script. The scumbag begins speaking loudly, falsely claiming that the contract was renewed for a fee of 8 million. His voice carries the confident boom of a final boss who remains oblivious to the health bar above his head. As the voice on the phone declares that the partnership is over, Ma Kun continues to pretend they are going out for drinks to celebrate, channeling the emotional range of a subpar K-drama actor. He says his goodbyes, promising a future of pleasant cooperation, even as the CEO calls him a lunatic on the line. He hangs up, laughing with the nervous energy of a man who has just sent a risky text and is now waiting for the scene notification. Our protagonist sees right through the man's pathetic act, experiencing such intense secondhand cringe that it becomes a physical sensation. Ma Kun then turns to the other guests and assures them with a straight face that the deal is completely sealed. His smile is so forced that it appears as if it were uploaded with a slow internet connection. Upon hearing the good news, Wang Xiaoyi proposes a toast while the liar drinks the wine mixed with his own desperate tears, infused with the vintage notes of regret and poor life choices. Yi Chen notices the man's tears and smirks, realizing that his move worked perfectly, bringing him the satisfaction of a puzzle piece clicking into place. The vice president finds the tears odd and asks if he's okay, her tone reflecting the polite concern one might show a stranger with food in their teeth. However, the man offers an excuse, claiming that the strong drink went down the wrong way, the oldest lie in the book. Right after, I'm fine. At that moment, our hero crosses his arms and asks point blank why he doesn't just tell everyone that he lost the agency, his voice slicing through the awkward silence like a knife. Furious at being exposed, Ma Kun yells that the headquarters has taken over, insisting it has nothing to do with the young man, skillfully deflecting blame like a pro in a corporate dodgeball game. Our protagonist remains unfazed by the accusations, calmly stating that he won't waste time arguing because he knows the truth. His relaxed demeanor stands in stark contrast to the chaotic energy in the room. Ma-kun is sweating bullets, but the guests doubt that a seemingly useless live-in son-in-law could take down an entire agency. Their reasoning follows the familiar trope that a weak-looking guy must be weak. Kun Hong Yin grows thoughtful as he stares at the young man with suspicion, contemplating whether he might actually be someone powerful. His detective instincts kick in, reminiscent of every mystery manhwa, as Geo steps forward to calm the situation, assuring everyone that her ex-husband is just a country bumpkin with no influence. The tell in her voice is as clear as a tutorial pop-up. She continues to humiliate the young man, stating that if he knew important people, he would never allow himself to be treated like a dog. A line so cliché, it feels as though it should come with its own background music. The matriarch laughs at the situation, believing that the young masters are too spoiled to endure such hardship. Her chuckle resembles that of a VIP reader who thinks she knows the entire plot. In an attempt to save face, Ma-kun showcases a super expensive bottle of wine, but his moment is abruptly interrupted by the waiters calling everyone to eat. The universal signal for silence food is here ruins his big reveal. Watching that scene, our hero realizes just how materialistic the family is, and he understands perfectly why he was betrayed. The revelation hits him with the subtlety of a chapter title card. At that moment, the head chef announces that the banquet is about to begin and invites everyone to proceed to the main hall. As they walk, Gia whispers for him to wait until after dinner to make the divorce official, wanting to avoid ruining the party. Her priorities are as clear as a menu, with few options. The protagonist sits alone at a table in the back, choosing to wait until everyone has finished eating. A classic image of the protagonist in the corner. Suddenly, a female guest next to him creates a scene simply because her spoon brushed against his, treating him as if he were beneath her. Her level of drama is set to extra. Ignoring the drama, he notices that the dish being served is pipia soup, renowned for promoting the growth of certain assets. With an appraising look, he remarks that she probably doesn't need any assistance in that department. This leaves the woman both furious and confused. She stands up indignantly, but the young man merely glances at her generous assets, suggesting that she is already well equipped. His deadpan delivery serves as the final blow. Feeling uncertain, the woman shifts her tone and tells him to simply have the soup himself, pretending she said nothing. However, she finds him annoying for not even looking at her face. A moment later, she rushes to her grandmother and complains that Yi Chen shouldn't be allowed to eat there, arguing that the useless son-in-law didn't even bring a birthday present and has no right to be at the banquet. The woman remains a source of frustration, insisting that the family must maintain integrity and that the divorce will only be processed after the meal. She continually emphasizes that it's the young man's 18th birthday and criticizes him for arriving empty-handed, her nagging acting as a constant source of annoyance. Our protagonist listens in silence, reflecting that if it weren't for the matriarch's insistence on forbidding the divorce for 3 years, his mission would have failed long ago. He is actually grateful for that absurd rule. The ultimate task failed successfully moment. Since today marks the day he officially leaves the family, Yin decides he should give something in return. He takes out his phone and calls a subordinate to prepare a gift and have it delivered to the hotel immediately. The casual power move of a hidden operative is on full display. Spotting him on the phone, Jia Yao scoffs and asks if he found his conscience in the trash. With an air of arrogance, she warns him that the Wang family won't accept whatever cheap junk he has brought before everyone. His wife continues to humiliate him, telling him to stop embarrassing himself since he's just a freeloader. She even offers to send someone to buy something decent for him, suggesting he pretend he gave it to the grandmother just to save face. The offer was as backhanded as a compliment from a rival. Nevertheless, our hero continued to eat calmly, ignoring her shouts which only fueled her fury. She yelled, demanding to know if he had gone deaf, her voice rising to a high-pitched note of pure frustration. Yet, the young man didn't even bother to look up from his plate, his focus unwavering. 10 minutes later, a simple delivery man in a yellow helmet rushed into the hotel's luxurious lobby. A staff member stops the man at the entrance, informing him that it's a private party and outsiders aren't allowed. However, he humbly explains that he is simply there to deliver a birthday present and will leave afterward. His politeness shines brightly amidst a sea of arrogance. The delivery man, feeling a bit lost, looks around and politely asks who is celebrating their birthday today so he can deliver the package to the right person. Wang Xiaowei stands up, his mind always in snack mode, thinking it's food. The man explains that he met a Rolls-Royce owner on the road who offered him $500 just to deliver that package to the hotel as quickly as possible, a side quest with a great reward. Upon hearing the name Rolls-Royce, the arrogant cousin immediately assumes the gift is from some wealthy benefactor for his grandmother. With a greedy smile, he extends his hand and demands that the delivery man hand over the package, his eyes gleaming with dollar signs. Curiosity fills the hall as everyone gathers to see what's inside the mysterious box brought in on the orders of a millionaire. The suspense builds like a loot box animation. Wang Xiaowei carefully opens the box, expecting to see something impressive. As the lid lifts, a bright green light shines forth, and he breaks into a cold sweat, completely shocked to discover an extremely exquisite and valuable piece of ice jade, worth a fortune, a classic legendary item, with a stunning visual effect. Wang Xiaowei's jaw drops as he examines the jewel. He shouts for everyone to hear that the jade is perfectly clear and worth at least 10 million, his voice rising in excitement as he announces the staggering value. At this, the guests begin to whisper, unable to believe that a simple delivery man brought something so valuable. They wonder who the tycoon behind it is, and the gossip spreads like a system notification. While the commotion fills the hall, our protagonist continues to eat calmly, as if the fuss has nothing to do with him. The picture of "I'm just here for the daily" captivates everyone, who becomes mesmerized by the bracelet's beauty. They turn to matriarch Wang, eagerly asking who the generous soul was that sent the gift. The old woman stares at the piece, confused, and admits she has no idea who sent it. She doesn't know anyone that rich and mysterious, and her pride struggles with this unknown variable. Xin Hongyan is equally impressed by the exceptional quality of the jade and begins to speculate about the identity of the sender behind such a fortune, his mind racing through a list of potential hidden bosses. A moment later, vanity overtakes the vice president, and she begins to imagine that one of her wealthy suitors might have sent it. The woman deceives herself into believing that her irresistible beauty caused the young master to spend millions in an attempt to win her heart that night. Her fantasy of vivid, full-color spectacle bought and paid for. On the other hand, Wang Jukang begins to brag, claiming that a secret admirer in love with his daughter must have sent the package. The family's talent for spinning narratives is truly S-ranked. Based on this assumption, they start to congratulate each other, convinced that a generous billionaire will soon join the family as a son-in-law. Their celebration is both premature and deeply ironic. Our hero finds the entire pathetic scene amusing, realizing that they would rather concoct any absurd lie than admit he was the one who bought the jewel. Their denial acts as impenetrable plot armor. He wipes his mouth, stands up from the table, and asks his wife if she's finished eating so they can leave. With that, Yi Chen announces that he has delivered the promised gift and demands they go straight to the registry office to finalize the divorce immediately, dropping a truth bomb like a cliffhanger in a special episode. Zhao's eyes widen in confusion as she asks when he ever delivered a gift, noting that she hadn't seen him lift a finger all night. Her perception check has failed critically. The protagonist points a finger directly at his grandmother and reveals to everyone that the $10 million bracelet is his gift. The moment is so impactful it feels like it deserves a mic drop sound effect. Zhao jabs a finger in the protagonist's face, shouting that he is shameless and would never have the money to buy a jewel like that, not even in 1,000 years. His denial is so intense, it could power a small city. The cousin stirs the drama further, advising Zhao not to let her husband embarrass himself. She insists that the gift must have come from a wealthy suitor, clinging to this delusion as if it were a lifeline. With that, the wife hurriedly pulls the young man along, insisting they need to rush to the registry office because she can't bear being married to a loser for another moment, her urgency akin to someone trying to close a pop-up ad. Before leaving, Yi Chen looks at the old woman and says seriously that after their 3 years together, the bracelet is his farewell gift to the family. The gesture is both incredibly bold and a final defiance, wrapped in jade. Yi dismisses the noble gesture and shouts for him to stop bragging and just leave, emphasizing that he is nothing but a walking embarrassment to the Wang clan. Her words bounce off his newfound serenity. At that moment, Wang Xiaowei appears with a menacing expression, instructing his ex-in-law to board a train and leave Yanzhou as soon as he signs the divorce papers, fully embracing the classic trope of leaving the city. Our hero remains unfazed by the threat, coldly asserting that his freedom belongs to him alone, and no one has the right to dictate where he should or shouldn't live. The statement is infused with undeniable main character energy. A moment later, he stands on the sidewalk waiting for a ride when a luxury car speeds by and screeches to a halt in front of him for one last encounter. Inside the vehicle, Fang Xiaoyi smirks maliciously beside the woman, declaring that the young man isn't worthy of sitting in a BMW and should instead take a rental bike. The insult is so petty that it's almost admirable. The lover laughs again, telling him they'll be waiting at the entrance of the government building, leaving our protagonist behind on the curb, showcasing the classic "we have the faster mount" flex. Faced with this humiliating situation, Yichin hails a regular taxi and asks the driver to take him straight to the civil affairs office to get it over with, as his patience has reached its limit. Upon arrival, they enter the mediation room, where the atmosphere is cold and bureaucratic, signaling the definitive end of the arranged marriage. The setting feels as cheerful as a game-over screen. The process is quick, and within just a few minutes, the staff hands over the red certificates, finalizing the divorce and severing their ties. In his mind, he hears the satisfying sound of a quest completed ding. Holding the document, the young man feels a weight lift from his shoulders. With relief, he realizes that after 3 years of suffering, he is finally free from son-in-law as the debuff icon fades away. As he leaves, Fang Xiaoyi appears to mock him, declaring that he has now evolved from a useless son-in-law to an abandoned son-in-law, and attempts to assign him a new, equally unimpressive class. As Yichin concentrates on his upcoming test, our protagonist dismisses the taunts with indifference, coldly stating that he wants nothing more to do with that woman. He turns his back and walks away, already mentally preparing for the next story arc. Zhao is furious at being ignored and continues to scream in the middle of the street, calling her ex-husband a useless, abandoned son-in-law. Her voice serves as a shrill soundtrack to his anguish. He gets into the taxi, while the woman climbs into the luxury car, still fuming. She orders Fang Xiaoyi to follow the man's vehicle to ensure he leaves the city, initiating a chase sequence that no one asked for. The lover obeys with a smug grin, convinced that Yichin is headed straight for the train station, ready to flee with his tail between his legs. He exudes the confidence of someone who hasn't bothered to read the genre tags. As they follow the taxi through the busy streets, they believe that by cutting off all his means of support, the young man has no choice but to leave. Their plan seems to be working. Jia Yao begins to feel restless in the passenger seat as memories of her ex-husband's confident expression flood her mind. She senses that something is very strange about the situation, her intuition finally awakening after 3 years of neglect. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoyi furrows his brow in confusion as he realizes that the taxi is not heading toward the train station or the bus terminal. The ex-wife inquires if this is the way to the airport, but the driver denies it, explaining that this route leads directly to the affluent district of XH, adding to the intrigue. At this, the woman begins to bite her nails anxiously, wondering if the guy truly intends to stay in Yangzhou despite everything that has happened, her anxiety escalating. Feng Xiaoyi attempts to soothe her, explaining that the poor guy is likely just searching for a cheap hotel. She reassures her that, given their influence, no one will rent a room to him. His villain logic is airtight. 10 minutes later, the taxi pulls up in front of the luxurious Four Seasons Hotel at Westlake, leaving the pursuing couple completely baffled, their confusion as satisfying as a victory cutscene. As our protagonist walks up the entrance stairs, Feng Xiaoyi scoffs, suggesting that he's only there to apply for a job as a waiter or janitor, his imagination confined to those NPC roles. Jia Yao is outraged by the man's audacity, as they had made it clear at the banquet that he was banned from obtaining any job in the city, a decree from a minor villain. Determined to humiliate the young man once more, the lover picks up his phone and calls an acquaintance who works as a manager at the hotel to set a trap. A classic "I know a guy" move. The man then instructs the manager not to hire a newcomer named Ya Chun, believing he is ruining our hero's life, his smile reflecting a sense of accomplishment. However, the lover's expression changes drastically upon hearing the manager's response, prompting him to shout in surprise. This reaction makes Jia Yao ask in fright what went wrong, the record scratch moment clearly audible. The man hangs up the phone, confused. He explains that the employee checked everything but confirmed that no one had shown up looking for a job. This leaves them both wondering about the reason for his visit, with the mystery box now in their laps. Faced with the mystery, Fang Chia's eyes widen as he suggests the absurd possibility that our protagonist wasn't there to work, but to stay as a guest, an idea so revolutionary it overwhelms him. The ex-wife laughs at the idea, declaring it impossible because a single night cost $8,000. She confiscated all his cards, leaving him with only some pocket change. Her calculations based on the statistics she believes she knows. Despite this, the lover remains unsatisfied and decides to enter the hotel to confront his manager acquaintance and get to the bottom of the situation personally. Upon arriving in the lobby, they received the shocking confirmation that Yao Chun did check in and even paid in advance for a full 7-day stay. Upon hearing this, the villainous duo's jaws drop as they realize this little stunt costs over $50,000. They can't believe that this seemingly useless guy would have that kind of cash. Their worldviews begin to shatter. Immediately afterward, Fang Chia accuses the man of skimming money from grocery shopping and dog food for years, labeling our hero a shameless thief and targeting the easiest accusations. However, the receptionist interrupts their outburst with a sheepish smile and informs them that there has been a mistake. The guest didn't book a regular room, but the presidential suite. This correction lands with the force of a critical hit. This revelation strikes them like an atomic bomb, causing them to scream in unison, utterly terrified by what they just heard, as their HP drops to 0. Sweat drips down Fang Jio's forehead as he redoes the math, realizing that the stunt actually cost over $500,000, since the luxury suite is priced at $80,000 a night. Completely pale, he turns to Gio and asks if she's absolutely sure her ex-husband saved up $500,000 just by collecting spare change from buying bread, because the math simply doesn't add up. His voice is a whisper of pure, unadulterated system error. Fang Xiao turns to the receptionist to clarify his doubt. Are you sure Yi Chen just paid $560,000 in full right now? The receptionist confirms the payment, and then adds salt to the wound. Yes, sir. He also gave me a very generous $10,000 tip. My rent is covered this month thanks to your ex-brother-in-law. Yu's anger erupts as he demands to know how anyone could dare keep that tip. He insists that all that money rightfully belongs to his Wan family. That's ours by default. Fang Xiao tries to calm her down with logic, reminding her that now is not the time to cry over a tip. The real question is where he got so much money. Even if he had skimmed grocery money for 3 years, he still couldn't have saved $1 million. This math doesn't add up. Yayo thinks for a moment, and then a light bulb goes off. He remembers that the suspect used to follow his grandmother home to take care of her dog. She has many valuable antiques. Could it be that he took 1 or 2 and sold them like some kind of antique heist protagonist? Fang Xiao agrees that must be the case. She suggests calling your family to see if anything is missing. This situation is raising major red flags. Meanwhile, at the Wang Hotel banquet hall, President Tang and the other distinguished guests remain on site, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the mysterious individual who sent the extravagant bracelet. Qin Hongyan grows restless as she watches the door, thinking to herself that even with traffic, the gift senders should have arrived by now. A disturbing thought crosses her mind. Could it be that Yi Chen really sent that bracelet? Now, that would be quite the plot twist. Yo-Yo's mother's phone rings. She answers and hears Yo-Yo's frantic voice on the other end. Mom, go to grandmother's house immediately and check if any of her old calligraphy or paintings are missing. That wretch, Yi Chen, must have stolen our family's belongings and is spending the money from selling them. The mother loses her composure and exclaims loudly that Yi Chen, that loser, stole grandmother's antiques. Qin Hongyan overhears the conversation and takes a deep breath, as if all her suspense has finally come to an end. She exhales a cloud of cigarette smoke, reflecting on her initial impression of the man she believed to be a big tycoon, only to discover he is just a common thief. She expresses her thoughts on false advertising, but her interest quickly fades. Standing up, she declares that she has important company work to attend to and must leave immediately. Old Madam Wan stands respectfully and mentions that the financing matter is in President Qin's hands. Qin Hongyan reassures her not to worry and then departs. As soon as she departs, the other guests realize the mysterious tycoon isn't coming, and they all begin to leave, resembling NPCs concluding a side quest. As the crowd disperses, old Madam Wan angrily demands to know what Yo said. She soon learns that Yi Chen has booked a presidential suite at the Westlake Hotel for a week. He spent nearly $600,000 there, and they suspect he obtained the money by selling antiques. Old Madam Wan erupts in anger, pounding the table as she curses that son-in-law. She manages to control her anger, remembering that the guest with the bracelet still hasn't arrived. She divides the family, sending some to check her house while she and the others stay behind to wait a little longer. At the villa, Chao and Yayo's parents begin their search. Cal suggests they split up, with the uncle checking the ancient calligraphy room while he investigates another room. After 20 minutes of searching, they find that nothing is missing. Cal reflects carefully, realizing that nothing of value was taken from his grandmother's house. This means Yi Chen didn't steal anything. His mind is simply calculating. Cal's hatred consumes him. He refuses to give Yi Chen a clean slate. Instead, he lies and tells his uncle to check again. As soon as the uncle leaves, a terrible plan forms in Chao's mind. He approaches a shelf and picks up a very expensive watch, valued at over $5 million, that once belonged to his grandfather. A diabolical smile spreads across his face as he realizes that Yi Chen will be the one framed for stealing the watch. He's ready to execute his plan to pin the crime on someone else. He hides the watch in his pocket and steps outside with the empty box. Almost immediately, he begins shouting that a watch is missing from his possession. In the room, Yao's mother reacts angrily, declaring that she knew it all along. Meanwhile, Yao's father immediately makes a call. Old Madame Wan nervously reports that grandfather's Richard Mille watch is missing. Old Madame Wan trembles with rage as she orders them to seize Yi Chen and bring him to her so she can cut off his hand. Grandmother unlocked Yan Dear Mo. After hanging up, father tells Tao that they need to bring Yi Chen back. But Tao recalls the beating from last time and fears that the man will hit him again. He fakes an injury and escapes, claiming he needs to go to the hospital. He really just said, "I'm hurt," and ran. The father calls Yiyu to ask if she is still at the Westlake Hotel. The Hotel Yiyu answers the call, and her eyes widen. "What did you say?" "A Richard Mille watch worth $5 million is missing from grandmother's house." She hangs up and Feng Chao asks what happened. Yiyo, filled with anger, replies that Yi Chen really stole their grandmother's things. She turns to the receptionist and rudely demands Yi Chen's room number. Feng Chao, feeling frightened, asks what she plans to do. Yiyo enthusiastically declares that she will bring him back for stealing her grandfather's $5 million watch. Feng Cao notices that she seems more excited than angry, so he grabs her, worried she might cause a scene at the hotel. He advises her to calmly call the police instead of confronting the situation directly. Yeo calls him a coward and heads up alone, determined to continue her main quest. She arrives outside the presidential suite and pounds on the door, shouting for the thief to open up. After a while, the door opens to reveal Yi Chen, freshly showered and wrapped in nothing but a towel. He becomes irritated and asks why she won't stop bothering him now that they're divorced. Seeing him in this state, with his abs on display, causes Yi Yol's anger to cool, and her face turns red. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remains unfazed by her reaction. When he asks her directly what she wants, Yiyo snaps out of her daze. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly changes the subject, accusing him of stealing her grandmother's Richard Mille watch. Yayo is confused and asks which watch he's referring to. Believing he's acting, Yayo angrily states that a $5 million watch is... She knows he took it because... Otherwise, where would he get the money for this presidential suite that she has never even stayed in? Yi Chen reflects on how the Wan family truly stands out, taking credit for positive outcomes, while blaming him for every misstep, a classic example of toxic guild behavior. He asserts that he has never taken so much as a needle or thread from their family, making the accusation of stealing a watch seem absurd. He then tells her to leave. When Yi Chen calls her Miss Wan, it's as if Yiyo receives an electric shock. He has never referred to her that way before. She remembers the old days when he affectionately called her my annoying wife and talked about taking her out to eat. Now, this rejection and formality anger her. She asks why he's in such a hurry to kick her out, wondering if there's another woman inside. Yi Chen has had enough and tells her that whether there's a woman inside is none of her concern. He warns her that if she doesn't leave now, he will call security. Yayo's anger reaches its peak as she threatens to call the police, informing him that he could face over 15 years in prison for stealing $5 million. Yi Chen closes the door, ignoring her threats. Yiyo continues to shout outside, but the door is already locked. Inside, Yi Chen calmly dries his hair, laughing at himself in the mirror. He reflects that it was only because he loved her that she always made him kneel and beg for forgiveness. He wonders what it truly means to love someone when that person has fallen so low. Sad backstory music plays in his mind. Meanwhile, when old Madame Wan discovers that Yayo called the police, she becomes furious. Yayo's mother defends her daughter, stating that Yi Chen wasn't cooperating, which led her to call the police. Since he is no longer considered family, handling him according to family justice is no longer an option. At the hotel, the police arrive and ask Yu if she is Miss Wan Yu and if she reported Yi Chen for stealing her family's $5 million watch. Yeyu portrays herself as the victim, stating that Yi Chen was both her life partner and son-in-law, and that they have just divorced. She alleges that he stole her watch, sold it, and used the money to stay in a presidential suite for a week, even hiring a prostitute during that time. She urges the officers to arrest him quickly, rushing through the false report. One officer instructs the receptionist to call Yi Chen down. The frightened receptionist makes the call, but Yi Chen has already fallen fast asleep and doesn't respond. Yeyo's suspicion solidifies into certainty as she angrily concludes that he must be guilty, which is why he refuses to talk to her. The two police officers exchange glances and decide to head upstairs. They take the elevator up and ring the doorbell. When Yi Chen opens the door and sees the police, he is slightly surprised, but remains completely calm. With main character energy activated, Captain Lee, the officer in front, reveals his identity and gets straight to the point, asking if Yi Chen stole the $5 million watch. He scans Yi Chen and notes that he was once the live-in son-in-law of the Wan family, but for the past 6 months, he has struggled financially, working as a food delivery driver. He adds that at the time of the divorce, Yi Chen received not a single cent of the family's assets, yet he's staying in a presidential suite that costs $80,000 a night, booked for a full week. He questions where the money came from if he didn't steal the watch. Detective mode activated. Yi Chen quickly turns around and pulls out some papers. He hands them to Captain Lee, explaining that this is the share transfer contract for Guajia Group and that he is now the largest shareholder and the newly appointed CEO. He also presents his shiny business card, triggering a plot twist. As soon as they see the card, both police officers lose their composure. "That's a pay-to-win item," one officer whispers to the captain, expressing concern that this situation is too exaggerated. Captain Lee inquires whether the information could be fake and asks if it can be found on Sky Eye, a commercial investigation tool that maintains data on 200 million social entities across the country. Yi Chen explains that the founder of Sky Eye, Dr. Yang Kao, is his second brother's college classmate. Since he hasn't officially joined the office yet and prefers to remain under the radar, he asks Dr. Yang to keep his information confidential. He offers to let them open it for a while and immediately calls Dr. Yang, speaking casually and asking him to open his profile for just 10 minutes. He tells the officers they can check now. Flex. Both officers immediately search for Guajia Group on their phones. When the result appears, their eyes fly wide open as they gaze at the screen. It clearly states that Yi Chen, the CEO of Guajia Group, has achieved a remarkable milestone. Captain Lee remains unwilling to accept defeat and suggests that it could be the work of a hacker. He is clearly in denial. Yi Chen realizes they want to believe him, but he expresses that he didn't intend to flaunt his wealth. However, since they still doubt him, he decides to accept their skepticism. He takes out his phone, opens the banking app, and holds it in front of their faces, telling them to see for themselves. In a stunning turn of events, the officers glance at the transaction details and completely lose their composure. While the $560,000 expense catches their attention, it's the available balance below that leaves them in shock. Over $10 billion. In the midst of the silence, Yekin takes a deep breath, reflecting on how fortunate he is to have signed the prenuptial property agreement when he got married. This is precisely why the Wan family never scrutinized the extent of his wealth or the assets he actually holds in his name. He looks toward the police and explains that this is just one of his cards. He respectfully inquires whether Yi Chen is the young master of a large and wealthy family and wonders why someone with his background would willingly become a live-in son-in-law of the Wan family. Yi Chen explains that it was merely a family arrangement and, at that time, he had no other choice. He requests the officers to keep this a secret, especially from the Wan family. Since he wanted no further involvement with them, he activated stealth mode. Both police officers reflected that the tastes and thoughts of wealthy individuals were indeed very strange. After clarifying the situation, the police officers politely apologize for the inconvenience and take their leave. Yi Chen bids them farewell. 2 minutes later in the hotel lobby, Han Yao Yao and Feng Xiao wait impatiently. When they see the police coming down, they immediately approach them. Captain Lee informs them directly that the gentleman has already clarified he did not take their family's watch. They suggest going back to search, wondering if they might have forgotten it somewhere else. Reality check incoming. Feng Xiao protests, questioning how that's possible and how they can trust him. Ya Yao also chimes in, arguing that if he didn't steal their family's belongings, then where did he get enough money to stay in this 5-star hotel? She insists he's just a poor food delivery guy and nothing more. A clear case of denial. Both police officers exchange surprised glances at her words. Meanwhile, the figure of 10 billion spins around in their minds. They think to themselves that no poor person in this world possesses 10 billion. Amid their internal turmoil, Captain Lee firmly tells Yo Yao that without concrete evidence, they have no right to arrest Mr. Yi Chen. Before leaving, Captain Lee stops to advise her against calling her ex-husband poor or useless. He reminds her that they were once husband and wife, and that saying such things about each other can be very hurtful. The other police officer, surprised, asks if she was the one who divorced Mr. Yi Chen. Yao Yao proudly confirms that she initiated the divorce and adds that he is already regretting it now. As she applies her clown makeup, the police officer mentally gives her a sarcastic thumbs up. He thinks about how a husband with billions in wealth, who has turned down the CEO of Guajia Group, has no regrets. It's her who should be feeling the loss. Thoughts and prayers in mind, Yao Yao hesitantly asks the police officer if there had been any woman in his room. Captain Lee responds that Mr. Yi Chen is alone in his room and that there is no one else present. A smile spreads across Yao Yao's face as she realizes that he still loves her. Delulu is the Sao Yulu. Feng Xiao stands there, confused, pondering how the police, who had been so aggressive, suddenly became polite to Yi Chen. He wonders what transpired upstairs, his mind feeling like it's on the fritz. Just as he's thinking this, Yo Yao's phone rings, and the name Wan Cao lights up on the screen. She answers the phone and hears her brother's voice asking if the police have arrested him. Yao Yao responds. Cao is a bit surprised to hear the police say there's no evidence, which means they can't arrest him. Yao Yao explains that they need either proof of the watch being stolen or a receipt from its sale. A diabolical smile spreads across Cao's face as he gazes at the $5 million watch in his hand. He thinks to himself that obtaining proof of the theft will be impossible. As he holds the watch in his hand, his mind suddenly plays a new trick on him. He begins to believe he can fabricate false evidence of selling the watch to Yi Chen. A villainous monologue is about to unfold. He tells Yao Yao to leave the matter to him, assuring her that he will find out who he sold the watch to and send him to jail. Just as the name brother escapes Yao Yao's lips, Chao hangs up. Yao Yao sinks into deep worry, questioning what will happen next if brother Chao really sends Yi Chen to jail. Old memories refresh before her eyes as she recalls the time when Yi Chen lovingly curled her hair and asked if the curl looked good. She was still lost in these memories, her mind completely entangled in thoughts of Yekin. As the flashback arc initiated, Feng Xiao, who had been staring at her intently from the side, seized the opportunity and approached her. Brazenly, he places his hand on Yao Yao's shoulder and whispers, suggesting they stay at Westlake tonight as well. However, this unwelcome touch ignites a surge of anger within her. She turns around furiously and delivers a sharp slap to Feng Xiao's cheek, shouting that he can't even handle a simple Yi Chen, and yet has the audacity to dream of sleeping with her. As she says this, she leaves immediately, accompanied by a classic K-drama slap sound effect. Feng Xiao rubs his red cheek and grinds his teeth in frustration, cursing her under his breath. He thinks to himself that she has ruined all his fun for the night, and when she comes out, he vows he won't forgive her at all. His little lackey, Chao Zheng, adds fuel to the fire from behind, commenting that this girl is quite attractive anyway. Feng Xiao's anger reaches its peak as he grabs Zhao Zhang by the neck and lifts him off the ground, demanding that he stop the nonsense and report back immediately as soon as Yi Chen leaves the hotel. The frightened lackey nods as the boss fight loads. Time passes, and the next day at 6 in the morning, the hotel elevator door opens and Yi Chen steps out. Today, Yi Chen is completely different from the delivery guy we saw yesterday. He's wearing an expensive suit, and there's a newfound confidence in his stride. Seeing this new appearance, the girls standing at the reception are stunned and whisper among themselves in surprise. They remark that he resembles a domineering CEO, noting how different his temperament is from the simple guy they met yesterday. Another girl agrees, expressing her admiration and wondering which girl will be lucky enough to win his heart. As the main character undergoes a glow-up, Yi Chen exits the hotel, completely oblivious to the conversations around him. Xiao Zhang spots him and quickly calls Feng Xiao to report that Yi Chen has emerged. Yi Chen takes a taxi, with Zhou Chong following closely behind in his car, and updates that he is heading toward the city center. After a 20-minute ride, the taxi comes to a stop in front of a luxurious building, the Guajia Group headquarters. As Yi Chen steps out of the taxi, he gazes up at the skyscraper and reflects on how Qin Hongyan took away his livelihood yesterday. Today, he wonders what her attitude will be when she sees him again. As the revenge arc begins, Feng Xiao lies in bed, puzzled to learn that Yi Chen has gone to the Guojia group. He wonders what her purpose there could be, recalling how President Qin declared in front of everyone just yesterday that she would completely ruin him. Yi Chen might have gone to take revenge on President Qin, believing it would bring him satisfaction. He sees this as a great opportunity. If he saves President Qin, he might have a chance with the beautiful President Qin Hongyan. Simple logic activated. Without delay, he dials her number. On the other end, the president answers. Qin Hongyan is resting in her room when she receives a call from an unknown number. She answers and asks who is on the line. Feng Xiao introduces himself in a very polite manner, recalling that he made a toast to her yesterday at old Madame Wan's birthday party. Qin Hongyan, a bit surprised, inquires if everything is all right with him calling so early. Feng Xiao gets straight to the point and asks if she remembers the live broadcast from the Wan family. Yesterday, they supported the Wang family and cut off his livelihood. This morning, that kid showed up at your company building and I suspect he's looking for revenge. That's a snitch move, President Qin replies calmly. Don't worry, the building has access control and security. He can't get upstairs. Feng Xiao quickly adds, the people I sent informed me that the kid has a guard in his hand and has already passed through access control. He might be heading to your floor right now. If you go up, your life could be in danger. Upon hearing this, President Qin becomes suspicious. How could he have our company card? A plot twist is incoming. That kid stole the Wang family's patented technology, sold it for $5 million, and is now living the high life, while your entire company is just casually spending money on a worthless access card. Doesn't that raise a red flag? I'm genuinely worried about you, President Qin. A stunner like you deserves to be safe. If that scumbag tries anything with a blade, the heartbreak would be a national tragedy. On the other end, President Qin responds with the cool precision of a CEO who's heard it all before. Thank you for the heads up. I'll have security sweep the building immediately. Feng is practically drooling, his mind already a cesspool of filthy fantasies. I'll rush right over to your company to help you personally, Sister Hong, he says. Meanwhile, Xian is already on the line with her colleague, Rome. She instructs him to get to the company, scope out anyone suspicious, and if something seems off, to call the cops. Yes, President, he replies, acknowledging her orders. An hour later, at Haston Group, a girl glides through the entrance. The security guards rush to greet her, saying, "Good morning." She responds with a polite nod. That's Secretary Zio, Qin Hongyan's personal secretary Zhao Rome, and she is absolutely breathtaking. As he strides toward the elevator, the guards can't help but blush, their mischievous hearts practically on their sleeves. Upstairs, Rome suddenly bursts into the office. Who are you? How did you get in here? What do you want? The protagonist barely glances up. Dressed in a flawless suit, he radiates pure boss energy, calm and composed, exuding an undeniable aura. Who are you? He asks coolly. Rome adjusts her glasses with a flicker of pride, introducing herself as President Qin's personal secretary, Zio Rome. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gives her a long, curious look. Qin Hongyan is a woman, so why does she have a secretary like this? Isn't that usually a preference for men? Qin Hongyan's interest in women has sparked quite the imagination. Rome slams her palms on the desk and demands, "What are you smirking about? Answer me, what are you doing in our company?" The protagonist finally responds, dead serious, "I'm Yi, the new president of this group." The moment Rome hears this, her panic mode activates instantly. "I apologize, President Yi. I acted too hastily. Of course, only you would have the key to this door. Please forgive me." President Qin mentioned that a suspicious person was approaching, so Yi Chen barely acknowledges her, already focused on his work. Yet, internally, he feels the presence of the Wang family, like a lingering ghost. "All right, you can leave," he thinks. Rome nods softly, poised to leave, when Yi adds casually, "Oh, and I heard President Qin is the most beautiful female president in Yao. When she arrives, make sure to tell her to come to my office immediately." Rome rushes to the restroom and immediately dials Can. Meanwhile, across town, President Qin is speeding toward the Huishan group. There are no suspicious individuals at the company. The real concern lies with President Yi. The new group president just walked in and specifically asked to see you. Qin is floored. What? President Yi is already here? She slams the accelerator, determined to get there now. 10 minutes later, she arrives in the CBD lobby. "Rome!" Qin calls out as they walk in sync toward the office. "Where is he?" "In the office. He wants to meet with you immediately." As they walk, Qin notices female employees hurriedly applying their makeup. He wonders why everyone is arriving so early today. The receptionist announced in the chat that the new CEO had arrived, and he was incredibly handsome. Everyone rushed over to see him. Qin glances at her from the side, while Rome's eyes literally sparkle with admiration. More handsome than any celebrity and just 23 years old, Ken has a youthful frown that adds to his charm. I became vice president at the age of 32, which is quite rare. The president, who is only 23, is now turning her attention to Rome. Everyone needs to act professionally. Let's not get love-struck. He is our president, and we don't want him to think we're amateurs. Rome's eyes gleam once more. How could we possibly be worthy of a CEO like him? Only you, President Qin, are his equal. As they walk by, employees whisper. President Yi specifically called you the #1 beautiful female president. Maybe he came here just for you. Don't be ridiculous, Qin replies confidently. I've been part of Yao's business circle for years. There's no man I can't handle. He's just a 23-year-old boy. Internally, she smirks, confident that there's nothing I can't resolve once I take action. Employees recall the time a billionaire tyrant became completely uncontrollable until Qin stepped in for just 2 minutes and turned him into a lapdog. Now, Qin applies lipstick with a calm demeanor. The employees nudge each other and leave the door slightly ajar. We want to see you tame the new president once more, making him kneel and tie your shoes. Qin finishes her touch-up and strides toward the office, radiating confidence. She has no idea that the calm before the storm has come to an end. A massive explosion is about to hit. She reaches the door and opens it. A young man sits in a chair, facing the window with his back turned to her. She has yet to see his face. President Yi. I am Vice President Qin Hongyan. Even from the side, his jawline is sculpted like that of a Korean drama star. Handsome and familiar, a sense of déjà vu washes over him as he slowly turns around. Outside, employees are peeking in. Will he get a nosebleed from her beauty? Perhaps he'll kneel and call her queen right away. But the moment Qin sees his face, Jacques' pure icy shock hits her. It's Yi Chen. Her mind goes blank, and her knees buckle. She drops to the floor, kneeling, completely speechless and utterly stunned. Outside, the employees are frozen solid. Why did President Qin suddenly kneel? The room is in shock as the office door stands wide open, revealing the plot twist of the century. A female staff member wearing glasses peeks through a crack in the door, completely shocked as she wonders internally, how is this happening? It's not President Yi kneeling to President Qin. A close-up reveals President Yi, a strikingly handsome man with dark blue hair, because every protagonist needs that signature hair color, looking down with a serious expression. Suddenly, the heavy door is shoved open, revealing 3 female employees who had been eavesdropping. They scream in terror, as if they've just been caught sneaking snacks past their mom. Inside the luxurious office, the beautiful brunette, President Qin, kneels helplessly on the floor before President Yi, who stands calmly with his hands in his pockets and asks, President Qin, why are you kneeling to me the moment we meet? I really can't accept such a grand gesture, he continues. If you can't accept it, then help me up already. Bro is enjoying this way too much. Internally, President Qin curses. Damn the Wang family. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have offended my boss. This is why we can't have nice things. Meanwhile, she apologizes profusely, her head bowed. I'm sorry, President Yi, I was wrong. Kneeling down to meet her gaze, President Yi smirks slightly and says, Yesterday, oh, I remember now. You said we were lovers, right? Suddenly, he pulls her into a tight, intimate embrace, causing her to let out a surprised gasp as he holds her flush against him. As he notes internally how good she smells and how soft she feels, he realizes why so many men are crazy about her. Teasingly, he asks, I even heard I booked an island to ask you to be my girlfriend. Which island was that again? Flustered and feeling completely socially dead from embarrassment, she looks over his shoulder with a bright red face and stammers, You really just said that? How can you gaslight me with my own lie? If the floor could open up and swallow her right now, she would gladly pay extra for express delivery. Letting go slightly, he looks at her gently and instructs, All right, get up first. As she stands up, glancing away nervously as if she just got caught peeking into the boys' locker room, he turns his back and orders, Close the office curtains. If the staff sees this, it won't look good. To which she obediently replies, Yes. The girl is already down bad and doesn't even realize it yet. Now seated at his desk reviewing a document while she stands nearby, holding her phone like an anxious intern. He remarks, President Qin, yesterday you said you wanted to cut off all my options in Yuncheng. Now I'm the president of Huisheng Group, your boss. He looks up at her intensely, his piercing gaze capable of making any shoujo manga female lead faint. I'd like to know, he challenges. How are you going to block me now? Filled with regret, she begins to explain. President Yi, I never imagined someone of your stature would become the Wang family's live-in son-in-law. It's like discovering that your local delivery driver is secretly a chaebol heir. Nobody saw this coming. I understand that my mistake can't be undone, and however you choose to punish me, I will accept it. Turning to face the window and proudly showcasing her curves, she presents herself for his judgment. If you want to slap me, I'll walk over and let you hit me. If you want to scold me, I'll stand here and listen. If you want to fire me, I'll pack my things and leave right away, never to appear before you again. She's truly delivering the full "I accept my execution" speech. As she speaks, President Yi reflects on how this woman, Qin Hongyan, is far from ordinary. She remains calm in the face of adversity, takes responsibility for her actions, and never makes excuses or shifts the blame. She's essentially a unicorn in the business world. He finally tells her, "I'm not planning to fire you," which leaves her looking completely stunned, as if she just got hit by a truck full of plot twists. Resting his head on his hand in a relaxed posture, he explains, "Yesterday, you were the only one who offered me a way out. If I were truly just an ordinary live-in son-in-law, you would be my benefactor. You passed the vibe check when nobody else did." Moved to tears by his mercy, she smiles brightly and promises, "Thank you, President Yi. From now on, I will devote myself completely to serving you." The girl has just unlocked a new faction, and she's already farming loyalty points. Clasping his hands firmly on the desk, he states, "I can forgive you, but the others at the birthday banquet who tried to cut off my options, I won't spare a single one of them. It's arc time." Looking at him with intensity, with deep devotion, she suggests, "President Qin, you can just call me Hongyan." In response, he orders, "Hongyan, organize the information on everyone who tried to cut off my options yesterday and give it to me." As she turns to leave with a crisp yes, she excitedly thinks that President Yi is making his move, and the Yuncheng business circle is about to be shaken up. She's already grabbing popcorn for the show. Half an hour later, a resume for the obnoxious Fang Kao is placed on the desk as Hong Yan announces, "President Yi, all the information you requested is here." Recalling the harsh words of a blonde woman who had earlier boasted about Fang Kao's 10 billion net worth while calling him trash, President Yi remarks, "I heard the Fang family is a first-tier family in Yuncheng with assets close to 10 billion. Hong Yan quickly clarifies the truth. "They count as first tier, I suppose. 2 years ago, they might have had 10 billion, but now they've shrunk significantly. Their assets are probably only around 3 billion, which isn't much better than the Wang family. Bro has been coping hard with that $10 billion flex." She continues her report, stating that the Wangs recently had a project where they wanted us to finance $70 million, and they offered me numerous benefits for it. She vows to return every benefit they gave her and tells them to stop dreaming about working with Huaisheng again. She also notes internally that Wang Jiaqi is blind. Choosing the useless Fang Kao over an entire hidden boss will lead to regret for her. Once she discovers who Yi Chen truly is, she'll wish she had made a different choice, feeling so remorseful that her insides will churn. The second-hand embarrassment is bound to be legendary. However, Yi Chen maintains his strict professionalism, stating, "Business is business. I won't exclude the Wang family from a deal due to my personal history with them. Bring me the proposal for that project. I'm not that kind of petty protagonist." When she eagerly offers, "Yes, I'll get it for you right away," he stops her with a warm look, saying, "No need. I'll go with you." At the same time in the lobby, Fang Kao stands checking his phone, wondering if President Qin has managed to catch that kid, Yi Chen. Little does he know, the kid is currently running through the entire building when a female staff member in a green jacket approaches him. She recognizes him as young Master Fang, but he dismissively replies, "And you are." She leans in uncomfortably close, grabbing his arm and reminding him, "Young Master Fang, don't tell me you don't remember me. That really hurts. That night at Link's bar, you bought me drinks and then we went off together. You bullied me." Visibly disgusted, Fang Kao thinks to himself, "Damn, I must have really been drunk that night to take home someone this trashy." The 3M decisions really do hit differently. Realizing she could be an asset, he forces a smile and says, "Oh, I remember now, you work at Huisheng." Wrapping an arm around her, he thinks to himself that this woman might be useful. Urgently, he tells her, "Honey, hurry and take me upstairs. President Qin is in danger, sir. Do you really think you're the main target?" 1 minute later, the elevator doors open and they overhear some conversations. Female employees whispered excitedly in the hall. Hey, listen to this. The moment she saw the president, she dropped to her knees. Can you believe it? She knelt down in the very first second. It was like watching a historical drama unfold. Fang Kao immediately interrupts them, asking loudly, "Excuse me, where is President Qin now?" The bespectacled staff member replies, "President Qin is in her office, sir. Do you have an appointment?" Ignoring her entirely, Fang Kao forcefully shoves his arm past her, prompting her to shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" He truly believes he's in an action movie. He violently kicks the heavy office doors open with a massive bang. Bursting inside, he points an accusing finger and yells, "Well, well, Yi Chen, you shameful, discarded son-in-law and thief. So you really are here." Bro entered with all the subtlety of a truck crashing through a wall. Hong Yin, standing next to Yi Chen with a document in hand, looked at the intruder in shock and muttered. Fang Kao, completely misunderstanding the situation, yells at Yi Chen, accusing him of hiding and planning to get revenge on President Qin. His confidence is truly impressive, especially given how wrong he is. An absolutely furious Hong Yin glares at him and demands, "Who let you in here?" Still trying to play the macho hero, Fang Kao confidently responds, "Hong Yin Zai, don't be afraid. I'll personally throw this piece of trash out for you so he won't be an eyesore." But before he can even blink, Hong Yin delivers a sharp, echoing slap across his cheek. With a flushed face and wide eyes burning with absolute rage, she screams at him, "Who's your Hong Yin Zhai? Call me President Qin." That slap was personal, professional, and satisfying all at once. Holding his violently slapped cheek, a bewildered Fang Kao stammers to Qin Hong Yin. "Hong Yin Zhai, I mean President Qin," because apparently his brain and mouth filter is permanently broken. Internally, he questions what is happening, realizing that Qin Hong Yin and her staff don't seem surprised at all by Yi Chen's presence. This should have been his first clue that he was missing something significant. Suddenly, a smug look of enlightenment crosses his face as he turns to Yi Chen and shouts, "I get it now. You're not here to get revenge on President Qin. You're here to be her bodyguard." In his world, the only logical explanation for a worthless son-in-law to be in a CEO's office eludes him. Yi Chen simply stares, mentally exhausted by the absurdity of the situation. The idiot rambles on, lost in the nonsensical thoughts his mind produces, likely wondering how someone this foolish has managed to survive into adulthood. Completely convinced of his own delusion, Fang Kao connects the dots out loud. He recalls that someone mentioned kneeling, and he concludes it must have been Yi Chen who was kneeling. Qin Hongyan could see that he knelt before her, clearly seeking her forgiveness and hoping to become her bodyguard. In his mind, every interaction seemed to revolve around groveling. He mocks Yi Chen, saying that yesterday he believed he had some backbone for refusing the bodyguard offer. However, today he woke up, dressed in a nice suit, and came crawling on his knees to beg to be her dog, which is both insulting and remarkably misguided. Turning back to a seething King Hong Yin, Fang Kao desperately urges, "President Qin, you can't agree to this. Yesterday at the banquet, You said you were going to cut off all of Yi Chen's options, as he is determined to be wrong and loud about it, even eavesdropping at the door." The bespectacled staff member, wrong, breaks into a sweat, questioning whether it's true that her boss actually said that. Office gossip is about to get wild. Unable to tolerate the idiot any longer, Qin Hong Yin delivers a second brutal slap to Fang Kao's face, screaming, "Outrageous! When did I ever say that? Some people just need to be silenced by force." She immediately barks orders at Rong to throw him out and ensure he never sets foot in the company again. At the same time, she fires the employee who brought him upstairs, believing that consequences should be swift and painful. Escorted out by a stern security guard, a humiliated Fang Kao laments that, as the young master of the Fang family, he has been publicly slapped twice. In front of a living son-in-law of all people, the guard, clearly prioritizing his duties, simply tells him to leave, as that is his job. Glaring back from the doorway, Fang Kao threatens Yi Chen, saying, "Don't think that being Qin Hong Yin's bodyguard means we can't touch you. Just wait. I'll make sure you can't eat, can't sleep anywhere but the street, and end up in prison." After being slapped twice, it seems Fang is ready to go all in on empty threats. Sitting in his car moments later, he grips the steering wheel, cursing Qin Hong Yin for being nothing but a pretty face who slept her way to the top. Because misogyny is his default response to humiliation, he vows that once he completely wins Wang Jiaqi over, he will make Yi Chen kneel and beg, screaming, "I'll destroy you," having watched too many villain movies. Starting up the car with a wicked smirk, he plans to quickly inform the Wang family that the worthless Yi Chun is now Qin Hongyin's bodyguard. Spreading misinformation is his only remaining talent. 1 hour later, at the luxurious Xixian villa, old Madame Wang is completely shocked. She asks, "What did you say? That discarded son-in-law Yi Chen has become Qin Hongyin's bodyguard?" That's the last thing she expected to hear. Fang Kao smugly confirms he saw it with his own eyes, adding that Yi Chen was even fetching files for her as he remains committed to his delusion. Hearing this, Yi Chen's beautiful but arrogant ex-wife, Wang Jiaqi, looks completely stunned. Meanwhile, her short-haired sister demands to know how this is possible and what makes him worthy, as they both believe Yi Chen is worthless. Fang Kao stirs the pot further by claiming he heard from Huisheng's staff that Yi Chen immediately dropped to his knees to beg for forgiveness. He also suggests that Qin Hongyin, who had been eyeing him since yesterday, likely experienced a moment of weakness and agreed, considering he is a master of adulterated rage. As she tightens her fists, she screams internally, unable to handle the fact that Yi Chen actually knelt for another woman. Her ego just can't take it. She stews in her bitter jealousy, recalling how she gave him countless chances to kneel and apologize. She believed she could have forgiven him, not divorced him, or even refrained from calling the police if he had just begged. Now, she finds herself rewriting their story. With history swirling in her mind, a dramatic close-up highlights her fury. In 3 years of marriage, he never once knelt for her, and now he turns around to kneel in front of someone else. In her world, kneeling is seen as the ultimate expression of love. Her sister added to her pain, mocking her by claiming she simply wasn't charming enough. Siblings have a unique talent for cruelty, and in this moment, they laugh together with their father. The sister boasts that if Yi Chen were her husband, she would have made him kneel from the very first day and wash her feet every single day, revealing her delusional sense of self-importance. Wang Jiaqi complains that she has been far too good to him over the past 3 years, wishing for one more chance to make him kneel, as she is obsessed with the idea of domination. She desperately pleads with her grandmother to sever all ties with Qin Hongyan for breaking her promise, insisting that she must face consequences. Revenge fantasies are all she has left. Grandma Wang furiously slams her hand down, reprimanding her for talking nonsense and reminding everyone that their family's legacy is at stake. The 70 million financing deal remains in Qin Hongyan's hands, making it impossible to consider her an enemy, as business always takes precedence over family drama. Her father smoothly chimes in, telling Jiqi that while he knows she's feeling jealous, she can't deny that President Qin is genuinely more capable than she is, because sometimes the truth hurts. Throwing a massive tearful tantrum, Jiaqi screams that she doesn't care and threatens to go to the Haisheng group herself. This prompts her grandmother to furiously order her to stay put, insisting that this is not how you handle business. Grandma Wang then instructs her son to call Qin Hongyan so she can speak with her directly. When Matriarch Swan answers, they get them, and with the glowing phone in hand, she is ready to take charge. Grandma Wang puts on a stern face as she confronts Qin Hongyan, stating that she heard their live-in son-in-law has become her bodyguard, and she delivers the remark with a hint of sarcasm. She remarked that had she known she had her eye on him, she would have handed him over 6 months ago, as she viewed people as assets to be traded. She demands an explanation for why Qin Hongyan went back on her promise to cut off his options, insisting that promises are supposed to hold significance. Back in her office, a slightly nervous Qin Hongyan responds that things aren't as she imagined. She apologizes for being unable to follow through on her promise, explaining that she's caught between a rock and a hard place. Internally, she sweats, knowing that if the old madam discovered that her live-in son-in-law was actually the Supreme President Yi, it would likely give her a heart attack. That's information that could be deadly. Suddenly changing her tune, Grandma Wang smiles warmly and tells her they are on the same side. She adds that she can keep the child as a gift from the Wang family, a comment that causes Jiaqi to completely lose her mind in the background, screaming that you can't just give a person away because that's not how things work. Grandma Wang claims she will let the Yi Chen matter go, but continues to push for the 70 million deal, emphasizing that money is what truly matters. Regaining her composure, Qin Hongyan confidently sips her tea and reveals that she has already discussed the project with President Yi. Yi finds it very interesting, but wants to learn more, as she is a master of deflection. Delighted that the mysterious President Yi read their proposal, Grandma eagerly offers to send Jacking for a face-to-face discussion. Hong Yan agrees to arrange a time, knowing that this is how deals are made, and hands over the details. As she hangs up the phone, Grandma sternly warns Jacking not to ruin this crucial impression with President Yi, emphasizing that this is their big chance. Jacking promises to make her proud, but sinisterly questions whether they will simply overlook Yi Chen's theft now that he is aligned with President Chen, as he is not ready to let go of that grudge. Grandma's expression darkens as she orders him to keep digging for evidence, intending to use it to punish him or leverage it as a favor. She's always thinking 2 steps ahead. Jiaking grins evilly, having already discovered that Yi Chen sold the watch to a gang thug, as expected. Smirking, Grandma tells him to gather the evidence, declaring that Yi Chen is nothing more than a dog and that Qin Hongyan won't protect him, as she underestimates everyone. She then mercilessly insults the rest of the family for being useless, specifically targeting a trembling Jiaki. She told her that she couldn't even hold on to a husband and that her pretty face was a total waste. Grandma doesn't pull punches, and unable to bear the humiliation, the red-haired woman runs off in tears, ignoring the calls to stop because sometimes you just have to walk away. She hops into her black Audi and speeds down a winding road, furious that Yi Chen made her lose face, vowing to teach him a proper lesson. She believes that blaming others is easier than engaging in self-reflection. Her tires screech to a halt in the dimly lit Huisheng Group underground parking lot because dramatic entrances demand it. Sitting in the driver's seat, her eyes widen in shock as she spots 2 familiar figures walking together. The universe certainly has a sense of irony. The chapter concludes with a tense shot of the handsome, serious Yi Chen walking side by side with the stunning Qin Hongyan. Sometimes, the best revenge is simply living well and looking good while doing it. Yi Chen looks strikingly handsome in a tailored navy suit as he walks alongside the stunningly beautiful brunette, Qin Hongyan. The two are laughing and chatting intimately, completely unaware of the storm of jealousy that is about to unfold. Watching them from a distance is Yi Chen's ex-wife, Wang Jialin. Her bright orange hair frames a face twisted with absolute jealousy as she thinks to herself, "That bastard!" After our divorce, he suddenly decides to dress like a male model. As Yi Chen and Hong Yan walk through the dimly lit underground parking garage, an enraged Jialin suddenly blocks their path, pointing an accusing finger at him. She screams, "Yi Chen, have you no shame? You actually went and became Qin Hongyan's lackey." A look of pure surprise crosses Yi Chen's face as he stops and mutters, "Wang Jilin." Meanwhile, Hong Yan narrows her eyes, wondering internally what that stuck-up princess from the Wang family wants now. Refusing to hold back, Jilin confronts them aggressively, her face flushed with anger as she shouts, "Yi Chen, I heard you got down on your knees and begged. Qin Hongyan, if you're so eager to abandon your dignity, why didn't you ever get on your knees and beg me for forgiveness back then?" Desperately trying to justify her past actions, she continues, "I handed you chance after chance. If you had just dropped to your knees and pleaded with me, you'd still be part of our Wang family right now." Yi Chen's expression hardens into an icy glare as he responds calmly yet firmly, "You've got some nerve asking why I never knelt for you. Don't you think you're pushing it a bit too far?" Unloading his pent-up frustration, Yi Chen leans forward and shoots back. "You snuck off to a hotel with that scumbag Fang a couple of days ago and slept with him behind my back. You honestly believed I would get on my knees and beg you to for mercy?" Jolin waves her hands dismissively, stubbornly trying to maintain the moral high ground as she argues about what happened after that at the birthday party yesterday. "I offered you another chance to kneel and apologize. If you had just bent the knee, I could have convinced Grandma to call off the divorce, and you would have been able to stay my husband." Refusing to back down, Jialin points a trembling finger at Hong Yan and screams. At Zizalake Hotel, she declares that if Hong Yan had knelt down and pleaded with her, things might have been different. "I wouldn't have called the cops. It's the same action. Why are you willing to do it for her, but not for me? I was your lawfully wedded wife. Is getting on your knees for your wife really such a humiliating thing?" Yi Chen stares at her with deep disappointment, the air around him practically freezing as he replies, "Getting on my knees for my wife isn't humiliating. I was way too good to you over these past 3 years, especially considering you cheated on me." Completely unhinged by his logic, Jialin leans forward aggressively, her face flushed with fury as she yells, "I knew it. My mistake was being too lenient with you. That's precisely why you're so difficult to manage now." The whole family blames me for not keeping you in line. With a live-in husband like you, I should have made you kneel and scrub my feet from day one." Before Yi Chen can even process her audacity, Qin Hongyan steps in fiercely and delivers a resounding slap across Jialin's cheek, leaving a bright red mark as Jialin cries out in pain. Towering over the shocked Jialin, Hong Yan angrily reprimands her, declaring, "You were the one who stepped out first and never once looked inward at your own behavior. Yet you still have the gall to speak like that, as if you possess any sense of decency." Holding her stinging cheek with tears welling in her eyes, Jialin whimpers, "How dare you strike me?" Hong Yan glares back in response, furiously shouting, "If I feel like hitting you, I'll hit you. Do I need to wait for a national holiday or something?" Feeling completely humiliated, Jialin looks past Hongyan to Yi Chen with tear-filled eyes, crying out, "You took my man away from me, and now you're hitting me too." However, Yi Chen simply looks away, completely indifferent to her tears. He gently pats Hongyan on the shoulder to calm her down, quietly saying, "Let it go." Looking back at his ex-wife with disdain, Yi Chen coldly finalizes their separation, telling her, "Leave. I'm no longer your husband, and I never will be again." This rejection pushes Jialin over the edge as she screams defiantly, "Even if you were just a mutt, my family fed for 3 years. If I decide I don't want you anymore, that doesn't mean I'm okay with just handing you over to someone else. Yi Chen, I'm ordering you to leave Hui Shen Group right this second. You are not allowed to work as Qin Hongyan's personal guard," she states confidently. "He's paying you 200,000 a year, right? I'll give you 500,000. Upon hearing this pathetic offer, Hongyan bursts into mischievous laughter, while Yi Chen awkwardly coughs into his fist, smirking down at Jialin. Hongyan then mocks her. "Haha, you really think $500,000 is enough to steal you away from me? Even if you added more, it still wouldn't come close." The realization hits Jialin like a truck as she thinks in utter shock. Wait, his bodyguard salary isn't 200,000. It's 5 million. Has Qin Hongyan completely lost her mind? As she turns away, she says, "Let's head out." A desperate Jialin lunges forward and grabs Yi Chen's arm, pleading, "Yi Chen, hold on, listen to me. You have to quit Wei Sheng Group today. Wang Xieji has already uncovered proof that you sold that watch. Once he hands it over to the authorities, you're facing prison time." Desperate to gain leverage, she proposes that if he agrees to her demands ditching Qin Hongyan, returning to the Wang family, and working as her personal bodyguard, she will ensure that Wang Xieji backs off and drops the entire matter. Yi Chen effortlessly pulls his arm from her grasp and looks back over his shoulder, calmly rejecting her with, "I appreciate the offer, but I really can't take a job as your personal bodyguard." As he opens his car door to leave, he delivers a final brutal verbal strike. "I can't guarantee your safety while I'm busy watching you sneak off to hotel rooms with other men." Jialin gasps, offended, and replies, "Why you?" Yi Chen settles into the driver's seat of the luxurious Porsche and boldly declares that if Wang Xieji truly has evidence, he is welcome to take him to court in whatever manner he chooses. Unable to accept defeat, Jialin chases after the moving car, screaming into the exhaust fumes, "Yi Chen, you don't have my permission to leave!" Left entirely alone in the empty garage, a tear rolls down her face as she sulks in utter jealousy, thinking, Yi Chen is such a jerk. He knows that Qin Hongyan already has a boyfriend, yet he's still fine with being her side piece. This is infuriating. What does Qin Hongyan have that I don't? Seriously. The scene shifts dramatically to an establishing shot of the sun setting over Yuncheng's 7th Street, a notoriously run-down and chaotic slum area. The narrator explains that 7th Street is a notorious slum where the impoverished coexist with powerful figures. In Yuncheng, everyone in the underworld respects a man named Brother Melon, whose reputation commands authority. Whether Yuncheng is chaotic or not, Brother Melon decides that if he is involved, it will either be a head or a knife inside. Inside a dimly lit, gritty room, the bruised and bandaged Wang Shi nervously approaches the heavily tattooed boss with red-braided hair, greeting him, Brother Melon. Taking a casual drag from his cigarette while lounging on a beat-up leather couch, Brother Melon smirks and replies, "Young Master Wang, what an honor. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you personally. Getting straight to business, Shaji presents a sleek black box and explains, "I've come because I'd like to propose a transaction, Brother Melon. This Richard Mille timepiece is valued at over $5 million, but I'm willing to let it go at a discounted rate of $4.5 million. He opens the box to reveal a dazzling diamond-encrusted watch, then adds his sinister condition. "I need you to tell anyone who asks that a man named Yi Chen sold it to you." Brother Melon leans in with a knowing grin and asks, "That fellow who left those bruises all over your face, was that this Yi Chen character? Am I right?" Flushing bright red from embarrassment and anger, Shaji clenches his fists and admits, "You've hit the nail on the head, Brother Melon. He used to be the live-in son-in-law, married into my second uncle's household. To protect the family reputation, my relatives don't want to make a big public spectacle out of this, but I refuse to let it slide. I need to see him behind bars." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Brother Melon tilts his head back lazily and rejects the offer, stating, "I can't get involved with that. Boss Liu gave us strict orders never to. Interfering in domestic disputes between families can lead to complications. You help someone today, but tomorrow they reconcile with their relatives, leaving you as the only one left holding the bag." Furious, Shaji frantically argues, "That's not going to happen. Yi Chen has already been kicked out of our Wang family. Who exactly is this Boss Liu you keep mentioning? Why does his opinion carry so much weight with you?" Instantly, one of Melon's green-haired lackeys steps forward aggressively, shouting, "Watch your tongue. Boss Liu is the man our Brother Melon answers to." Returning to his calm demeanor, Brother Melon explains that Boss Liu showed him the way in this life. Without his guidance, there wouldn't be a Brother Melon sitting here today. His instructions might as well be carved in stone, as far as I'm concerned. You'd be better off taking your business elsewhere. Desperation taking over, Shaji grits his teeth and shoves the watch box forward, shouting, "Brother Melon, I'll let you have it for $4 million even." As Brother Melon stands up to leave, he remains unfazed and reminds him, "I already explained this to you. Boss Liu treats me like family, and I follow his rules without question." Sweating profusely, Shaji practically begs, "I'll sell you this watch for just $3 million. You could turn around and flip it for a clean $2 million profit." This finally catches Brother Melon's attention. He freezes, his muscular tattooed arm coming to a halt as he grips firmly. Slowly, he turns his head back, his eyes glowing with intensity. Greedy and red-faced, he declares with a sinister grin, "Boss Liu also taught me another lesson. In our line of work, you never turn your back on money. The sky can fall, the earth can crack, but turning a profit is what truly matters. Young Master Wang, you've got yourself a deal." Yi Chen sped down a bright highway in his black Porsche. Sitting beside the quiet Qin Hongyan, he stared straight ahead with a deadly serious expression. He firmly ordered her, "From this point forward, you are not to lay a single finger on Wang Jialan, unless I explicitly give you permission." Inside the luxurious black Porsche, Yi Chen calmly steers the wheel, illuminated by the warm light of the setting sun. His expression is serious as he states, "Hate is just the other side of love. Hating her is the same as loving her. What's the difference?" Sitting beside him, Qin Hongyan gazes in stunned silence, her beautiful face illuminated by the golden hour light. In a close-up of Yi Chen's handsome profile, Hongyan continues to admire him internally, recognizing him as a true young master from a prestigious family. She marvels at his qualities. His perspective and way of thinking are not to be underestimated. He is handsome and wealthy, with a mindset that is free and unbothered, and he is generous and caring toward women, leaning her cheek on her hand. A confident smile spreads across her face as she plots her desires. Since Wang Jialan doesn't appreciate him, she'll be the one to claim this man for herself. The scene shifts to a breathtaking view of Jinj Temple, a majestic multi-story golden pagoda surrounded by vibrant autumn trees and a tranquil reflection pond. Yi Chen and Hong Yan stand nearby, taking in the beauty of their surroundings. By the water's edge, taking in the magnificent scenery, Yi Chen explains that this is where the Wang family plans to build their first-class private residence project. The first-class private residence is the project that the Wang family wants the Weisheng Group to finance. The concept is to create a luxury residence exclusively designed for top-tier families. Looking around, Hong Yan points out that this is the spot. This area boasts the most gardens in Yuncheng, along with a beautiful maple forest adorned with vibrant red autumn leaves. If you live here, you can even enjoy a picnic in the maple forest. Additionally, it features Yuncheng's only natural hot spring. Crossing her arms, Hong Yan turns to Yi Chen with concern. "The location is excellent," she says. "But President Yi, do you really plan to give them the money? The Wang family treated you so badly." Yi Chen turns to face her, revealing a surprising truth. This project was originally her idea. Shocked, Hongyan gasps, "What? Are you saying the Wang family stole your concept?" As she looks out at the scenery, the weight of the revelation hangs in the air. Yi Chen calmly explains, "I wouldn't put it that way. I can see that the Wang family has always been trying to rise to the top tier in Yonchang. After Wang Jiao's grandfather passed away, both Wang Jikang and Wang Jiwan proved to be mediocre. They have been fighting over the scraps of the family inheritance ever since." He continues, "I came up with this project for them, a way to gain control over top-tier families without directly building their own power. The plan was to design an exclusive private residence specifically for these families." Turning his gaze back to Hong Yin, Yi Chen explains the betrayal. "I shared the idea with Wang Jiayu. She told old Madam Wang, who approved it, but then handed the project over to Wang Jikang." Hong Yan looks down sympathetically, understanding the family dynamics. The Wang family clearly favors Wang Jikang's side, reflecting the old preference for sons over daughters. They believe Wang Jilin isn't qualified to inherit the family business. Offering her sympathy, she adds, "Honestly, I do feel some sympathy for Wang Jilin on that point." Yi Chen nods thoughtfully. It's true that Wang Jilin has always been looked down upon by her family. Her parents have consistently pressured her, and on top of that, the family arranged for me to marry into her household. A rustling sound fills the air as a red autumn leaf drifts gently down, landing softly on Hongyan's dark hair. Still, that's no excuse for her to cheat. Gently, Yi Chen plucks the leaf from her hair and gazes into her eyes with a captivating look. He softly requests, "Hongyan, will you have a drink with me?" The scene transitions to a bustling street lined with bars and restaurants where a voice cries out, "I want a drink." Inside a vibrant, neon-lit bar, a distressed Wang Jilin, still wearing her floral dress, sits at the counter next to a woman in a daring, backless red dress with short black and red hair. The woman in red, identified as Song Hongyi, turns to Jilin with a concerned expression and asks, "Jilin, what's gotten into you today? Drinking in the middle of the day? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll go teach them a lesson." Gripping her wine glass tightly, a flushed and furious Jilin complains, "It's that vile Qin Hongyan. She actually slapped me. I didn't even do anything to her. I was just scolding my useless ex-husband. What right did she have to hit me?" Bursting into tears and throwing a tantrum, she wails, "What exactly is she to that waste, Yi Chen?" Meanwhile, Hua and Hong, looking unamused by the outburst, casually sip their cocktails. It's important to understand that even when you confront a dog, you must consider its owner. Your ex-husband is now associated with Qin Hongyan, and naturally, she won't stand by and allow you to insult him. Jilin continues to justify herself, taking a long drink as she mutters, "I only cheated once." These days, which pretty woman hasn't cheated at least once? Upon hearing this, Hong Yi nearly does a spit take with her red drink, coughing out aloud, "PFFFT." She slams her fist on the table and reprimands Jilin, exclaiming, "Hong Yi, you done it twice!" Jilin appears defensive, arguing back, questioning why she is being brought into this. She insists that at least her husband never caught her in the act, desperately trying to shift the blame. She adds that he was alive and her son-in-law, even if he had found out. She wonders why he couldn't have just put up with it. Holding her glass delicately, Jilin sighs with confusion and frustration. "Hong Yi, you know what? I asked him to kneel to me, and he refused. But then he turned around and he went to kneel and apologized to Qin Hongyan, even willingly offering to become her bodyguard. What could be the reason behind that? I could pay him as well." Hong Yi analyzes the situation, her expression serious as she explains, "From what I know of Yi Chen, he loved you deeply for these 3 years. He's not the type to fall for someone else so easily." Jilin looks up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she asks. Hong Yi confidently concludes that the reason he refused you and chose to work for Qin Hongyan is to earn your respect. If he relies on your money, he'll always feel like a freeloader. But money earned from someone else allows him to stand tall in front of you. Yi Chen wants to make something of himself, to become worthy of you, and then propose to you. Completely buying into this delusional narrative, Jilin's face lights up with a blush as she exclaims, "That's it! Must be!" A smug, satisfied smirk crosses her lips as she proudly proclaims, "I knew this fool still loved me." Sitting up straighter with renewed arrogance, she added, "Didn't you say you wanted someone who matches your family status? You could always marry Fang Qiu first," Hong Yi playfully suggests. Jilin quickly dismisses the idea, noting that Fang Qiu is too unfaithful and doesn't care for people the way Yi Chen does. Hong Yi casually suggests a backup plan. If things don't work out, just divorce him again and let Yi Chen take you back. An honest man like Yi Chen would definitely be willing to welcome you back. Tipsy and arrogant, Jilin giggles and says, "You're so wicked, but Yi Chen made me unhappy, so he deserves it." As she takes another sip of her drink, Hong Yi suddenly asks a crucial question. By the way, hasn't Yi Chen always been a stay-at-home husband? How come he suddenly started doing food delivery these past 6 months? Jilin slumps over the counter, drunkenly recalling, "I think it was about 6 months ago, when our whole family went on vacation to Switzerland. She got sick and needed money, but since she couldn't reach any of us, she decided to earn it herself." Just then, Jilin's phone rings loudly, displaying the caller ID, Wang Sheiji. Hong Yi notices and nudges her, saying, "Jiaki, it's your phone." As she answers the call, Jilin slurs her words. "Hello." From the other end, Xiaji urgently demands that Jiaki come to Grandma's place right away, as he has found evidence of Yi Chen selling the watch. The scene shifts to Yi Chen standing tall in his suit. His phone rings, and as he checks the screen, he mutters, "Wang Sheiji." He answers the call with a cool, "Hello." Xiji's voice barks through the phone. "Yi Chen, get over to Grandma's house immediately. I found the evidence of you selling the watch." Unfazed, Yi Chen coldly replies, "I'm busy. I don't have time." The scene shifts to Xie, who sits arrogantly on a sofa, tauntingly responding, "Yi Chen, are you afraid to come? The person who bought your watch is already at the house. If you have the guts, come and face them directly." Yi Chen's eyes narrow in suspicion as he thinks, "I never sold any watch. Where did Wang Sheiji find this so-called witness?" With his confident demeanor, Yi Chen firmly states, "Fine then, I'll go over and settle this once and for all so you will stop bothering me." Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen turns to a stunning secretary in a tight white outfit and glasses. He asks, "Secretary Zhou, you can drive, right?" Surprised, she stammers, "Oh yes, I can." Yi Chen strides forward with a commanding presence, instructing her, "Let's go. Take me to Jixian Villa." She eagerly replies, "Yes." A sleek black Mercedes glides down a sunlit road. Inside the luxurious car, Yi Chen sits in the back seat, gazing out the window thoughtfully as he reflects on his thoughts. Returning to Jixian Villa as the head of Hui Cheng Group fills me with mixed emotions. The car eventually pulls up to the grand, ornate gates of Jixian Villa 30 minutes later. The driver's side door opens, revealing a stunning woman with long brown hair and glasses. She steps out, dressed in a sharp white skirt suit paired with a striking red tie. Watching from a distance, old Madam Wang and Wang Sheiji look on in confusion, with Sheiji whispering, "Isn't that the secretary?" Zhou, President Qin's right-hand woman, is behind the wheel. Old Madam Wang questions her presence, asking what she's doing here and where Yi Chen is. As Secretary Zhou walks gracefully to the back of the car, she opens the rear door respectfully and announces, "President Yi, we have arrived." Yi Chen steps out of the vehicle and calmly instructs her secretary, Zhou, to wait for her here. Zhou obediently replies, "Understood." Witnessing this exchange, the Wang family is left completely dumbfounded. Old Madam Wang and Jixian stare with wide eyes, realizing that Zhou Rongrong is actually playing chauffeur for Yi Chen, while his ex-wife, Wang Jialin, mutters in disbelief, "How is this even possible?" Suddenly, Wang Sheiji points at Yi Chen with a triumphant smirk and loudly declares, "Oh, I've figured it out. That phony Yi Chen is trying to pull off the classic delivery boy makes good routine to impress the wealthy family, isn't he?" Wang Zhao laughs mockingly in agreement, saying, "Oh yeah, totally. What a performance. It's absolutely ridiculous." Old Madam Wang nods and adds, "CG's got a point." Continuing his mockery, Xieji laughs and taunts, "Ha, Yi Chen, you really know how to put on an act. You're strutting around like a big shot. Even got Secretary Zhou to drive you and open your door. Come on, how much did you have to pay her for this little show?" Yi Chen stares blankly as Zhao continues to insult him, saying, "Everyone knows you're just President Qin's lapdog over at Hui Sheng Group." Internally, Yi Chen sighs, wondering who exactly the Wang siblings are trying to impress with their actions. They haven't changed a bit, still spewing nothing but venom from their mouths. He then notices Wang Jialin looking away with a flushed, arrogant smirk. He wonders to himself, Wang Zhao is actually laughing, convinced of her own delusion. Jialin thinks proudly, "Hong, I was right. Yi Chen joined the Hui Cheng Group to eventually prove himself to me. What he's doing today is the clearest proof yet." Cutting the tension, Xiaji turns toward the estate and tells Yi Chen, "Enough of this nonsense. Where's the witness you mentioned? These people must have something wrong with their heads. Come inside and follow me." Yi Chen follows Xiaji down a long, sunlit red carpet that leads to the main hall. where two massive, muscle-bound thugs holding bats stand guard at the entrance to the room. Yi Chen glances at the guards, contemplating his next move. These are obviously street hoodlums. What are they doing inside Zixuan Villa? He is immediately greeted by the tattooed and sporting red braids. Brother Melon sits arrogantly with his men and says, "Brother Yi Chen, we meet again." Yi Chen feigns ignorance, asking, "Have we ever met before?" Brother Melon smirks, playing his part perfectly. "You've already forgotten. A couple of days ago, you came to sell me a watch, and I paid you 5 million for it. I'm your brother, Melon." Siad Ji smugly interjects. Every random high schooler knows who Brother Melon is. You expect me to believe you don't. I think you're just too chicken to admit you sold me the watch. So you're pretending not to know me. Unfazed, Yi Chen looks at Sheiji and remarks, "Wang Sheiji, this is the witness you dug up. It fits your usual style." Furious, Sheiji yells, "What nonsense are you spouting? You obviously stole that watch." The scene shifts to an enraged Madame Wang, flanked by thugs, as she screams, "Yi Chen, you stole from our Wang family, and you still have the nerve to argue about it." Maintaining his composure, Yi Chen firmly states, "Old Madame Wang, I came here today to set the record straight. I never took your watch." Old Madame Wang thrusts forward a blue velvet box containing the luxurious Richard Mille timepiece, demanding, "Then how did this happen?" The watch ends up in Brother Melon's possession. This is a globally limited edition, and each one has a unique identifier, leaving no room for doubt. Brother Melon backs her up, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Chen. "Kid, you're the one who brought this watch to me to sell. You even mentioned that after receiving the money, you planned to book the presidential suite at Ziza Lake Hotel for an entire week." Melon continues to press the lie, insisting that if you didn't receive 5 million from me, then where did the money for your hotel stay come from? Standing behind Melon, Xieji thinks triumphantly, "We rehearsed these lines already. There's no way Yi Chen can counter them." Looking down in disappointment, Yi Chen laments, "I wanted to coexist with all of you as an ordinary person. I never imagined that all I would receive in return would be mockery and contempt." Suddenly, he stands tall, an imposing aura radiating from him as he declares, "Fine then, I'll lay all my cards on the table. I am the president of Huisheng Group." A dramatic close-up reveals his intense gaze as he adds, "I'm a billionaire. Is that reason enough for you?" The Wang family members stare blankly with comedic expressions for a moment before erupting into hysterical, mocking laughter. Shi Ji points at him, screaming and laughing. Laughing until tears form, she exclaims, "Who do you think you are? The main character from some web drama. You even stole his lines." Struggling to catch her breath, Yi Chen looks on in confusion and asks, "What web drama?" Wang Jiayao laughs so hard that she has to hold her stomach. She taunts Yi Chen, saying, "Why are you so obsessed with pretending to be rich? Ha ha ha! If you were really the head of Huisheng Group, forget about my sister. I would marry you myself as your second wife, and the two of us sisters would take turns serving you." Stepping forward to play the benevolent ex-wife, Jia Yuan tells him, "Yi Chen, you were my husband for 3 years after all. Our Wang family hasn't forgotten that. You're going to rot in prison. You've already burned through tens of thousands, but you can pay it back slowly. As long as you get on your knees and admit you were wrong, you can walk out of here today." Unmoved by her feigned mercy, Yi Chen replies coldly, "I didn't do anything wrong, so I won't kneel. Even if I had, not a single person in the Wang family is worthy of my kneeling to them." This instantly enrages old Madame Wang, who screams, "How dare you?" Meanwhile, Jiayao shouts, "Call the police! Send this worthless ex-son-in-law to prison for 10 years. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Brother Melon begins to sweat nervously, fearing that if this escalates, the whole truth will be revealed. Acting quickly, Melon approaches Yi Chen and grabs his shoulder, thinking that all old Madame Wang wants is for him to kneel. If they can achieve that, they might be able to muddle through this mess. He tries to coax Yi Chen, saying, "Brother, quit the act. Just kneel down and apologize to Grandma and young Master Wang. Don't worry, Grandma already said she won't let you go to prison." When Yi Chen refuses to budge, Melon drops the act, waving his hand to his gang and shouting, "Today, you're kneeling whether you like it or not. Brothers, make him kneel for me." Two burly thugs immediately grab Yi Chen's arms, threatening him. "Didn't you hear what Brother Melon said? Get on your knees right now." Glaring back with a deadly expression, Yi Chen warns, "I already told you, you're not worthy." With a swift and brutal motion, Yi Chen slams his elbow backward into the first thug's face, eliciting a scream of pain. He instantly pivots and delivers a devastating straight punch to the second thug's jaw, sending him flying backward. Shocked by his combat skills, Brother Melon orders, "This guy can actually fight. Brothers, all together now." As a large, bald thug approaches with a bat, a tiny white poodle adorned with blue bows suddenly darts into the fray. The thugs jump back in surprise, shouting, "A dog! Where did this dog come from?" Standing tall amidst the thugs, Yi Chen looks down as the brave little poodle barks fiercely at the attackers. Yi Chen gently picks up the dog, a soft smile crossing his face as he asks, "You little snub, weren't you barking at me just yesterday?" Internally, he reflects that while Huahua may be old Madame Wang's beloved pet, he has been the one doing all the cleaning up. After caring for Huahua and feeding her over the past few years, he feels the weight of unfulfilled expectations, especially now that he is in danger and she still worries about him. The camera lingers on his expression, capturing the depth of his emotions as he cradles the poodle, a stark contrast to the joy that once filled the room. With icy resolve, he states, "Even a dog knows who treats it well. That's more than I can say for some people who aren't even as good as animals." In the grand hall of the Wang family's estate, old Madame Wang points an accusing finger at Yi Chen. She commands the woman in the red dress, Yun Yun, to retrieve Huahua immediately. The woman eagerly replies right away, while the tiny white poodle barks fiercely at her from Yi Chen's arms, seemingly having chosen sides in this family feud. Glaring at Yi Chen, old Madame Wang issues a final ultimatum. "Yi Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Get on your knees voluntarily and confess, and you can spare yourself a world of pain." Lightning crackles around Yi Chen's intense, glowing eyes as he fiercely responds. "Then allow me to repeat myself. None of you are worthy." Instantly, 3 heavily muscled street thugs rush at him from all sides. One lunges forward with a knife, screaming, "Say your prayers." With effortless agility, Yi Chen dodges the attacks, his mind flashing back to his past. A caption reveals, "4 years ago. A full year before I married into the Wang family, they arranged a battlefield trial for me and sent me to Syria for 12 months. Moving with blinding speed, Yi Chen delivers a devastating punch directly into a thug's face, thinking that these guys might seem tough compared to ordinary people. He brutally counterattacks the last thug, drawing blood with a vicious strike to the jaw while his internal monologue continues. However, for someone who survived the battlefield, surrounded by blood and corpses day in and day out, this is essentially child's play. Standing tall and untouched, amidst the groaning bodies of the defeated thugs, Yi Chen's display of power shocks everyone. Until Brother Melon suddenly bursts in, yelling, "You little brat!" Flanked by 2 men, Melon draws a gleaming combat knife and orders his lackeys, "Hold him steady. I'm going to slice his hand tendons." Stepping aggressively into Yi Chen's personal space, Melon brandishes the blade and threatens, "Kid, you messed with my men, so today I'm going to mess with you permanently." Without a flinch, Yi Chen's hand shoots out like a viper, gripping Melon's wrist with terrifying force as the gang leader gasps. In a swift, merciless motion, Yi Chen violently twists the arm, resulting in a loud crack as pain radiates through the air. Melon screams out as Yi Chen maintains the brutal submission, his eyes glowing with fierce red energy, while blue lightning arcs around them. As the bones snap further, Melon's shrieks of pure agony fill the air. The sheer brutality of the scene leaves the Wang family paralyzed with fear. Wang Jiki covers her mouth in horror, gasping internally. Dear heavens, old Madame Wang breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how one human being can possess such terrifying combat ability. Trembling, the old madam wonders to herself if the old man insisted on allowing Jiaki to marry Yi Chen because he was aware of his skills. Meanwhile, a stunned Wang Jiki contemplates whether her grandfather arranged her marriage to him for her protection. However, she quickly shakes off the thought, convincing herself that they are living in peaceful times now. The Wang family doesn't have any enemies. "No, no, no, Grandpa. You made me marry him because his family is wealthy." Nearby, the bespectacled Wang Jun laughs with his brother Jikang, saying, "Jikang, father really struck gold finding that son-in-law for your Jiki. Thank goodness I refused back then." A confused Jikang replies, "What happened?" prompting Jian to explain. "Did you think father originally arranged the marriage between Yi Chen and Jiaki? Wrong. He approached me first." This leaves Jikang shocked as he asks, "Big brother, what did you say?" A flashback reveals their father proposing the idea to Zhuyan, saying, "Zhuyan, there's an exceptionally rare, top-quality son-in-law candidate available right now." Ji-yun proudly recalls his refusal to let Yun-yun marry a few years early, reflecting on his decision after learning it was a matter of national importance. "I rejected it on the grounds that Yun-yun was too young, which is why Yi Chen was then arranged for your Jiki." Hearing this, Wang Jiao in the red dress bursts into arrogant laughter, boasting that Jiao has picked up the man my younger sister rejected. Oh, my grandpa really is losing his mind, actually thinking of betrothing me to Yi Chen. Sure, he can fight, but that's all he is, a violent man. I have no interest in him. She then turns a smug smile to her sister Jackie, teasing. Fortunately, I was young at the time and dodged that bullet. Big sister, you can enjoy this wonderful fortune all to yourself. Hee hee. Watching their petty sibling rivalry, Yi Chen looks down dejectedly, thinking, I never expected there to be such a backstory. His mind drifts back to his time in the desert ruins, clad in full military tactical gear, as he reflects on events from 3 years ago. Having just returned from my battlefield trial, where I had become accustomed to blood and corpses, I found myself desperately yearning for love and a family. Remembering the first time he saw the beautiful Wang Jiki in her school uniform, he reflects on how he fell for her at first sight, dreaming of spending his entire life with such a cute and lovely girl. Returning to the present, he stands among the beaten thugs, sighing internally. He never imagined the two of them would end up like this. Snapping back to the confrontation, Yi Chen violently grips his injured brother Melon by the collar. With a terrifying aura, they demanded to speak. Why did you falsely accuse me of theft, and who put you up to it? Melon taunts, sweating profusely yet maintaining a defiant, crazed smile. I've been in the underworld for years and stopped caring about life and death a long time ago. If you have the nerve, then go ahead and kill me. But I warn you, if you cross me, you'll definitely regret it. Fearing the truth will be exposed, a panicked Wang Jiaki aggressively interrupts. Yi Chen, stop this. Do you really want to commit? A murder unfolds right in front of Grandma. As I sweat internally, I realize that if Yi Chen manages to force a confession out of me, I'm finished. Disgusted, Yi Chen drops Melon and grabs his suit jacket. Coldly, he states, I'll say it one more time. I have never stolen anything from your Wang family. If you have evidence, feel free to call the police and have me arrested. Before turning back with a sharp glare, he added, don't give me that nonsense about not calling the police for my own good, or how you can't bear to see me go to prison. He paused to gently stroke the little white poodle. Affectionately gazing at his pet, he thinks, in my eyes, there's only one thing. Meanwhile, Sheiji angrily waves his hands in the background, yelling, put you, Awa, down this instant. Yi Chen softly tells the dog, I won't be around anymore after today, so don't be such a picky eater. Having said his piece, Yi Chen confidently strides out of the mansion doors. Shiji nervously turns to his father and asks, Dad, are we really just letting him walk away like this? A sweating Zhikang replies that nobody here can match him in a fight, so they'll have to find other ways to deal with him later. Zhikang quickly turns his attention to the injured gang leader, asking cautiously, Brother Gua, are you all right? He reflects on the seriousness of their offense, realizing they need to make proper amends. A furious Brother Gua screams in Sheji's face, you little brat! You actually dragged me into a fight with such a tough opponent. You'd better add another $1,000,000 to cover this. Desperate to cover my brother's medical expenses, Xiaji reassures him that money is no object, as long as he can teach Yi Chen a severe lesson, preferably to finish him off. Piling into his black van with his men, Guad declares firmly, Fine, I'll definitely settle this matter with Yi Chen. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving. As the van drives away from the estate, Gua stands in absolute rage, vowing internally, I was publicly humiliated by Yi Chen today and nearly had my hand crippled. I will have my revenge. The scene smoothly transitions to the bright, modern conference room of the Haisheng Group. Yi Chen sits professionally at the head of the table and announces, since everyone is in agreement, we will officially begin our cooperation with Dingcheng Real Estate from this point forward. Turning to his beautiful assistant, Qin Hongyan, he instructs her to have the Wang family and Dingcheng Real Estate send someone over to explain their plans for this project. In detail, I want to inspect their preparations. Hongyan respectfully complies, saying, Understood. I will notify them immediately. The perspective shifts back to the serene, sunlit exterior of Zixian Villa. Inside, an ecstatic Wang Jikang holds up his phone, proudly announcing, Mom, President Qin just called me and said that the CEO of Yucheng Group has agreed to finance our $70 million project. However, they want me to discuss it face-to-face to assess how well we've prepared. Overjoyed by the news, old Madam Wang instructs Jikang to perform exceptionally well and leave a lasting impression on President Yi. We wanna continuing to cooperate with Heheng in the future. Ji Kang grins with absolute confidence and replies, Absolutely, I will definitely impress President Yi. Suddenly, Wang Jiayao steps forward provocatively and grasps Ji Kang's shoulder. Batting her eyes, she asks in a sweet, coaxing voice, Daddy, can I please come with you? Wang Jikang, the older man in a suit, looked at his daughter Wang Yunyan with surprise. "You want to come along?" he asked, noticing her in a red halter top. Top replies with an intrigued blush, saying he heard the man is young and handsome, completely different from the old wrinkly CEO she usually deals with. Meanwhile, her sister Jie glares daggers from behind, clearly frustrated. Yashi steps forward and warns Yunyan, "It doesn't matter how attractive President Yi is, he's already spoken for. Did you conveniently forget that President Qin and President Yi are a couple?" Yunyan simply scoffs with a smug expression and replies, "And what business is that of yours?" Confidently striking a pose to showcase her figure, Yunyan declares, "We're dating, not married. Besides, I'm younger than Qin Hongyan and my figure puts hers to shame. So, what's stopping me from stealing President Yi away?" Her father, Jikang, enthusiastically agrees, laughing as he says, "Exactly right. I fully support my daughter." Yunyan's thinking is absolutely spot on. In this world, exceptional people don't grow on trees. If you want one, you have to fight for them. With a smile, old Madam Wang officially announces, "Yunyun, this time you'll accompany your father to Huaisheng Group to meet President Yi." Overjoyed, Yunyan pumps her fist into the air and cheers. "Ah, really? Thank you, Grandma. You're the absolute best." As the clear favoritism unfolds, a devastated Jiachi clenches her fists, silently complaining to herself, "I was the one who came up with the first-class private residence project in the first place, yet Grandma handed it straight over to Uncle's branch to manage." Weakly protesting, "I want to go too." Yunyan coldly shoots her down with a side glance. "Sister Jaichi, you're a divorced woman now. Do you honestly think President Yi would be interested in someone on their second marriage?" The scene shifts to the elegant old Madam Wang, who is seated gracefully as Yunyan massages her shoulders. The old madam declares, "Yunyan speaks the truth. Even though Jiachi may appear prettier on paper, I've decided to pair. President Yi is with Yunyan instead. Jiachi, you can just make do with that Fang cowboy." Yunyan beams and reassures her, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll have President Yi eating out of my hand in no time." Defeated, Jie grips her dress, crying inside. It's always like this. Grandma plays favorites so blatantly. 1 hour later, at the Wuxian Group, Secretary Zhou opens the door to the CEO's office and announces, "President Yi, Wang Jichang, and his daughter have arrived." Yi Chen sits imposingly at his desk and calmly orders that they wait in the reception room for now. She replies, "Understood." Before she leaves, Yi Chen rests his chin thoughtfully on his hand and adds coldly, "And one more thing, don't bother serving them tea." In the reception room, Yunyan is now dressed in a stunning, form-fitting blue floral kepao with a high thigh slit that would make any traditionalist do a double take. She looks down at her outfit and asks, "Dad, why exactly did you make me wear this kepao?" Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Jikang explains, "Think about it. Aside from that leg slit, everywhere else is completely covered. You don't understand these things. If you show up dressed too provocatively for a first meeting, it can send the wrong message. President Yi will see you as someone with no self-respect if you don't carry yourself with dignity. Your goal should be to become Mrs. Yi, not just his side piece or a distraction in the entertainment world. You need to project class and elegance. That's how you make a man truly value you." Clenching her fists with determination, Yunyan agrees. "Thank you for the advice, Dad. I'll snatch President Yi right out from under Chen Hongyun's nose." Jikang nods with a sinister smile. With an ambitious smile, I plotted internally. If Yunyan manages to win over President Yi, then the position of the Wan family head will be as good as mine. Over 10 minutes pass as Yunyan sits impatiently, complaining about the lack of hospitality. "What kind of hospitality is this? They haven't even offered us a single cup of tea. Is this how Haishong Group treats its guests?" She peeks her head out of the door and calls to the passing secretary. "Secretary Zhou, please bring us 2 cups of tea immediately." "I would like black tea." Secretary Zhou smiles politely and replies, "Very well, please wait a moment." Another 10 minutes crawl by and Yunyan is practically vibrating with fiery rage, screaming internally, "I can't believe this! That Secretary Zhou still hasn't brought my tea." Yi Kang casually advises her, "Once you become the president's wife, you can fire her on your first day. Don't get worked up now. President Yi could walk through that door at any moment." Hearing this, Yunyan instantly suppresses her anger with an audible scream and smoothly transitions into a graceful cross-legged pose on the sofa, simply replying, "Fine." Half an hour later, the facade completely crumbles as Yunyun slumps exhausted against the cushions, sighing dramatically. Dad, I genuinely cannot maintain this posture any longer. Sitting like some refined lady is absolutely exhausting. President Yi's whereabouts are a source of frustration for Jikang, who frowns in annoyance. It appears that President Yi doesn't value their presence, having kept them waiting for a full hour. Suddenly, the door clicks open, and Yi Chen steps inside, looking devastatingly handsome in his tailored suit. Shocked by his appearance, Yunyun gasps. Yi Chen looks her up and down, remarking coolly, "Well now, wearing a chi pao. In the 3 years I've known you, this is the first time I've seen you in one. I have to admit, you actually pull off that delicate Jingnan woman aesthetic quite well." As Yi Chen walks past a stunned Jikang, he continues, "Sister Yunyun, I know you feel relaxed and casual at home, but do you behave this informally in public as well? Didn't your father ever teach you that such behavior can come across as terribly rude?" Disgusted, Yunyun waves her hand at him dismissively and snaps, "For your information, I didn't dress up in this key pao for your benefit, so don't you dare get any weird ideas. You weren't even good enough for Wang Jiaki. What makes you think you'd ever be worthy of someone like me?" Yi Chen calmly replies, "You misunderstand completely. I was merely trying to speak when Jikang angrily interjected, Yi Chen, you're nothing but a bodyguard. What are you even doing up here on this floor?" Meanwhile, President Yi, realizing their ignorance, Yi Chen thinks to himself that these two still refuse to accept that he is the actual head of Weishang. He addresses them directly, saying, "You're here to discuss the first-class famous residence project, correct? You can simply present it to me." Jikang smirks mockingly and says, "You're just a low-level bodyguard, a useless thug who only knows how to throw punches. What could you possibly understand about major projects or business negotiations?" Growing increasingly annoyed by the constant disrespect, Yi Chen turns his back and says, "So, I take it you're interested in discussing it. Fine, I'll be on my way then." Panic instantly sets in as Yunyuan lunges forward to grab his sleeve. "Wait just a moment, Yi Chen. Please don't leave yet. I have something important to ask you," he cries out. Looking up at him eagerly, she continues, "You've been Qin Hongyan's personal bodyguard these past few days, so you must be fairly familiar with everything happening between Qin Hongyan and President Yi, right?" Yi Chen looks back and replies, "I suppose you could say I know a thing or two." Overjoyed, Yunyuan gasps, "Really?" He immediately begins interrogating him, leaning in closely. He asks, "How intimate is the relationship between Qin Hongyan and President Yi? Do they spend nights together? Does he stay at her place? Or does she go to his?" Annoyed by her probing questions, Yi Chen realizes that Wang Yunyuan has never been able to keep her mouth shut about anything. She'll spread whatever he tells her all over town. He thinks it might be best to use her big mouth to finally squash the ridiculous rumors about him and Qin Hongyan. He states bluntly, they're not together anymore. They broke up. The news strikes Yunyuan and Jikang like a lightning bolt, their faces freezing in pure shock as they scream in unison, "Broke up!" Yunyuan bursts into hysterical laughter, exclaiming, "They broke up! Ha 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 ha! This is absolutely wonderful!" At the same time, Jikang throws his arms in the air, rejoicing. They broke up! Heaven itself is smiling upon us. Heaven is blessing the Wang family. Yi Chen watches them, deeply confused, questioning why they are celebrating the breakup as if they just won the lottery. Yunyuan smirks with a proud smile as she elegantly settles back onto the sofa. She struggles to find the right words to address him, stuttering awkwardly. "Yi Chen, wait, this is confusing. President Yi is also Mr. Yi." Little Chen is completely baffled by her shifting attitude. With 3 massive question marks practically floating over his head, he wonders why you changed how you address him 3 times in under 10 seconds. What exactly is your endgame here? Jikang steps up, exuding an air of arrogance as he remarks, "You really have a pig's brain, don't you? You're an employee of Quishang Group. This means your boss is President Yi, and President Yi's future wife is your former sister-in-law, my daughter, Wang Yunyuan." Jikang leans in with a sinister, arrogant smile and elaborates that the family has decided Yunyuan will form a marriage alliance with Weisheng Group. "If this succeeds, you little brat will actually be related to us by marriage." He stares at you with a smug expression. With a completely deadpan expression, Yi Chen asks, "Let me get this straight, Sister Yunyuan. You're genuinely that confident President Yi will find you appealing?" Oozing with absolute vanity, Yunyuan touches her chest and boasts, "Any red-blooded man would have to be blind to feel indifferent toward me. I've kept myself pure all these years, never having a single boyfriend. The moment I show even a little initiative, President Yi will be completely smitten." Leaning back seductively to emphasize her curves, she adds her final delusional thought, "And you know, I've always suspected that the person who gifted the multi-million-dollar jade bracelet at Grandma's birthday banquet was actually President Yi himself. For all I know, he has been secretly admiring me from afar for months. Yi Chen has finally got these clowns right where he wants them after the big CEO drop. The Wang family, still as clueless as ever, resorted to shady tactics in their attempts and take him down one last time. Will he crush him for good, or will he play along? Observing the situation with a calm demeanor, the main character, Yi Chen, thinks to himself that Wang Yunyuan's self-confidence is truly operating on an entirely different level. Realizing there is no point in investigating further, he tells his former in-laws, "You don't need to dig any deeper. That bracelet was definitely a gift from President Yi of Weisheng Group." Hearing this, Yunyuan clenches her fists in excitement and exclaims, "Seriously? It really came from President Yi? I told you my intuition never lies." She immediately turns to her father, Wang Jik, who is grinning from ear to ear. "Dad, did you catch that? President Yi genuinely has feelings for me." Her father laughs heartily and declares, "I never imagined that my Wang Jik's future son-in-law would actually turn out to be the president of Weisheng Group." Yunyuan is thrilled by the prospect and says, "I need to share this with Grandma the moment I get back. She's going to be absolutely over the moon." As Yi Chen watches the greedy duo celebrate their delusional fantasy, he sweats awkwardly and thinks to himself, this family is genuinely nauseating. They dream of another marriage alliance between the Yi family and the Wang family, as if they're asking for the moon. Impatient, Yunyuan asks Yi Chen, "So where exactly is President Yi right now? I demand to see him." Yi Chen smirks slightly, choosing to play along with their ignorance of his true identity. He replies, "President Yi is currently meeting with some guests in the reception room." Annoyed by the delay, Yunyuan complains, "What's taking him so long? Are the guests really that difficult to deal with?" Leaning in slightly, Yi Chen mockingly invents a story, saying, "Oh yes, the clients are actually a father and daughter duo. The dad has been trailing President Yi like a lost puppy. As for the daughter, she's quite attractive and dressed rather provocatively. From what I can see, she's putting in a significant effort to win President Yi's favor. I wouldn't expect them to emerge anytime soon." Instantly consumed by jealousy, Yunyuan clutches her dress in frustration and snaps. What a cheap, shameless woman, throwing herself at President Yi right in his own company. No wonder he hasn't come to see us all this time. Which room are they in? I'm going to march over there and give that little hussy a piece of my mind. Before she can storm off, her father grabs her shoulder in panic, warning her not to do anything rash. He insists that she absolutely cannot let her first impression on President Yi be a negative one. Calming down slightly but still fuming, she points forward and demands, "Fine, we'll wait here, but you let us know immediately the moment President Yi becomes available." As Yi Chen turns and walks away. 5 minutes later, a busty receptionist wearing glasses approaches the father and daughter with an apologetic smile. She says, "I am truly sorry to have kept you waiting for several hours. President Yi genuinely has no time to see you today, Mr. Wang and Ms. Wang. Some urgent matters have come up, and he has already left the company. He asked me to inform you to go ahead and head back for now." Both the father and daughter gasp in complete shock, blurting out, "What?" in perfect unison. Desperate, the father presses on, asking, "President Yi did not specify when he might be available or if he would be returning to the company this afternoon." Maintaining her polite smile, the receptionist replied, "I honestly couldn't say for certain. Please, you two may go ahead and take your leave." Defeated, they exit through the grand glass doors of the Weisheng Group building. Pulling out his phone, Ziking tries to look on the bright side, stating, "Well, the trip wasn't a complete waste. At least we've confirmed that the one who gifted old madam that 10 million yuan bracelet is definitely President Yi." He then dials a number and instructs, "Hello, Mom, it's me. Gather everyone at Zixian Villa and wait for my arrival." Soon after, at the beautiful traditional estate of Zixian Villa, a flustered Jiaqi Yi Chen's ex-wife, dressed in a pink blazer, questions Wan Yuan. "What's this all about? You just left, and now you're calling me back again. Did you finalize the contract or not?" Smirking confidently in her fur-lined shawl, Yuan replies, "Forget the contract for now. I have another piece of joyful news to share with everyone." Striking a glamorous pose in front of the gathered family members, she proudly announces that she is the one who gifted the 10 million yuan jade bracelet at Grandma's birthday. The banquet was hosted by none other than President Yi of Weisheng Group himself. The room erupted in astonished murmurs as relatives exclaimed in disbelief, "What? President Yi gave that? Jieqi's eyes widen in bitter realization as she thinks to herself, I really was overthinking things. There's no way it could have been from Yi Chen. An older male relative adjusts his glasses in confusion and asks, how exactly is this good news? President Yi and President Qin are supposed to be a couple. President Qin has always maintained a good relationship with our Wang family. If he sent it on his behalf, why would it be delivered separately at the very end of the banquet? A woman beside him quickly corrects him. Su Lan, haven't you heard? President Yi and President Qin have already split up. If he was sending it for President Qin's sake, why would he time it like that? The older man connects the dots, mumbling, you mean to say. Yuan flips her hair arrogantly and boasts, do you even need to ask? President Yi clearly gave Grandma that gift because of me. And remember, at that time, my sister hadn't even divorced Yi Chen yet. Grandma claps her hands in sheer delight, exclaiming, now that analysis makes perfect sense. I knew all along that whoever sent that gift must be a man with feelings for Yuan. I never expected that man to actually be the president of Hu Sheng Group. The fortune of our Wang family has finally arrived. Holding her grandmother's hands affectionately, Yuan promises, Grandma, I will absolutely cultivate a wonderful relationship with the president and elevate our Wang family to the ranks of Yuanzhu's first-class families. Her grandmother beams with pride and replies, wonderful, wonderful. My granddaughter shows such promise. Still skeptical, Jiaqi glares at her and demands to know who exactly she heard all this from and whether the information is even reliable. Yuan sneers viciously, mocking her as she replies, it came straight from your useless ex-husband's mouth, so of course it's reliable. Turning back to their grandmother, Yuan continues, Grandma, President Yi was too swamped this morning and couldn't find time to see us. This afternoon, I'll go to the company alone and find him. Rest assured, I can handle it. Jiaqi stammers in absolute disbelief as Yuan shoots her a condescending glare, adding, oh, and by the way, sister, if you have any pressing plans this afternoon, you can just be my driver and take me to the Hui Sheng Group. Enraged to her core, Jiaqi thinks that Yuan way too far by humiliating her in front of the entire family. She screams, I'm extremely busy, I don't have time to show you around. Before turning and fleeing the room in tears, she ignored her relatives calling out, hey Jiaqi, wait! As she sped away. Down a winding mountain road in her black Audi, tears stream down Jiaqi's face as she grips the steering wheel, crying out, damn it, damn it, damn it. Distracted by her overwhelming frustration, she suddenly screams in sheer terror as her car swerves violently off the road. Crashing forcefully into a large tree, she slumps over the steering wheel, weeping. Bitterly complaining, I hate this. I hate everything. I hate my life. It's all Yi Chen's fault. He's the reason I've lost so much face. Meanwhile, high up in the towering Huisheng Group building, the handsome CEO, Yi Chen, is diligently reviewing paperwork at his desk when his phone begins to buzz. He picks it up and calmly answers, hello, but is immediately met with Jiaqi shrieking furiously through the speaker. Yi Chen, you absolute bastard. I hate you with every fiber of my being. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Yi Chen pinches the bridge of his nose and thinks, this woman, after everything that's happened, still refuses to engage in any self-reflection. Her only talent seems to be hurling insults at me. He then calmly asks, what seems to be the problem now? Gripping her phone tightly in the wrecked car, Jiaqi yells desperately, you bastard, bastard, bastard. If you were going to pretend to be the one who gave that jade bracelet from the very beginning, why couldn't you just maintain the act? Why did you have to reveal the truth to Uncle and Yunyan? Do you have any idea how much face I've lost within the family because of you? Flipping to the next page of his document, completely unfazed, Yi Chen replies smoothly, ah, so that's what this is about. I was telling the truth the entire time. It's just that none of them chose to believe me. Unwilling to listen, Jiaqi rants through her tears. Now, everyone in the family is convinced that you, Yi Chen, have feelings for Wang Yunyun. In front of the whole family, Grandma couldn't stop singing her praises. How dare she ask me to be her personal driver? If she marries President Yi in the future, I will have no standing left in the Wang family. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Chen coldly replies, don't you still have that young master from the Fang family to rely on? She swallows her pride and admits that Fang Cao can't even begin to compare with President Yi. He isn't even regarded as a true executive in their family business. They exist in completely different realms. Amused by her sudden change of tune, Yi Chen rests his chin on his hand and mocks. Hearing you say that, I honestly can't tell if I should feel flattered or concerned. Hearing this, Jockey's voice rings out over the line. What exactly are you so pleased about? Sure, Fang Kao can't compare to President Yi, but he's still 10,000 times better than you. At the very least, he can genuinely support our Wang family and help me hold my head high, both within the family and in public. As for you, all you ever did was bring me shame. You left behind this enormous mess for me to clean up before the divorce. Finally losing his patience, Yi Chen glares coldly and warns, "This woman is impossible. If you're only calling to berate me, then I'm hanging up. I have actual work to do." Realizing she had pushed too far, Jiaki instantly panicked and pleaded, "Wait, don't hang up! I called because I need you to do me a favor." Putting on a serious expression, he finally demands, "What exactly is it that you want?" Still consumed by jealousy, Jiaki glares bitterly while on the phone with Yi Chen, insisting, "Yi Chen, I won't allow Wang Yu and your President Yi to have things go smoothly." Yi Chen furrows his brow and replies calmly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" A wicked smirk crosses her face as she plots. "Wang Yunyu will be heading to your company again this afternoon. She's been really into black tea lately, so pour her a cup and slip some laxatives into it, making her spend the entire meeting running to the bathroom. Or, when you brush past her, pretend to be clumsy and tear her kippa. You're strong enough she'd never suspect you." Pinching the bridge of his nose in exhaustion, Yi Chen replies reluctantly, "Fine, I'll help you out with this. But honestly, there's no need for all that nonsense. I'll just give President Yi a call. I didn't want to deal with Wang Yun in the first place." Infuriated that he isn't taking her elaborate revenge seriously, Chiaki snaps, "Stop talking big. You're just a bodyguard. Do you really think you can tell President Yi not to see someone and he'll just listen?" Unfazed, Yi Chen coldly states, "Believe whatever you want," before abruptly ending the call and glaring at her dead screen. Chiaki fumes, thinking to herself that he actually dared to hang up on her. This man has way too much nerve. Later that afternoon at 2 o'clock, Wang Yunyu confidently strides onto the president's floor of the Haisheng group, dressed in her blue kippa. She orders the receptionist, HMPH Secretary Zhou, "Take me to see President Yi immediately." The busty assistant adjusts her glasses and politely interjects, "Miss Wang, I'm terribly sorry, but you really should head back." Confused and impatient, Yunyu replies, "Why isn't President Yi coming back this afternoon at all?" Sweating nervously as she quickly invents an excuse, Secretary Zhou explains that it's not what it seems. "President Yi mentioned that you are far too beautiful. If he tried to discuss the contract with you, he fears he would be so distracted by your looks that he would completely forget about work. Therefore, he would prefer that you send someone else from your family instead." Instantly blushing, Yunyu's ego inflates to dangerous levels as she gasps in pure delight. Did President Yi really just compliment my beauty? Seeing the lie work perfectly. Secretary Zhou nods smoothly and adds, "Absolutely. President Yi also follows your short video account and watches your content regularly." Overjoyed, Yanyu squeals happily. "President Yi is really one of my admirers." "Fine then, I'll let someone else come instead. Secretary Zhou, please tell President Yi that he's welcome to ask me out for coffee or a movie anytime he's free." Zhou forces a polite smile and assures her, "I'll be sure to pass along the message." Pulling a thick stack of cash from her designer bag, Yunyu slides it across the desk and says, "This is a little something for you." Taken aback, Zhou asks, "What's this for?" Leaning in closely, Yunyu whispers eagerly, "Just send me a photo of President Yi." Firmly pushing the bribe back, Zhou shakes her head and says, "Miss Wang, I don't actually have any pictures of President Yi myself." Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Zhou hints, "But I can tell you this much. President Yi is extremely handsome and around the same age as you." Yunyu blushes furiously, her imagination running wild as she turns and leaves in high spirits. Watching her walk away, Secretary Zhou covers her mouth and scoffs silently, noting that all that beauty comes with absolutely nothing going on upstairs. Meanwhile, far away in Man City, Country Tea, a distinguished older man named Lord Lu Zhengyun pours himself a glass of whiskey. Sitting in his luxurious office, he questions his heavily bruised and bleeding subordinate, Ji Guo. "Why did you travel all the way from Yunju just to find me?" Sweating profusely, the tattooed thug praises him, saying, "Lord Lu's foresight is truly divine. I've run into some trouble in Yunju and need to beg for your assistance." Kneeling on the floor in absolute disgrace, Ji Guo continues, "The situation is like this." Suddenly exploding in rage, Lord Lu smashes his whiskey glass over Ji Guo's head, roaring, "What did you just say? You worthless idiot. I left you with plenty of men back then. There should have been at least 70 or 80 still under your command. Now you're telling me you only have 10 left, and they're all crippled." Trembling in fear, Zigor pleads, "It's entirely my uselessness. Please punish me however you see fit, Lord Lu." Lighting a cigar to calm his nerves, Lord Liu exhales a thick cloud of smoke and sighs. Forget it, he thinks. Times have changed. Fighting and killing accomplish nothing these days. We are people who live in the shadows. There is no place for us to survive in the harsh light of day. That's precisely why I left Yunju 2 years ago and shifted my focus to these desperate regions in Southeast Asia. Desperate to make amends, Jiguo pleads. If I had even half of Lord Lu's intelligence, I never would have ended up in such a miserable state today. I beg you, Lord Lu, allow me to lead 100 men back there to avenge our fallen brothers. Lord Lu picks up his smartphone and explains, I grew up an orphan just like you. The reason I have the mindset and achievements I do today is all thanks to Master Fang's guidance. Wait here a moment. As the call connects, Liu's tone shifts to one of deep reverence. Master Fang, it's me, Liu. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Realizing who is on the phone, Jiguo watches in awe, knowing this is the legendary true boss who raised Lord Lu from nothing. Lu continues respectfully, it's like this. I'm planning to return to Yunju in the next couple of days to handle some matters. It's also been a while since I visited you, so I've prepared some gifts. He pauses, then adds, wait, you're actually in Yunju right now? That's wonderful news. I'll book a flight. Master Fang, I'll come pay my respects to you shortly. Hanging up, Lord Lu turns to his subordinate with a smirk. You're in luck, kid. Master Fang happens to be in Yunju at this very moment. Thrilled by the news, Jiguo eagerly asks, really? Then Lord Lu, could you possibly introduce me as well? I would love the chance to meet our Grandmaster. Lord Lu slaps him hard across the face and scolds. Do you honestly think Master Fang has time for a useless nobody who has accomplished absolutely nothing? Even I have to schedule an appointment well in advance just to adjust. With a commanding posture, Lu said, book me a flight immediately. I'm going to visit Master Fang, and while I'm there, I'll take care of that kid named Yichin you mentioned. Clenching his fists with a wicked grin, he declared, excellent! I want Yichin dead more than anything. Thank you, Lord Lu. Later that evening, back at the Wang residence in Yunju, Ji Quan holds a glass of wine and remarks that President Yi couldn't engage in serious business discussions because he was too distracted. Yuan, it seems President Yi is genuinely infatuated with you, basking in the praise. Yuan smiles smugly and replies, well, obviously. Ziguan then turns to another young man in the room and instructs, since President Yi requested we send someone else, Yichin, you'll go see President Yi tomorrow. He glares at his phone screen with a sinister expression. Yichin thinks to himself, perfect. I was planning to find that useless piece of trash, Yichin, tomorrow anyway. That fool will regret ever being born. The following morning at Master Fang's grand sunlit villa, Lord Lu and his men arrived to offer their respects. Removing his hat and bowing deeply alongside his associates, Lu greeted the gray-haired man seated before them, Master Fang. Adjusting his glasses gracefully, the sharply dressed Master Fang replied humbly, Yichin, you're a regional boss now. There's no need to bow to me like this. Straightening up with utter devotion, Liu insists I, Liu Yichin, would be nothing today without Master Fang's guidance and cultivation. I will never forget such a tremendous favor for as long as I live. Master Fang, haven't you been living in the UK for the past 2 years? What brought you back to the country so suddenly and to this city of Yunju, of all places? Taking a slow sip of his tea, Master Fang answers calmly, the old master sent me here to assist the third young master. Lord Lu's eyes widen in sheer shock as the gravity of the situation sinks in. He thinks to himself, could it really be that the third young master is actually hiding here in Yunju? I never would have imagined that Master Fang's master is truly a figure of immense importance. He ranks among the most powerful people alive across the entire world. Setting his teacup down firmly, Master Fang warns, tell your subordinates not to run around causing trouble blindly. If they disturb the third young master in any way, you'll be the one facing severe consequences. Lord Lu nods vigorously in agreement. Yes, absolutely, Master Fang. Cautious not to make a fatal mistake, Lu politely asks, Master Fang, could you please describe what the young master looks like? This humble individual could never forgive himself for failing to recognize such an important figure and inadvertently causing offense. That would be a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. With a subtle gesture from Master Fang, his assistant steps forward and hands Lu a photograph. Staring down at the image, Master Fang instructs, this is the third young master. He is currently undergoing the family's trial mission, so do not disturb him under any circumstances. When your services are needed, I will naturally summon you. As Lord Liu examines the photo, a look of profound disbelief washes over his face. The immensely powerful third young master he was just ordered to protect is none other than Yi Chen, the very man he had planned to kill. Admiring the photograph in his hand, Lord Liu enthusiastically praises the third young master, declaring him truly handsome. Anyone can see at a glance that he comes from an extraordinary family. Lord Liu adds that he would give anything just to catch a glimpse of the young master's esteemed face in person someday. Sitting calmly in his armchair, Master Fang observes that the third young master has already been in Yunju for 3 years and will likely remain here for another year or two. Changing the subject, Fang asks, "By the way, haven't you been recruiting men in Southeast Asia these past few years? What brought you back so suddenly?" Lord Liu explains respectfully, "I have an underling named Ziguo who ran into some trouble, so I gathered about 100 men recruited from various Southeast Asian countries to assist him in dealing with the situation." Master Fang's expression darkens as he warns sternly, "I don't particularly care what you do, but don't let it affect the third young master in any way." Nodding furiously, Liu agrees. Satisfied, Fang stands up and invites him, saying, "All right then, come play a game of chess with me. Let's see if your skills have improved at all." Meanwhile, outside the towering Huisheng Group company building, an infuriated Wang Xiaji paces back and forth, complaining bitterly. "What exactly is going on with the Huisheng CEO? He's left me sitting in that reception room for a full 2 hours. What does President Yu think he's playing at? He clearly has a thing for my sister, yet he treats me, his future brother-in-law, like this." The tempers of these tycoons are absolutely baffling. Deciding to take out his frustration elsewhere, he snarls, "Forget this. I'm going to find that kid Yi Chen and give him a piece of my mind." In his luxurious office, Yi Chen glances at his ringing phone, sees Xiaji's name flashing across the screen, and answers calmly. Xiaji immediately barks over the line, "Yi Chen, you brat! You're here! Let me ask you something. Where is your President Yi hiding?" Unfazed, Yi Chen responds casually, "What do you want from me?" Before dryly adding, "President Yi is currently chatting with an idiot." Completely missing the insult, Xiaji scoffs loudly. "I totally agree. What kind of moron takes that long just chatting with President Yi?" Yi Chen rolls his eyes and coldly clarifies, "You really have no self-awareness. The idiot I'm referring to is you." Soon after the two men meet face to face, Xiaji looks Yi Chen up and down and sneers. "Yi Chen, you claim to be a bodyguard, yet you strut around dressed like a CEO. Who exactly are you trying to impress?" Pointing an accusing finger at him, Xiaji threatens, "That little stunt you pulled, hitting me in front of all those big shots in Yunju. I won't let that slide anytime soon." Xiaji boasts arrogantly, saying, "Didn't you have Ziguo set me up? Too bad your precious brother Guo couldn't help you get your revenge. Don't get too comfortable. Brother Guo's boss just sent over about 100 top-tier thugs." Hearing this, Yi Chen narrows his eyes, concerned for Qin Hongyin's safety. He warns her, "Just be careful on your way home from work from now on, and maybe don't drink too much. You wouldn't want to end up beaten to a pulp without even knowing what hit you." Loosening his tie, Yi Chen challenges him directly. "Why wait? Have them come to the company parking lot right now. Save them the trouble of ambushing me later. Let's settle this directly." Xiaji eagerly points at his phone. "Fine, you said it. I'll have Brother Guo send people over immediately. If you got any guts, come down and wait with me right now." Yi Chen confidently replies, "Sure, I'll be waiting." As I walk down into the dimly lit underground parking lot, Xiaji immediately grabs a pipe and starts smashing the security cameras. Watching him calmly, Yi Chen asks, "What exactly are you doing?" Xiaji turns around with a sinister grin, boasting, "Now that I've taken out all the cameras, even if I beat you to death right here, there won't be any evidence left." Yi Chen simply smiles and cracks his knuckles as he retorts, "Is that so? Then by that logic, if I beat you to death here, there won't be any evidence either, right?" Before Xiaji can react, Yi Chen dashes forward with terrifying speed. Xiaji panics, stammering, What are you doing?" but is immediately struck by a brutal punch to the face, causing him to scream in sheer agony as he grips a terrified Xiaji by the collar. Yi Chen mocks Wang Xie, saying, "Are you really this stupid? Did you think I would just stand here waiting for you to call your thugs? Why wouldn't I beat you up first?" Suddenly, a loud voice echoes to the garage, commanding, "Let him go." Zigu arrives with his menacing squad of muscular thugs, ordering everyone to get him. As the thugs charge, Yi Chen effortlessly dodges and weaves, delivering powerful strikes. He notes to himself that these 10 are definitely a cut above the usual street trash. Watching from the sidelines, Zigu sneers confidently as Yi Chen stops struggling. These men are beyond your control. Here's the deal. Get on your knees, acknowledge me as your boss, and pledge your loyalty to me from now on. If you do that, I'll spare you. How does that sound? Yi Chen's voice cuts through the chaos as he fiercely declares, "You're not worthy," sweating as he watches Yi Chen systematically dismantle his best men. Zigu urgently calls his boss, pleading, "Lord Lu, you absolutely need to send someone stronger, someone who can take on 10 men single-handedly. I must recruit someone with this kind of talent under my command." Striding through a lavish hallway, Lord Liu replies enthusiastically, "What? Send me the location. I'll head over immediately. I can't believe there's someone in this country who can handle 10 men at once. I must have a talent like this on my side." 10 minutes later, a sleek black car screeches to a halt in the parking lot. Lord Liu steps out as Zigu rushes over eagerly, greeting him with, "Lord Liu, you've arrived! I told you 10 men weren't enough. Let's send 100 and finish him off directly." Shoving Zigu aside roughly, Lord Liu barks, "Useless waste. Get out of my way. I want to take a look at this Yi Chen character." Nearby, Yi Chen finishes kicking down the last thug, panting slightly as he strategizes. "These 10 have taken a lot out of me. If another dozen or so show up, things could get dicey. The best approach is to catch the leader first. I'll take down Lord Liu right away." Meanwhile, a heavily bruised Xiaji points at Yi Chen and taunts, "Yi Chen, Lord Liu is someone you absolutely cannot afford to cross. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees right now and apologize." However, as Lord Liu finally gets a clear look at Yi Chen's face, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. Yi Chen clears his throat lightly, locking eyes with the petrified crime boss. Completely oblivious to Liu's trembling, Xiaji continues to yell, "Lord Liu, finish him, beat him to death." He stares at the man he was just ordered to protect at all costs, the man whose photograph is currently burning a hole in his pocket. Lord Liu stammers in utter horror, "Why you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lord Liu spins around and delivers a bone-crushing punch directly to Xiaji's already battered face. Holding his stinging cheek in complete bewilderment, Xiaji cries out, "Lord Liu, what are you doing?" Ignoring him entirely, Lord Liu drops to his knees, pressing his forehead to the concrete floor in absolute submission as he screams, "Why, young master?" A tense standoff unfolds as an older man in a traditional blue tunic kneels on the ground, his face a mask of terror and sweat. He stares up internally, exclaiming that Yi Chen is the spitting image of the third young master in the photo Master Fang sent. Desperately, he declares aloud, "Young master, I am one of Master Fang's men." Looking down at the kneeling man with an icy glare, Yi Chen responds, "So you work for Butler Fang?" The man, identifying himself as Lu Kun, bows his head in profound fear and pleads, "For what happened today, I, Lu Kun, deserve to die 1,000 times over. Please punish me however you see fit, young master." Standing nearby, the red-braided brother Melon is completely stunned by this turn of events. Sweating, he asks, "Lord Liu, what are you talking about? This guy is just our family's live-in son-in-law. Why are you calling him young master? Did you mistake him for someone else?" Furious at the insolence, Lu Kun turns his head and glares at brother Melon, shouting, "You worthless fool! Get down on your knees before the young master this instant!" Pointing to himself in utter bewilderment, brother Melon stammers, "Wait, me? Kneel to him?" Without hesitation, Lu Kun violently grabs brother Melon by the hair, forcing him to the ground as he orders, "Kneel kowtow 100 times and make them loud. If even one is too quiet, you start over." Brother Melon immediately starts slamming his head against the concrete, pleading, "Brother Yi Chen, Master Yi Chen, I, Zigua, was blind to offend you. Please be merciful and forgive this worthless fool." Watching from the sidelines, a heavily bruised Wang Sheiji is completely dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "What? What is happening? How did Yi Chen suddenly become Brother Guo's boss?" Unfazed by the frantic apologies, Yi Chen calmly instructs the kowtowing man, "That's enough. No need for more. You just need to go explain to the Wang family that I didn't steal their watch." Looking up with a red bruised forehead, Brother Guo immediately agrees, saying, "Yes, absolutely. I'll tell the Wang family that Wang Sheji was the one who put me up to this." Panic instantly sets in for Sheji, who frantically waves his hands and yells, "Hey, Brother Guo, what about me? You can't just sell me out like this." In a surge of loyalty to Yi Chen, Lu Kun lunges forward and grabs Xiaji by the hair, shouting, "So you're the one who falsely accused our young master. Men, throw him into the La River." Xiaji screams in terror, sliding across the floor to cling desperately to Yi Chen's leg. He cries out, "Brother-in-law, save me. We're family. You can't let them do this to me." Looking down with absolute disgust, Yi Chen pulls his leg away and retorts, "Who in the world is your brother-in-law?" Tears stream down his bruised face as Ji desperately negotiates. "Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll give you Wang Yuan, and tonight I'll get Wang Jialan drunk and send her over to your place, okay?" Disgusted by the sheer lack of humanity, Yi Chen delivers a fierce kick to Xieji's chest, sending him flying backward. He reprimands him, "You absolute animal. Wang Jialan and Wang Yuan are both your sisters. One of them your own blood, and you're offering them up like bargaining chips. Do you have any decency left in you?" Begging from the floor, Xieji pleads, "Brother-in-law, you have to save me." Yi Chen simply turns away, coldly instructing his men, "Let him off for today." As he walks away, Yi Chen glances back over his shoulder and warns, "When you get back, you'd better explain the whole truth to the Wang family about how you framed me." Ji scrambles away as fast as he can, cowardly shouting back, "Yes, yes, yes, thank you, Brother Chen." The older man in the blue tunic remains kneeling and respectfully states, "Young master, this lowly one is Zhen Kun, one of Master Fang's subordinates. I have brought 100 men from Southeast Asia this time, and am willing to offer them all for your use." Yi Chen nods calmly and accepts the offer, saying, "I understand. Take your men and leave for now." Internally, he notes that these people might come in handy for certain special situations down the line. The scene shifts back to the tranquil exterior of Jixian Villa. Inside, Xieji sits on the sofa with a severely bruised and swollen face. When someone asks, "Ji, what happened to your face?" he sweats and looks away shiftily, lying, "It's nothing serious. I had a little accident with the car." Addressing the elderly Madame Wang and his second uncle, Xieji admits the truth. "Grandma, second uncle, the Richard Mill watch wasn't stolen by Yi Chen. I took it myself to frame him." He sweats nervously, thinking to himself, "This Yi Chen has connections with some seriously dangerous people. I'd better not poke that bear again." Old Madame Wang waves her hand dismissively and says, "Let's forget it then. He was wrong this time, but that Yi Chen isn't exactly innocent either. Even if he didn't steal from our house, I could still find out if he stole from someone else. After all, where else would he get the money to stay in a 5-star hotel?" She then pivots the conversation, asking, "By the way, Xieji, did you go to Hisheng Group today and meet with President Yi?" Pondering the situation with a deep frown, old Madame Wang wonders aloud what exactly President Yi is playing at. Is he really going to refuse to negotiate unless this old woman personally shows up? Standing nearby, Jialan steps forward eagerly and volunteers, "Grandma, how about letting me try?" She reasons internally that this project was originally planned together with Yi Chen. Perhaps President Yi has been waiting for the true project planner to step up. Yun instantly sneers at her sister, mocking her. "Our whole family went, and President Yi wouldn't see any of us. But you think he'll make an exception for you? You really think highly of yourself, don't you?" Refusing to back down, Jaylene looks to her grandmother and pleads, "Grandma." Old Madame Wang nods in agreement, saying, "Jialin, go ahead and give it a try." Gripping her cane firmly, the old madam declares with finality, "If it still doesn't work when you go, then I will personally pay a visit to President Yi. In short, we must secure this cooperation with Hwei Group at any cost." A caption reads, 2 p.m. At Hushenji Group, Jaylene arrives at the sleek corporate office and asks Secretary Zhou if President Yi is available. Secretary Zhou politely replies, "Miss Wang, please wait in the reception room for a moment. President Yi is still occupied." Jialin softly responds, "All right." Sitting quietly in the reception room, Jialin looks down at the glass in her hands, recognizing the drink as honey water. "For the past 3 years, Yi Chen has made me a cup of honey water every single morning." Meanwhile, outside the president's office, Qin Hongyan checks her phone and informs Yi Chen that Wang Jialin has arrived. She asks if he would like to see her. Yi Chen reflects on this, saying, "I've already turned away Wang Shikeng, Wang Yunyuan, and Wang Aju when they came to discuss the contract. If we continue to refuse them like this, the Wang family will surely think we're just stringing them along. Since we've decided to move forward with the cooperation, we might as well give them the 70 million. Yi Chen then looks at Qin Hongyan and instructs her, "Hongyan, bring me the contract." She replies, "Right away." Yi Chen opens the door to the reception room. Jialin looks up in surprise and exclaims, "Yi Chen, it's you!" As she gazes at her, Yi Chen thinks to himself that Wang Jialin always used to dress like this at home, comfortable and casual, yet still quite pretty and charming. Trying to act cordial, Jialin smiles and says, "President, you must be very busy right now. I imagine you won't be able to come for a while. Please, sit down and keep me company." Ignoring her attempt at small talk, Yi Chen coldly holds out a blue folder and states, "I have nothing to discuss with you." He hands over the document and instructs, "Take a look at the contract. If you find no issues with it, you can go ahead and sign. The 70 million will be transferred to your company's account in 3 installments within the week." Jialin opens the folder, thoroughly stunned. She thinks to herself that President Yi has already approved this, and she had expected him to review everything more carefully before releasing the funds. As she reads the cover page, her eyes widen in shock, and she gasps out loud. The bold text on the contract proudly displays the name, First Class Jialin. Looking up at Yi Chen with utter bewilderment, she asks, "Why does it say this?" Yi Chen stands calmly before her, his hands in his pockets. In that moment, she suddenly recalls that this is the name Yi Chen gave to the project when they were planning it together 6 months ago. A warm flashback shows a younger Yi Chen in casual clothes, smiling brightly as he types on his laptop. He suggests to her, "This project is meant for you, so how about we call it First Class Jialin?" Smiling brightly as he types on his laptop, he recalls a moment from 6 months ago when he was putting this project together. He named it First Class Jialin because he had developed the entire concept for Wang Jiaqi. Of course, I wanted to put her name on it. Returning to the present, Yi Chen stands before the stunned Jialin, looking down at her with a gentle yet bittersweet expression. He continues, "Back then, I figured that even if the Wang family didn't support it, half a year later, after the 3-year live-in son-in-law trial period ended, I decided to use my own family's money to launch the First Class Jialin project. It was meant to be a gift for my wife." Jialin, clutching the contract tightly to her chest, looked up at me with wide, teary eyes and softly asked, "This was named after me." Yi Chen smiles faintly, his expression a blend of fondness and regret as he explains how no one could have predicted that Wang Jiaqi would later cheat on him. Private residence and deceased residence sound a bit too similar, so we change the name. He tilts his head slightly, his tone shifting to a more casual, almost teasing one as he asks, "What, you don't like this name?" Jialin's face flushes crimson as she realizes the depth of his past devotion. Stammering, she says, "Yi Chen, you begged President Yi to use this name, didn't you?" Refusing to accept his genuine success, she rationalizes internally. Yi Chen is just a bodyguard. Why would President Yi listen to him? Did he kneel down and beg for this favor? The scene transitions to a delicate close-up of a man's hand, gently grasping a woman's hand, accompanied by the sound effect, "Shaw!" Yi Chen, looking serious, holds Jialin's hand and softly says, "Thank you." Jialin, her face still flushed, gazes at him with a mix of surprise and lingering affection. Yi Chen's expression hardens slightly as he corrects her assumptions, saying, "Not really." President Yi genuinely liked the name Jialin because it shares the same character as the jia in delicious food. Therefore, he decided to use it. Jialin, however, remains unconvinced by his explanation, stubbornly insisting that it must be because he begged President Yi so desperately that he agreed. "Why are you afraid to admit it? I know you still love me," she asserts. Yi Chen sighs internally, recognizing his persistent delusion. He turns his head away, his expression growing cold and distant as he says, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Just sign it." Jialin, still holding on to her narrative, smiles brightly and assures him that if this project is completed, Grandma will definitely be overjoyed. With a look of determination, she signs the contract and officially stamps it. As Yi Chen turns to leave with the signed document, he says professionally, "All right, I'll take this copy to file it away." Just then, Jialin quickly calls out, "Wait a moment." Yi Chen stops and approaches him with a grateful smile. "I'm really happy you helped me this time. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch at that place outside the city that you love the most. What was it called again? Little Duck Instant Noodles." Yi Chen's expression darkens further as he flatly rejects her offer. "Thanks, but I'm busy. I don't have time to eat with you," he says, his voice dripping with disappointment as he corrects her. "That shop outside the city is called Little Chicken Instant Noodles. You've been there so many times, yet you never bothered to remember the name. It feels like you never really loved me at all." Stung by his words, Jialin's face contorts in anger. She shouts defensively, "I went with you to that rundown little shop so many times. I've already been more than good enough to you." Yi Chen, completely unfazed by her outburst, turns his back and walks away, throwing a final cold remark over his shoulder. "If you don't want to go, fine. I'll go eat Western food with Fang Cao instead." As he leaves, Jialin watches him go, her expression a mix of frustration and lingering attachment. Suddenly, the office doors swing open, and a stunning woman with long dark hair, President Qin Hongyan, enters the room. Jialin gasps, recognizing the powerful figure. Qin Hongyan, exuding elegance and authority, acknowledges her with a cool, "Miss Wang." Ji Alin, flustered, stammers a respectful President Qin as Qin Hongyan walks past her, glaring at her retreating back. Jilin's jealousy flares as she mutters to herself. This foolish woman actually used that idiot to provoke President Yi. As Jilin watches Yi Chen and Qin Hongyan stand together, her thoughts turn to Yi Chen. She notices that he is still gazing at President Yi, suggesting that he still has feelings for his ex-wife. Turning back to Qin Hongyan, she silently threatens that if Wang Jieqi made you angry, you could tear up the contract and refuse to cooperate with the Wang family. It seems that winning over President Yi will be a long battle. Yi Chen, maintaining his professional demeanor, replies to Qin Hongyan, "I won't go back on what I promised." Qin Hongyan leans in closely with a seductive smile and playfully comments, "President Yi, I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. I'm a foodie too, and I'm really curious about that little chicken instant noodles spot outside the city that you mentioned. What's it like? Could you take me there?" Surprised by her request, Yi Chen looks down at her and agrees. "Sure," he replies. Qin Hongyan silently cheers in success, while playfully responding with a loud, "Great!" The scene shifts an hour and a half later to outside a small, unassuming eatery called Little Chicken Instant Noodles. Standing before the modest storefront, Yi Chen turns to Qin Hongyan and warns her, "This isn't some five-star restaurant. It's just an ordinary little place. I'm worried you might not be used to it." Qin Hongyan smiles warmly and reassures him that good food shouldn't be judged by its price. She happily enjoys stinky tofu that costs just a few bucks. She adds, looking at him with a mix of sincerity and charm, "President Yi, I'm not the kind of delicate princess who only frequents high-end places." Yi Chen, touched by her down-to-earth nature, smiles slightly and thinks. Qin Hongyan really built herself up from nothing. She didn't rely on her family and must have endured many hardships. She's definitely not like the average rich, beautiful girl. As they walk toward the entrance, Qin Hongyan suddenly trips in her high heels, stumbling forward with a sharp gasp. Yi Chen quickly catches her arm, steadying her as she apologizes. "Sorry, President Yi. There are some potholes at the entrance, and I'm afraid of tripping in these heels." Yi Chen, holding her arm supportively, replies kindly, "It's fine. Hold on to me. I'll guide you across." Qin Hongyan nods softly in response. As they walk arm in arm, Yi Chen reflects on the stark contrast between his past and present. Looking down at Qin Hongyan's hand resting on his arm, he thinks about how, for 3 years, he wished he could hold Wang Jieqi's hand and walk into places like this, but she had refused every single time. A look of deep contemplation crosses his face as he realizes the irony. In the end, it was another man who got to hold her hand and embrace her. Noticing his sudden shift in mood, Qin Hongyan looks up at him with concern and asks, "President Yi, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Yi Chen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly reassured her. "It's nothing, Hongyan. Just call me by my name when we're outside." Still worried, she probes further. "Yi Chen, what were you thinking about just now? You looked really unhappy." Yi Chen stares off into the distance with a hardened expression, insisting it's nothing. However, his internal thoughts reveal his true fury as he imagines Wang Jieqi and Feng Qiu together. He sees that Wang Jieqi is likely enjoying a lovely Western dinner with that scumbag Feng Qiu right now. Perhaps he should have Zheng Kun break Feng Qiu's third leg. The scene then abruptly shifts to a bright, upscale restaurant in the Yunzhu city center, the QY Light Food Restaurant. Wang Jiayin, wearing a light blue slip dress, sits across from her friend Hong Ye and asks, "Why did you suddenly call me out to eat?" Hong, looking serious, slides a blue folder across the table. "Take a look," he says. Curious, Jiayin asks, "What is it?" Hong Ye's expression shifts to one of urgency as she reveals, "Not bad, my dear. You actually represented your family and signed a contract with Yu Sheng Group, and it's even named after you." Caught off guard by the accusation, Jiayin defensively retorts, "What are you implying? That I slept with President Yi? Don't think of me as that cheap. Do I look like that kind of woman?" Hong leans in with a knowing look and presses the issue, saying, "Oh, really? Didn't you agree to go to a hotel room with Feng Qiu to help your family secure financing?" Flustered and annoyed, Jiayin snatches the folder back, snapping, "You're so annoying. Give me back the contract." She then tries to justify her actions, explaining with a sigh, "I'm only with Feng Qiu because he promised to help the Wang family resolve this financing issue. I wanted to accomplish something that would finally earn my grandmother's respect for our branch of the family." The chapter concludes with a close-up of Jiayin, her expression filled with lingering regret and sorrow. She confesses, "Even though Yi Chen was just a delivery driver, I really loved his project idea. I wanted to help him make it happen, too. Who knew we'd end up divorced in the end?" Zhou Weiyan sits at a table with her friend Hong Yi and defensively explains, I thought I was making a sacrifice for the family and our future, but in the end, that guy Yi Chen couldn't help with anything and just kept blaming me. She leans forward slightly, insisting, I was only pretending to go along with Fang Qiu to secure the investment. Hong, don't get the wrong idea about this. Kong Yi, looking sympathetic yet slightly amused, replies with a sigh. Fine, fine, you're not that kind of woman. You're the purest woman in the whole world. All right, don't be angry, dear. Hong Yi then shifts the topic back to the contract, asking why President Yi would use Jiayin's name. Still clinging to her narrative, Jiayin explains that it was Yi Chen who begged President Yi to do it. Hong Yi looks utterly shocked. Yi Chen? Jiayin nods, continuing her delusional line of thought. Yi Chen begged President Yi to use that name, but he's just a bodyguard. Why would President Yi listen to him unless he got down on his knees and pleaded? This strokes Jiayin's vanity perfectly. She smiles smugly, flipping her hair as she boasts, well, of course, I'm the #1 beauty in Yunju after all. Hong Yi plays along, replying, impressive, impressive. Hong Yi then makes one final offer. Marry Fang Cao first and leverage the Fang family's influence to elevate the Wang family to the status of a first-class family in Yunju. As she sips her coffee thoughtfully, Hong Yi continues with her Machiavellian advice. In a couple of years, when your family's old master passes away, fight to inherit half the property. You need to secure at least 500 million, and then go after those two brats, Wang Xieji and Wang Yunyun, for the rest of the inheritance. Hong Yi paints a glorious picture of Jiayan's future. By then, you won't even be 30 years old, and you'll already be a little rich lady worth hundreds of millions, all within a comical imagination bubble. A chibi, Jiayin leaps into the arms of a handsome man in a tuxedo, while Hong Yi adds, if you can't stand that playboy Fang Cao anymore, just divorce him. You'll walk away with a few $100 million, and then you can either find yourself some young, fresh meat, or even remarry your ex-husband if you want. It's simply perfect. Jiayin smiles warmly, raising her teacup as she agrees. Sister, just remember to give me a hand when the time comes, all right? They clink their cups together with a cheerful ding, and Jiayin adds, then you'll have to cheer me on plenty. The scene shifts to 70 men at Jishan Villa, where the beautiful, traditional-style mansion is bathed in the soft glow of evening lights. Inside, Jiayin is visibly annoyed as she addresses her father and sister, Yunyun. Wang Jiayin, why did you call us all here? I already agreed to go see a movie with my classmates. Jiayin, sitting calmly, responds, don't be impatient. Maybe Jiayin signed the contract with Hui Sheng Group. Yunyun scoffs at the idea, saying, Dad, don't let her off the hook so easily either. Suddenly, Jiayin bursts into the room, holding the blue folder high as she proudly announces, I've already signed the contract. The 70 million will be in the account soon. She slams the folder onto the table with a loud smack. Jiayin and Yunyun are completely stunned, their eyes wide. Jiayin stammers, how is that even possible? Yunyun, equally in disbelief, protests, I don't believe it. However, as she looks at the contract, she sees the bold letters reading, First Class GAQI. She bursts into mocking laughter, exclaiming, First Class GAQI. Sister Jiaki, are you sure these aren't fake? You actually changed the name. You're way too full of yourself, using your own name to label our family's project. Do you really think you deserve that? Jiayin calmly replies, Uncle, aren't you very close with President Qin? Didn't she tell you anything about this? Panic crosses Ji Qiang's face as he quickly pulls out his phone. Sweating profusely, he asks, President Qin, I just want to confirm, is this contract genuine? He listens intently, his eyes widening further as he repeats, it's really signed and the name was changed. Hanging up the phone, he looks at Yunyun in utter shock, confirming that the contract is real. Just then, old Madam Wang enters the room, praising Jiaki for a job well done. To think that you actually secured this 70 million. Grandma will reward you handsomely. Yunyun, furious at being overshadowed, demands to know what Jiayin did to make President Yi name the project after her. Jiayin defensively replies, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't even meet the president. Yunyun refuses to believe the accusations. Who do you think you're fooling? Would President Yi really sign a contract with you without ever meeting you? Wang Jiki, let me remind you, you're a divorced woman now. You're not worthy of President Yi. He's mine. If you dare to compete with me for him, don't blame me for not treating you like a sister anymore. She snatches the folder from Jiayin's hands and shoves her aggressively. Jiayin stumbles backward with a gasp. Old Madam Wang immediately reprimands Yunyun, shouting. Yunyun turns and storms out of the room, fuming. Old Madam Wang sighs, attempting to soothe the situation. Jiaki, your experience remains somewhat limited. Go follow your uncle and father for now. Learn from them and temper yourself. In the future, as long as you continue to perform like this, Grandma will definitely place you in an important position. Cheyenne looks down, disappointment etched on her face. Clenching the folder tightly, she forces a smile and replies, "Yes, I understand." As she leaves the room, she puts on a bright smile and says, "Thank you, Grandma. I will definitely continue working hard for the Wang family." Internally, however, she resolves fiercely, "I'm still too weak right now. Once I become stronger, I absolutely will not let anyone take away my achievements ever again." The scene shifts outside to Wang Yunyun's home, where she angrily kicks the tire of her red sports car, muttering in frustration. With her divorce status, Wang Jiki still dares to pursue President Yi. How utterly shameless. Inside, she paces frantically in her living room, sweating as she plots. "I've put in just as much effort as anyone else to look this good. How can I let Wang Jiaki ruin my plan? I absolutely cannot let her get her hooks into President Yi. What should I do?" Suddenly, an idea strikes her. She pulls out her phone, a sinister smile forming on her face as she contemplates whether the best way is to make Wang Jiaki get married again. She's a married woman, so she won't be able to pursue President Yi anymore. However, she dials a number and sweetly says, "Hey brother, give me Fang Hao's number. I have a use for it." The scene transitions to a vibrant cityscape at night, with the sound of a ringing phone filling the air. Inside a bustling nightclub, Fang Hao answers his phone, looking confused as he asks himself, "Is this the Wang family's sister Yunyun?" Little Wang's sister, known for her stunning figure, reached out to him. He replied smoothly, "Is this your number? I'll save it right away. Is your WeChat the same as your number? I'll add you in a bit." Yun rolls her eyes and mutters, "HMPH, this pervert." However, she quickly shifts to a sweet tone and says, "Yes, are you busy, Brother Cao? I wanted to chat with you about something." Fang Cao eagerly replies, "Not busy at all. What's on your mind?" Yun casually drops a bombshell. Today, Sister Jackie successfully signed a contract with Hu Sheng Group worth 70 million, and it's even named after her. Everyone in the family is saying that President Yi has taken a liking to Sister Jackie. Fang Cao is utterly stunned, yelling into the phone, "What? President Yi of Hui Sheng Group? His influence in Yongju is unmatched." Yun continues her manipulation, urging Brother Fang to go after her sister immediately. Ideally, she suggests he should propose to her directly. Fang Cao hesitates, sweating nervously as he thinks, "I really do like your sister, but Jiaki just got divorced. If I propose right now, isn't that a bit too soon?" Yun aggressively shoots down his doubts, saying, "What do you mean too soon? My sister is the #1 beauty in Yunju. If you're too slow, you'll lose your chance. You absolutely cannot hesitate." This revelation leads Fang Cao to understand the truth. She is correct. Although Wang Jiaki is on her second marriage, she and Yi Chen were never truly husband and wife in any meaningful way. A flashback reveals Jiayin walking away from him in a hotel hallway saying, "Let's talk about this another time." He thinks angrily to himself, "That time at the hotel, I was this close to taking her, but that guy Yi Chen ruined everything." Returning to the present, Fang Cao smirks wickedly, taking a sip of his drink as he plots. How could he let the prize that was already in his grasp slip away? Since someone in the family is willing to help, he decides to go along with the plan. The flow is completely in his favor as Wang Jackie speaks into the phone, his tone laced with sinister intent. "Sister Yun," he says, "it looks like I'll be counting on your help." After the conversation between Fang Chou and Yuan, Fang Chou visited Vice President Shin's house to discuss Yi Chen. Vice President Shin was puzzled by Fang Chou's unexpected arrival. Fang Chou explained that Vice President Shin wasn't answering his calls, prompting him to decide on a personal visit. In his mind, he believed that to make any move against Yi Chen, he first needed to address the issue with Vice President Shin, since Yi Chen was currently his bodyguard. Fang Chou realized he had to find a way to get Vice President Shin to fire him. Vice President Shin playfully acted cute and asked Fang Chou what he wanted to say to her, explaining that he needed to visit her personally. Fang Chou didn't respond immediately. His gaze was fixed on Vice President Shin's large chest. This reminded him of what he had declared at the Wang family banquet, where he vowed to destroy Yi Chen's livelihood in Yunquan. Vice President Shen quickly realized that their conversation was solely focused on Yi Chen. Fang Chou mentioned that he was aware Yi Chen was now Vice President Shen's bodyguard and a full employee of the Hush Group. He acknowledged that he had no authority to fire Yi Chen since he wasn't connected to the company. However, he had an offer for Vice President Shen that he believed she couldn't refuse. He proposed to give her a sum of money in exchange for removing Yi Chen from the Husheng Group, or at least from his position as her bodyguard. The amount he was willing to offer was 10 times Yi Chen's annual salary if she accepted his proposal. Additionally, he promised that he would owe her a significant debt and would repay it in the future whenever she needed. Upon hearing this, Vice President Shen visibly struggled to hold back her laughter at Fang Chou's ridiculous offer. In her mind, she thought he must have truly lost his mind if he believed he could buy Yi Chen off with just his annual salary. To make matters worse, he was offering 10 times that amount, even though the entire Fang family's assets couldn't match a single year of Yi Chen's salary. Because of this, she stammered while asking Fang Chou if he was really sure about his offer. Fang Chou confidently replied yes, and in fact, he was even willing to increase it if it wasn't enough. In his mind, Fang Chou believed the bodyguard's annual salary was only around 2,000, so 2 million wasn't too heavy for his pocket. Fang Chou's response piqued Vice President Shen's interest, but she was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. She decided to inform Yi Chen about the situation right away. Turning to Fang Chou, she mentioned that she would call Yi Chen to see if he would accept Fang Chou's offer. Since she didn't need the money at the moment, it would be more straightforward for Fang Chou to give the money directly to Yi Chen. Fang Chou agreed. Vice President Shen immediately called Yi Chen to inform him about Fang Chou's offer. She explained that Fang Chou had just visited her home to discuss a proposal. He was willing to pay Yi Chen 10 times his annual salary, but in exchange, Yi Chen would need to resign from the Hai Heng Group. The offer was actually quite appealing, so she wanted to know if Yi Chen would accept it, as they couldn't overlook such a significant sum. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Fang Chou's offer was indeed substantial. He then informed Vice President Shen that he agreed to Fang Chou's proposal. As soon as Fang Chou transferred the money to his bank account, he would promptly resign as president of his company. Vice President Shen immediately informed Fang Chou that Yi Chen had agreed. Fang Chou was overjoyed, as he hadn't struggled at all to convince Vice President Shen. In his mind, he believed there was no problem that money couldn't solve. Moreover, he didn't need to spend much since he would recoup the money from Yi Chen in another way once he was no longer part of the Hai Heng Group. With that in mind, he took out his phone and asked Vice President Shen to input Yi Chen's bank details so he could transfer the money immediately. Vice President Shen acted immediately, prompting Fang Chou to start counting the money he would send to Yi Chen. He also asked Vice President Shen for the exact amount of Yi Chen's annual salary so he could multiply it by 10. Vice President Shen stated that the amount was around 6.7 million, meaning Fang Chou would need to pay 67 million. Fang Chou immediately agreed and began typing the numbers on his phone, but soon realized his bank account didn't have enough funds. In disbelief, he processed the figure Vice President Shen had mentioned and cursed in shock. It was impossible for a bodyguard to earn an annual salary of 6.7 million. Multiplying that by 10 would total 67 million, a sum even the CEO of the Husheng Group did not earn in a year. He approached Vice President Shen, sensing that she was toying with him. He wanted to remind her that he was serious about his offer, so she needed to disclose Yi Chen's actual annual salary. Vice President Shen insisted she wasn't joking. If Fang Chou didn't have enough money to pay 10 times Yi Chen's annual salary, then he should just keep quiet. He had no right to brag if his income was actually smaller than Yi Chen's. Fang Chou should remember that there is always a higher sky beyond the sky, so he shouldn't think so highly of himself. He needs to understand that there are people who shouldn't be looked down upon simply because of their background. It would be wise for Fang Chou to get to know the individuals he is speaking about before passing judgment next time. Fang Chou grew angry, believing that Vice President Shen was prioritizing her dog, Yi Chen, over the situation at hand. He walked back to his car, preparing to leave, and warned Vice President Shen that he would never forget this day, urging her to think carefully about her words in the future. He also mentioned that he was already starting to plan his proposal to Jo in the coming days. Soon, he and Jo would get married because he was confident that Jo wouldn't refuse him. For their wedding, he wanted Vice President Shen to attend and bring her bodyguard, Yi Chen. She needed to warn Yi Chen before bringing him to the wedding, just in case he caused trouble. She didn't want his and Jo's special day to be ruined, so Vice President Shen had to discipline Yi Chen first. Vice President Shen wasn't concerned about Fang Chou's threats. She also remarked that Fang Shou was truly a plague on their family and was certain that the Fang family would soon crumble because of him. She smiled upon hearing about Fang Shou's proposal to J.O., knowing that once they were married, Yi Chen would surely forget about J.O., giving her the freedom to pursue him. It was easier to win someone over when they were in deep sadness, as even a small gesture of comfort could make Yi Chen fall for her in that vulnerable moment. The scene shifted to the Haiheng group, where an elderly restaurant owner was seen sitting behind Yi Chen. This man was Hong, the owner of Yunju Catering. He wondered why President Yi wanted to see him, or if he needed something from him. In his mind, he couldn't understand why one of the most influential figures in Yuncheng had summoned him, especially since he was just a restaurant owner. To make matters worse, his restaurant was already losing money and would likely close soon anyway. Yi Chen expressed his ambition to take over all of Hong's restaurants in Yuncheng. He confidently guaranteed that within 2 months they would defeat their competitor, Zhang Wei. Additionally, he was prepared to pay any amount Hong requested for his restaurants. Upon hearing this, Hong smiled, surprised that the Huisheng group would be the one offering him this deal. He immediately stated that if Yi Chen paid him 60 million, he would be willing to hand over his 7 restaurants in Yuncheng. Additionally, he expressed his readiness to cooperate with Yi Chen and assist in bringing down Zhang Wei's restaurant. Chen immediately agreed, and in his mind, he began plotting his revenge against Zhang Wei for the day of old Madame Wang's birthday banquet. Zhang Wei had told him that even if he became just a janitor, he would never be accepted at any restaurant. Determined to prove Zhang Wei wrong, he wanted to show him who he was truly up against. A few days later, on Pongli Road, people turned their heads toward a newly opened restaurant that had undergone a stunning renovation. It was incredibly beautiful and grand, and it had also changed its name. It was now called Yuncheng Yun Restaurant. People began entering to discover what was on the menu and to taste the food. On the other side, Zhang Wei clenched his fist in anger. He hadn't expected anyone to have the audacity to open a restaurant directly across from his. To him, it was clear they were competing with him, and he was determined to show them the consequences of challenging him. One of his men reported that this restaurant used to belong to Hong, but a few days ago, someone had purchased it. In his opinion, the restaurant now belonged to a different owner. Zhang Wei remained unfazed, knowing that regardless of who owned it, he would prove he was not someone to be easily challenged. Besides, his restaurant had been a leader in Yuncheng for a long time, so the new owner's attempt to compete with him was destined to fail. Following this, Zhang Wei called his staff together because they had an important guest that day. Everyone needed to be on their toes, as their customer was no ordinary person. The scene shifted to a jewelry shop, where Fang Zhou purchased a stunning engagement ring for J.O., planning to propose to her that day at Zhang Wei's restaurant. Fang Zhou smiled, confident that J.O. would accept his offer. He believed it was easy to persuade women when money was involved. After some time, Fang Zhou and J.O. made their way to Zhang Wei's restaurant. J.O. expressed her annoyance, as she still had many tasks to complete that day, but Fang Zhou had insisted they eat out. With a smile, he mentioned that he had reserved a nice table for the two of them, hoping she wouldn't be upset about his invitation for a date. Besides, her office was close to the restaurant, allowing her to return quickly if any sudden meetings arose. However, J.O.'s gaze was fixed on a beautifully renovated new eatery. She wondered if it had just opened, as she had never seen it there before. Reading the restaurant's name, she pondered whether it was a grand establishment. Meanwhile, Fang Zhou wondered when a restaurant like that had opened in the area. He couldn't deny its incredible beauty, and it was situated directly across from Zhang Wei's restaurant, likely belonging to him as well. Because of this, he told J.O. that if she wanted to dine there, he would promptly arrange a table for the two of them. Inside the Yunzhongyun restaurant, Yi Chen quietly observed the events unfolding below from the 3rd floor, his expression unreadable. On the 2nd floor, gossip rippled through the crowd about a proposal that was rumored to be imminent. Several staff members entered carrying beautiful balloons and scattering roses, setting the stage for what appeared to be a grand romantic gesture. People's attention was fixed on the woman who was about to become the fiancée of a wealthy man. They didn't expect her to be so stunning. Truly, only a woman with beauty like hers deserves such an elaborate proposal. The conversation about Jiechi continued, particularly among the men. They speculated that if given the chance to be with a woman like her, even 10 rounds might not be enough to satisfy them. Unfortunately, they could never afford someone like her, and having such a beautiful wife would remain nothing more than a fantasy. Upstairs, the armrest of Yi Chen's chair cracked as he squeezed it tightly in anger. Vice President Angson noticed this and realized the rumors were true. Yi Chen still had feelings for his ex-wife. Whether he admitted it or not, Yi Chen was furious about what Fang Cao was doing, especially in his own restaurant. The day was meant to be the opening ceremony, but Fang Kao had driven away his guests and customers for a worthless proposal. To make matters worse, he hadn't even asked for permission or paid to occupy the entire venue. On top of that, he had chosen Yi Chen's own ex-wife to propose to. Yi Chen decided then and there to thoroughly humiliate this bastard. He ordered Rong Rong to call the manager and clean up the mess downstairs. He also instructed them to turn off the speakers and the microphone that the trash downstairs was using. On the second floor, Fang Kao was seen kneeling with his engagement ring displayed, holding a microphone. But just as he was about to ask Jiaqi to marry him, the speakers suddenly went silent and his microphone cut out. At the same time, several restaurant staff members headed straight toward him. Fang Kao was surprised by their intentions, but the staff ignored him completely. Instead, they raised their pokers and, without hesitation, popped Fang Kao's balloons one by one. The sound of popping echoed all around. On top of that, the staff took the boxes containing the pedals and dumped them straight into the trash. Fang Kao clenched his fists in anger. Those pedals belonged to him. Didn't the staff realize that this was his proposal day? Despite his shouting, he felt invisible to them. They didn't listen at all, and as a result, the people around began laughing at what the staff had done. In their opinion, it seemed like this man was making a fool of himself by proposing in a restaurant without the owner's permission. It's no wonder his belongings were confiscated. At that moment, Jiaqi realized that Fang Kao had actually planned to propose to her, which was why he had invited her out to eat. She felt a strange sensation stir within her and recalled her friend Hang Gai's suggestion, marry Fang Kao and use him to elevate herself in Yuncheng. On the other hand, Fang Kao was furious. He shouted as he searched for the owner of the restaurant, eager to demonstrate who he truly was and what he could do in response to the humiliation he had suffered. He boasted to everyone present that he was Fang Kao of the Fang family, insisting that the owner would definitely pay for this affront. Yi Chen quickly descended from the third floor, his inner garment displaying the dragon-shaped emblem of his family. While this detail might go unnoticed by those around him, anyone who truly understood power would recognize its significance. He then asked Fang Kao what he was barking about. If Fang Kao didn't plan to eat or buy anything from his restaurant, it would be better for him to leave rather than cause trouble. He didn't want to lose his guests and customers, especially on the day of his opening ceremony. In the restaurant, Fang Kao became furious upon seeing Yi Chen. He demanded that Yi Chen get out of his sight, insisting he wanted to speak directly to the owner, not to someone he considered trash like Yi Chen. Vice President Angson and Rongrong joined Yi Chen as he informed Fang Kao that he was the owner. He stated that if Fang Kao had any issues with his staff, he could address them directly with him. Fang Kao's eyes widened at this declaration. In his view, Yi Chen's arrogance knew no bounds. He clenched his fist and angrily scolded Yi Chen, telling him to stop pretending. He had already researched the restaurant. Its previous owner was Jing Hong, but it had been sold to a wealthy person. Jing Hong had sold all his restaurants to a single person for 60 million yuan. There was no way Yi Chen could be that person. He was just trash, a nobody. Even if Yi Chen had spent his entire life working as a bodyguard and knew he would never earn 60 million. Instead, he called the janitor and instructed him to hit Fang Kao in the face with a mop, offering to pay him 10 times his salary for the task. Due to the large sum Yi Chen offered, the janitor didn't hesitate. He swung the mop hard, smacking Fang Kao square in the face. Fang Kao was furious and confronted the janitor, who seemed to be inviting trouble. However, the janitor remained unfazed and explained that he was simply following his boss's orders. He added that the amount of money offered wasn't bad either. Fang Kao turned his attention back to Yi Chen. In his view, Yi Chen was acting out of jealousy over the proposal. It seemed that Yi Chen regretted breaking up with Jiaqi, which was why he was trying to sabotage everything. He didn't want her to end up with someone else. Yi Chen immediately denied this and clarified that he had long since stopped caring about Jiaqi. He added that he would never regret a woman who had cheated on him, as there were plenty of women he could replace her with, women who were more decent and better than she was. Upon hearing this, Jiaqi felt a slight sting from Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen explained that his actions were a result of Fang Kao not adhering to the rules of the restaurant. Fang had caused a commotion without permission and made a scene without even paying for or ordering a single item of food. The restaurant owner believed that it was his responsibility to do what was best for his customers. Since Fang Kao was not one of them, he felt justified in kicking him out. Fang Kao laughed when he heard what Yichen said. He truly didn't believe that Yichen was the owner of the restaurant. It would have been more believable if Yichen had claimed that Vice President Angsen was the owner. Angsen denied this, explaining that she was merely a shareholder in the restaurant. In her view, it was wiser to invest in assets owned by Yichen, as she believed they would retain their value. Fang Kao proudly presented his engagement ring for Jiaki, boasting that Yichen couldn't afford it even if he worked hard for a month. The ladies were in awe when they saw the ring. Although it was just a Tiffany & Co. diamond, Fang Kao claimed it cost 4 million yuan. He further asserted that even if Yichen spent his entire life working as a bodyguard, he would never be able to afford such a luxury. He knelt in front of Jiaki and proposed. Vice President Anshin laughed, believing that Fang Kao was truly desperate. Even after being humiliated in front of so many people, he persisted with his proposal, revealing his lack of sense. She also recognized that he was trying to highlight the difference between himself and Yichen by flaunting the engagement ring. What Fang Kao didn't realize was that Yichen could purchase 10 or even 20 times that kind of ring without a second thought. However, if Jiaki accepted Fang Kao's proposal, it would actually work in her favor. It would be more impactful for Yichen to witness Jiaki agreeing to marry someone else. In that moment, Yichen would feel a deep sense of hurt. Once he was hurt and fell into sadness, it would be easy for her to make him fall in love with her. Yichen looked seriously at Jiki, feeling his own heart beating strongly. He also wanted to know if Jiaki would truly accept this proposal. Jiaki was very pleased with Fang Kao's actions as they worked in her favor to make Yichen jealous. For now, she decided not to refuse Fang Kao's offer. Instead, she would keep him hoping. This way, not only would Fang Kao be invested, but it would also serve her purpose perfectly. Anxious about her answer, she knew Yichen would feel the same way. She was certain Yichen wouldn't be able to sleep well, preoccupied with her response to Fang Kao. Because of this, she told Fang Kao that she was happy with his proposal, but she needed a few days to think it over. Fang Kao immediately agreed, acknowledging that he hadn't expected the process to be easy. In his mind, he had already anticipated that Jiki would likely not accept a marriage proposal based on just one attempt. However, he had no intention of stopping here. As long as he hadn't won Jiaki over, he wouldn't quit. Besides, with support from Yunyuan, securing Jiaki's hand in the future would be easy. Fang Kao stood up and asked Jiaki if she could at least accept the ring. He assured her that it was fine if she kept it hidden while she considered his offer. Whenever she was ready, she could wear it at any time. Jiaki quickly accepted the ring from Fang Kao, thanking him and expressing her love for it. She mentioned that when she was ready to accept his marriage proposal, she would wear it immediately. In a playful jab at Yichen, she remarked that he was quite pretentious. Back at the villa, he had claimed to be President Yi, and now he was asserting that he was the restaurant owner. If Yichen was truly wealthy, why had he never given her even a single diamond ring during their 3 years together? But that didn't matter anymore since they were already separated, making her remarks pointless. Hearing this, Yichen immediately responded that if Jiaki hadn't cheated on him back then, he might have already given her a 21-carat diamond ring, just as he had promised before. Jiaki paused for a moment when she heard what Yichen said. Memories of her and Yichen flooded back to her after they had watched a show titled 21 Carats. Jiaki had asked Yichen why he couldn't even give her a cheap diamond ring. Even at their wedding, only a simple celebration had taken place. Yichen reassured Jiaki not to worry and to simply wait 1 year. He promised to give her a 21-carat diamond ring, and in addition, he would present her with even more gifts as compensation. Patience with him. Jiaki remembered that moment. Her heart ached once more, and her hands trembled. Following this, Jiaki continued walking away and told Yichen to stop pretending and making up lies. After a while, as Yichen stood there, Vice President Angsen approached him. She explained that earlier, Jiki had neither accepted nor outright rejected Fang Kao's marriage proposal. In other words, Fang Kao still had a chance with her, and if he persisted, he might eventually win her over. She sat in front of Yichen and asked if he had also been hoping that Jiaki would accept Fang Kao's proposal. In her opinion, it seemed like Yichen had a plan. After Jiaki and Fang Kao's wedding, he would officially introduce himself as President Yi of the Hui Sheng Group, making Jiaki deeply regret her decision. Yichen set down his tea and acknowledged that Vice President Anshin was correct. However, he wouldn't wait until after the wedding to reveal his true identity. He would announce it on the very day of their wedding, ensuring that their joyous occasion would be ruined. Jiaki had long dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. He wanted to prove to her that he was the one she should have married. He aimed to show her that the person she had overlooked was actually the wealthiest individual, not just in Yuncheng, but in the entire world. Vice President Ongsen was genuinely pleased with Hichen's plan. She hadn't expected him to be this ruthless, and she loved it. She was also excited to see Jiaqi's reaction when she finally realized what had happened. The richest person in Yuncheng. Furthermore, it appeared that Yichen was determined to make Jiaqi deeply regret her decision. Once she married Fang Keiyu, it would be nearly impossible for her to leave him and return. Anson was also happy because it seemed that Yichen had no intention of rekindling things with Jiaqi. This meant she wouldn't let him end up with anyone else. She was determined to make sure he became hers, one way or another. The restaurant manager arrived and informed Yichen that his earlier suspicion had been correct. Someone had deliberately swapped out the microphones of their singers just before they went on stage. Yichen hadn't noticed it immediately, but had he done so, the singer's performance would have certainly been ruined. Upon hearing this, Vice President Ongsen was impressed. In addition to Yichen's wealth and looks, he also possessed sharp senses, allowing him to easily notice things that were amiss around him. The man had the complete package, and she intended to keep him. Following this, the restaurant manager brought in the person behind the commotion involving their singer. This man had pretended to be one of the guests, which made it easy for him to cause trouble. To sneak inside, but with the help of the surveillance cameras, they had seen exactly what he had done. The man shouted, asking what they were doing to him, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong since he was just drinking with his friends. In a cold voice, Yichen asked who had sent him. He suspected that the man had been sent by their competitor to sabotage their opening ceremony, so he directly inquired if Jiang Wei was behind it. The man laughed and feigned ignorance about whom Yichen was referring to. However, Yichen noticed a shift in the man's demeanor when he mentioned Jiang Wei's name, confirming that his suspicion was indeed correct. He ordered the man to hand over his phone, stating that if it was proven no one had instructed him to do so, he would let the matter slide. However, instead of complying, the man arrogantly refused and challenged Yichen, asking who he thought he was to give him orders. Due to the man's stubbornness, Yichen ordered one of his men to torture him in order to extract a confession about who had sent him. However, Vice President Ongsen immediately stopped the guard and offered to handle the matter herself. Yichen smiled upon hearing this, eager to see how she would approach the situation. Vice President Ongsen approached the man, confident that her beauty would make it easy for him to obey her. The man gazed at Vice President Ongsen, taking in her figure, and he praised her figure, saying it wasn't bad at all. In fact, he claimed her body was even better than the prostitute he had hired the night before. If Vice President Ongsen was interested, he was willing to pay a large sum for a night with her. In a moment of urgency, Vice President Ongsen swiftly grabbed the man's hand, causing him to drop his phone. The device conveniently landed on the table, and she forcefully took his hand and used his fingerprint to unlock his phone. The man tried to resist, but was taken aback by Vice President Ongsen's unexpected strength, despite her being a woman. After she unlocked the phone, she immediately tossed it to Yichen, who caught it smoothly. However, the moment Yichen caught the phone, the man suddenly attacked Vice President Ongsen. Yichen, feeling a surge of concern, shouted at her to stay alert. Despite this, Vice President Ongsen effortlessly dodged the man's approach, and even managed to trip him, sending him crashing flat to the floor. Vice President Ongsen smiled and reassured Yichen not to worry about her. He should simply stay in his seat, enjoy his tea, and check the man's phone. Rong quickly arrived and was impressed by Vice President Ongsen's strength. She asked her to teach some self-defense techniques. A man shouted at Vice President Ongsen, challenging her bravery by suggesting they should fight in bed instead. He claimed he would ensure she wouldn't regret it and that she might even come looking for him afterward. Vice President Ongsen stepped on his chest, forcing him back down to the floor. She declared that no matter where they played, he was no match for her. In fact, he might even go crazy if she ever played with him in bed. The only problem was that he wasn't worthy of receiving that kind of service in the first place. Vice President Ongsen glanced at Yichen, making him alert. She stated that the men deserving of her services were those who could compete with her. Sweat appeared on Yichen's face due to the strange look Vice President Ongsen had given him. He quickly checked the man's phone to confirm his suspicion that Jiang Wei had placed an order. Confirming this, he immediately used the man's phone to call Jiang Wei directly. Vice President Ongsen looked at Yichen, and she believed it was impossible for him not to have developed deep feelings for Jiaqi during their 3 years together. However, based on what she knew, nothing physical had occurred between them during that entire time. It seemed she already knew her next step to completely win Yichen over. She was confident that once he tasted her, he would never regret it. She would ensure that the experience was so unforgettable that he would never even consider leaving her. The scene shifted to Jiang Wei, who answered the call from the man's phone. He quickly realized that the voice on the other end had changed. He asked the person on the other end who he was, what he wanted, and why he had Sansi's phone. Yichen smiled and remarked that Jiang Wei must be quite forgetful. Just a few days had passed since he had warned him about destroying his livelihood in Yuncheng, and now he didn't even seem to remember that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei quickly realized who he was speaking to. He arrogantly asked Yichen what he wanted and why he had captured Sansi. Yichen smiled and clarified that he hadn't captured anyone. In fact, he should be the one asking why Jiang Wei had sent someone to his restaurant to cause trouble. Wei was surprised to hear this, so he asked Yichen if he was the one who had purchased all of Zhan Hong's restaurants for 60 million yuan. He couldn't help but wonder how Yichen had acquired such a large sum of money and where he had found the resources, given that he was considered the useless son-in-law of the Wang family. He smiled and reminded Yichen that if he was planning to seek revenge, it would be better for him to just go to sleep. He didn't care where Yichen got the money to buy all of Zhang Hong's restaurants, but Yichen shouldn't let it consume him. Despite his long experience in the industry, there was no way a newcomer like Yichen could bring him down. In fact, it might be Yichen who ends up facing significant losses instead. Upon hearing this, Yichen smiled and told Jiang Wei that they would find out soon enough. He advised Jiang Wei not to get too excited about his eventual downfall, as Yenshin planned to use the same strategy for now. Jiang Wei had previously sent someone to disrupt their opening ceremony, so it was only fitting for him to reciprocate with a similar tactic. 20 minutes later, a large crowd of customers flooded into the Lu Wailu restaurant. These customers were Brother Gua and his group, led by Master Lu. As they entered, Master Lu reminded his men to perform diligently and to follow the young master's plan without making any mistakes. Inside the restaurant, the manager informed Jiang Wei that they had suddenly been flooded with customers. To make things even better, these customers were foreigners. Jiang Wei was thrilled, as it seemed they would make a lot of sales that day. However, then another staff member arrived with troubling news. Most of their foreign customers had suddenly collapsed after eating, and some were even foaming at the mouth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei became worried. He immediately stepped outside his room to assess the situation. There, he saw the bodies of customers lying on the floor, victims of severe food poisoning. All the other patrons had quickly left, unwilling to continue eating for fear they would end up like those who had collapsed. After a while, Vice President Anshin began to wonder why so many people had gathered in front of the Liu Wailu restaurant. On top of that, there were many ambulances, and she wondered what had happened inside. Yi Chen immediately reported that he had heard around 100 of Lu Weilu's customers had suffered from food poisoning. As a result, a large number of ambulances had arrived to rush them to the hospital. The only problem was that, due to the overwhelming situation, there were not enough medical personnel available to assist everyone in a timely manner. There were numerous victims, and a shortage of ambulances made the situation even more dire. In Yi Chen's mind, he believed this could spell the end for that restaurant. He was certain that Jiang Wei would never recover from this incident, as hundreds of his customers had been rushed to the hospital. It was likely that he would never be able to run a restaurant in Yuncheng again. In the following days, Yi Chen launched several luxurious television stations and expanded into various other businesses. The businessmen who had attended the Wang family banquet and conspired to ruin his livelihood faced severe consequences, suffering heavy losses, going bankrupt, and seeing all their enterprises in Yuncheng shut down. Half a month later, the Wang family gathered for a meeting at old Madame Wang's villa. Su Lan informed them that their major business connections in Yuncheng had suffered significant losses and were forced to close down. Even the well-known and influential businessmen found themselves suddenly impoverished and drowning in debt. Jia Cheng revealed that Jiang Wei had approached him recently to borrow money. He had incurred significant losses due to the revenge Yi Chen had exacted on him. Jiang Wei even went so far as to blame their family, claiming that, if it weren't for the Wang family, his restaurant might still be thriving. However, upon hearing the details behind Jiang Wei's substantial losses, Jia Cheng simply laughed at him. What could the useless Yi Chen possibly do? He was just a bodyguard, considered trash by many. Because of this, Jia Cheng didn't believe that Yi Chen was truly responsible for Jiang Wei's losses. He thought Yi Chen was merely making those claims to drag the Wang family down with his restaurant's failure. Yuan Yun remarked that it appeared Feng Qi was on his nth attempt at proposing to Jia Cheng, yet Jia Cheng still hadn't provided a clear answer. Almost everyone in Yuncheng was eagerly awaiting Jia Cheng's response to Feng Qi's marriage proposal, and rumors circulated that each of his proposals cost millions. Old Madam Wang believed it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Fang Qiu join the Wang family. Moreover, Fang Qiu genuinely seemed to have feelings for Jia Qing, so there was no reason for him to continue delaying his courtship. Fang Qiu's father had also. She called to inform her that the Fang family was feeling embarrassed due to Jia Qing's repeated lack of response. Because of this, she suggested that Jia Qing should accept Fang Qiu immediately, as his intentions toward her were genuine. Hearing this, Jia Qing immediately recognized that old Madam Wang had some valid points. Furthermore, she had also intended to use Fang Qiu as a stepping stone in her scheme against Yi Chen, just as she and her friend Hong had discussed. It seemed like it was time to take action. She needed to give Fang Qiu a clear answer before he changed his mind. Because of this, she announced to everyone that they would attend the concert the following day. If Fang Qiu proposed to her again tomorrow, she wouldn't hesitate to accept his marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Wang family were filled with joy and excitement about the upcoming wedding between Jia Qing and Fang Qiu. Suddenly, Xiaoji ran out of the room, leaving Yunyan puzzled by her sister's strange behavior. Outside, Xiao Zai called Yi Chen to report on Jia Qi's plan for the next day. She mentioned that Jia Qi intended to accept Fang Cao's marriage proposal. Tomorrow, if he proposed to her again at the God of Songs, it would be a significant moment. At the concert, she would finally say yes. However, if Yi Chen wanted to, he could ruin everything. If he didn't want Jia Qi to end up in Fang Cao's hands, all he had to do was give her the order, and she wouldn't hesitate to follow it. In Xiaojia's mind, Yi Chen's background was no laughing matter. Even Master Lu, who was acknowledged as Brother Guo's boss, was terrified of him. Therefore, she needed to find a way to keep herself safe. Yi Chen was angry with the Wang family and worried about what might happen to them if Jia Qi accepted Fang Cao's proposal. Concerned for their well-being, she asked Yi Chen if he wanted her to intervene and stop the proposal. She was taken aback by his response. He simply told her to let it happen. She questioned whether he was truly going to allow Fang Cao to take his woman. He shouldn't hesitate to give her orders. He should view it as payback for the wrong she had committed against him in the past. Yi Chen stood firm in his decision. From the very first day Fang Cao presented his proposal, he had no intention of stopping it. Fang Cao believed it would be best for Xiao Jia to remain silent and observe the unfolding events, as he still had a debt to collect from him. Xiao Jia smiled, believing that Yi Chen had no intention of seeking revenge on Fang Cao for his wrongdoings. She also vowed to ensure that nothing would happen between Fang Cao and Jia Ji before Yi Chen's revenge plan could be executed. He kept a close watch on Jia Qi and Fang Cao, ensuring they never shared a hotel room to preserve Jia Qi's allure for Yi Chen. Yet, Chen felt a genuine pull towards her, prompting him to reflect on their past love. Despite her pleas, Yi Chen stood firm, insisting his heart had moved on. He was resolute in leaving the past behind and focusing on a future free from betrayal's pain. Chen felt too embarrassed to admit the truth. Deep down, she knew he was hoping nothing would develop between Jia Qi and Fang Cao. Therefore, Yi Chen could rely on her to keep a close eye on every move those two made. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was amused. It seemed that Xiaojia had changed significantly since he had beaten her badly. Her words had taken on a more philosophical tone, making her feel like a completely different person now. Xiaojia suddenly mentioned her sister Yun Yuan, claiming that she was more deserving of being Yi Chen's wife than Jia Qi. She noted that her sister had a big butt, and according to the elders, women with larger backsides often bore many sons. Hearing this, Yi Chen was so disgusted by Xiaojia's suggestion that he refused to engage with her any further and immediately hung up the phone. However, Xiaojia was determined to promote her beautiful sister. The moment Yi Chen hung up, his phone rang again, this time with Xiaojia sending him photos of her sister. She told Yi Chen that these were Yunwan's private photos and that she had struggled to retrieve them from her sister's phone. Although Jiqi was beautiful in her own right, her figure paled in comparison to Yunhe's skin. Nor Yi Chen didn't hesitate to confront Xiaojia for her shamelessness in betraying her own sister. Following this confrontation, tensions escalated as the truth began to unravel. He slumped into his chair and took a deep breath. In his mind, he didn't care if Fang Qiu and Jia Qi's wedding went ahead and they became a full husband and wife. On the day of the God of Songs concert, the entire arena buzzed with excitement as fans screamed and cheered. Every song was a tribute, as bands and vocalists announced that the next performance was a special request from a fan dedicated to the woman he loved. In the midst of the crowd, Fang Qiu took the microphone and announced that he had requested the song Love Letter for his girlfriend Jia Qi. He also revealed that he wanted to seize this moment to propose marriage to her. Following this, Fang Qiu knelt in front of Jie and proposed once more. The audience was deeply impressed by his effort, and many women expressed a desire to find a man like him. Behind the screaming crowd witnessed the proposal, while Vice President Aung Sin quietly observed the event. At that moment, Jie didn't hesitate and promptly accepted Fang Qiu's marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, Vice President Aung San immediately walked away, realizing that there was now no hope for Yi Chen and Jia Qi to ever reconcile. From that day forward, she knew she no longer posed a threat to Yi Chen's heart and that she would finally have him all to herself. By nightfall, heavy rain poured down, revealing the villa where Yi Chen currently lived. He opened the door, puzzled as to why Vice President Anshin was there at 10 o'clock at night. She was completely drenched from the rain and apologized for arriving without notice. The heavy downpour had suddenly begun in the middle of the God of Songs concert. It would be too much traffic for her to go home, and she was already feeling cold. So, she decided to spend the night here instead. Plus, Yi Chen's house was conveniently close to the concert venue. Yi Chen welcomed her into his villa and helped her dry her clothes. Vice President Anshin then reported on the earlier events, confirming that Fang Qiu had indeed proposed. Yi Qi didn't hesitate this time and immediately accepted. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't fully accept what had just happened. Yi Chen gazed out the large window and remarked that now that they were engaged, they would also initiate their plan against the Fang family. Given that the Fang family was part of the first-class elite, they would undoubtedly be very formidable. Busy with the upcoming wedding, they wanted to avoid any embarrassment in front of their guests. However, before Jie and Fang Qiu's wedding took place, he planned to reverse the Fang family's status, demoting them from a first-class family to below a second-rate family in Yunchang. Since Vice President Anshin had more knowledge about the Fang family, Yi Chen sought additional details. Vice President Anshin explained that the Fang family was currently led by Fang Qiu's father, Fang Suzhou. Fang Suzhou's most significant business at the moment was the Ye Express Hotel, which boasted numerous connections with influential figures nationwide. In addition to this, Fang Suzhou managed a total of around 28 properties, including the K's and Hao hotels, along with their nearby establishments. It had been a year since Fang Suzhou's hotels rose to fame, and their current market value had surpassed 5 billion yuan. At this moment, Fang Suzhou's business continued to thrive as his competitors gradually vanished from the area. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen realized why Fang Suzhou's business had expanded so quickly. The key to this success lay with his uncle, Mr. Doblo, who had provided Fang Suzhou with valuable advice on how to accelerate his business growth. Upon hearing this, Vice President Aung San was surprised and couldn't believe that Yi Chen was connected to Mr. Delblo, the owner of the most famous world-class hotel chain at present. Yi Chen then called his uncle to check in, as it had been a while since they last spoke. Mr. Doblo was delighted to hear Yi Chen's voice, as it had been quite some time since their last conversation. He mentioned that he had received word from grandfather Yi that Yi Chen had completed the live. In the son-in-law trial of their family, Yi Chen was likely facing the final phase, which focused on the business world. He didn't deny this. In fact, he had called his uncle to discuss various business matters. Yi Chen asked if his uncle still remembered the Yehaya Hotel in China. Mr. Doblo immediately confirmed this and added that the owner of the hotel is quite well known. The hotel, Fang Suzhou, was currently facing a major crisis. He had been trying to reach Mr. Doblo several times over the past few days and wanted to know if Yi Chen intended for him to assist Fang Suzhou once more. To be honest, he had no intention of helping Fang Suzhou back then, if Yi Chen hadn't urged him to. Yi Chen smiled and confirmed that his uncle's suspicion was correct, as he wanted his uncle's assistance. However, instead of assisting him in recovering from the crisis his business was facing, Yi Chen wanted his uncle to help him make Fang Suzhou suffer losses, ultimately leading to the collapse of his business. Upon hearing this, Mr. Delblo immediately realized that Fang Suzhou must have done something to provoke Yi Chen's anger. Consequently, he assured Yi Chen that he would handle everything. In Mr. Delblo's mind, as the future heir of the Yi family, Yi Chen deserved to have his wishes followed. After the call, Vice President Aung San found Yi Chen's true identity even more enigmatic. With just one phone call, Yi Chen had the power to bring down the entire Fang family, a prominent family in Yuncheng. Vice President Anexin informed Yi Chen that even if Fang Suzhou heeded Mr. Doblo's advice, resulting in losses, it would still take several months or even years for those consequences to manifest. However, Jieqi and Fang Cao's wedding was expected to occur in just 2 months, so they needed to devise another plan if Yi Chen truly intended to humiliate them on the wedding day. Yi Chen smiled and reassured Vice President Ansin not to worry, as he had already prepared a strategy. He had been thinking about it. The scene shifted to Master Lu, who was gathering all the gangsters under his command. He instructed his men to hire prostitutes and check into every room at the hotels. He would send the names of the hotels to their group chat, and they would go through them one by one. Once inside the rooms, they needed to search for evidence of any hidden cameras. If they found any, they had to retrieve the recordings. However, if there weren't any existing cameras, they would need to install hidden ones in all the hotel rooms. This would allow them to record every guest who checked in and determine if any scandals occurred. The recordings they obtained would then be shared online and sold to others for profit. This would also tarnish the reputation of the hotels on the list, as they had installed hidden cameras in their rooms, violating their customers' privacy. In Master Lu's mind, since Yi Chen had ordered them to ruin these hotels, he was determined to carry out the task thoroughly, as payback for the mistakes they had made in the past. The scene shifted back to Vice President Anxin, who was impressed by Yi Chen's extensive preparations to swiftly dismantle the Fang family. Vice President Anxin noted that Fang Qiu's father was currently unemployed. Instead, he had requested several hundred million from his own father and invested in various businesses in Yongquan. If Yi Chen succeeded in undermining Fang Suzhou's business, that still wouldn't be enough to bring down Fang Qiu, as he had investments in other areas. He also had an older brother, but Yi Chen shouldn't concern himself with that, since the brother was merely a spoiled brat waiting for their father's inheritance. However, Yi Chen needed to be cautious around Fang Suzhou's wife, as she was no ordinary woman. Fang Suzhou's wife, Liao Ruzi, was the mother of Fang Ko and hailed from the Liao family. Ruzi was one of the daughters from a prestigious family in Tian City, and her background was impressive, so they needed to be very cautious with her. Chen immediately examined Liao Ruzi's photo and remarked that Fang Ku hadn't inherited any of her mother's looks, despite her mother's undeniable beauty. President Anqin remarked that everything about Fang Qiu, from his appearance to his demeanor, seemed to be inherited from his father. Before Fang Suzhou and Liao Ruzi got married, many people objected not only because they were not a good match, but also because their lifestyles were too different. Fang Suzhou had only secured Liao Ruzi through unconventional means, which compelled the Liao family to permit her marriage to him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remarked that if that were the case, they didn't need to take any action against the Liao family. In his view, the Liao family was merely a low-level family, so there was nothing to be concerned about. A week later, Fang was tit his Daoist mind with Abgiragenskust. He couldn't believe how this had happened, especially since the company had been doing well and its stocks had remained stable in recent months. He struggled to understand why it had suddenly filed for bankruptcy. Reichseigenexlade, a court constantly, our Reichsveld hill of Fila Hitto, fired, had it of tall. Because they currently needed a large amount of money. A few days earlier, his father had spoken with Mr. Dublo, who suggested reopening their other hotels that had previously shut down and continuing to Fang Qiu was taken aback by the news of expanding their business to different cities. It was surprising to him because, in the past, it had been Mr. Dublo himself who opposed such ventures. Now, however, Mr. Dublo bait Hoilot. Instead of answering, Fang Suzhou reprimanded Fang Qiu for questioning Mr. Dublo's plans. He emphasized that he had invested nearly all of the family's money into this new project, expressing his strong trust in Mr. Dublo and his confidence in its success. Upon hearing this, Fang Qiu grew increasingly worried. He believed that if the project failed, the Fang family would face bankruptcy. Concerned for their future, he advised his father against investing all their money into the project, warning that failure would lead to their inevitable downfall. Instead of listening, Fang Suzhou scolded his son even more for attempting to lecture him. To end the conversation, he offered Fang Qiu 5 million, insisting that he should simply remain silent about the worthless things he was saying. Upon hearing this, Fang Qiu was overjoyed and even promised to turn the 500 million his father had given him into 5 billion. After the call, Jiaqi asked Fang Qiu why he appeared so happy. Fang Qiu replied that it was because his father was giving him 5 million to start fresh with his investments. He also asked Jiaki how it felt to be engaged to a wealthy man like him. He promised her that he would show her how he could turn 5 million into 5 billion within a few months. Upon hearing this, Jiaki praised Fang Keo, noting that money was never a problem for his father. Fang Keo laughed as he compared his father to Ye Chen's father, who couldn't even give a single coin to his son. He then asked Jiaki what they would call each other now that they were about to become husband and wife. Jiaki stammered and suggested they could call each other honey. She also recalled Ye Chen as she had grown accustomed to calling him that for 3 years. If only Ye Chen hadn't been a freeloading live-in son-in-law back then, she might not have needed to seek someone else. However, if this was truly their fate, it was better to let go and move on. She called Fang Keo and asked him to accompany her to the Hui Sheng group, as she wanted to personally deliver the wedding invitation to President Ye and Vice President An Xin. Fang Keo agreed, but he couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't mentioned Ye Chen. Jiaki explained that he was her ex-husband, and it wouldn't be appropriate to invite him to their wedding. Fang Keo pulled out an invitation letter, believing that their wedding would be more exciting with his presence. In the letter, he boldly challenged Ye Chen to attend the wedding if he truly considered himself a man. In this way, he intended to let Ye Chen experience the grandeur of a high-end wedding banquet. After writing the invitation letter, Fang Keo smiled, knowing that if Ye Chen attended, he would ensure that Ye Chen was humiliated in front of all their guests. Fang Keo wrapped his arm around Jiaki and invited her to sleep together that night, especially since they were about to get married. He also craved the comfort of having someone beside him to help alleviate the stress he had been feeling in recent days due to his investment troubles. Jiaki refused, claiming that her grandmother wouldn't allow it since they weren't married yet. For now, Fang Keo would have to wait until after the wedding before they could share a bed. Upon hearing this, Fang Keo sighed, recognizing how outdated the old woman's beliefs were. However, in his mind, he envisioned devouring Jiaki, and once he grew tired of her, he would simply walk away. In Jiaki's mind, her love for Ye Chen had not yet reached its destined conclusion, leaving her with a lingering resistance to being with another man. However, since Ye Chen was unable to provide her with a good life, she couldn't be blamed for choosing Fang Keo this time. Even though she still loved Ye Chen, she couldn't ignore the promising future she had with Fang Keo. In fact, Ye Chen surpassed Fang Keo in almost every aspect. However, there was one area where Fang Keo had a significant advantage, and it was the most important one of all. While Ye Chen clearly excelled in looks and demeanor, he couldn't compete with Fang Keo when it came to financial stability. The scene shifted to the Huaisheng group, where Vice President An Xin pondered why Jiaki appeared to be growing even more beautiful. Jiaki thanked Vice President An Xin for the compliment and informed her that she had come to personally deliver a wedding invitation to both her and President Yi. She handed the invitation letter to Vice President An Xin, and her wedding to Fang Keo would take place 1 week from now. Upon hearing this, Vice President An Xin wondered why the event was scheduled for the same day as Ye Chen's birthday. Jiaki was surprised to learn that Vice President An Xin knew Ye Chen's birthday. In response, Vice President An Xin concocted an excuse, claiming it was also her father's birthday, which was why she had remembered it upon seeing the birth date on Ye Chen's ID. She also told Jiaki that even though she and Ye Chen were separated, they had spent 3 years together, making it impossible for no emotions to have developed between them. Therefore, she wanted to understand why Jiaki was intentionally hurting Ye Chen by scheduling their wedding on his birthday. Maybe Jiaki had simply forgotten that it was Ye Chen's birthday, which could explain why they had chosen to get married on the 1st of May. Upon hearing this, Jiaki recalled Fang Keo's comment about wanting Ye Chen to suffer. Even on his birthday, she informed Vice President An Xin that the Fang family had scheduled the wedding. Despite her attempts to oppose it, she found herself powerless, as Fang Keo was even more determined to proceed with the date. Following this, Jiaki asked Vice President An Xin if President Ye was in his office, as she wanted to personally deliver her wedding invitation to him. Vice President An Xin smiled and agreed, suggesting that Jiaki could go there since President Ye had no other commitments. In her mind, since Jiaki was about to marry Fang Keo, it wouldn't be an issue if she discovered that Ye Chen and President Ye were the same person. Outside the president's office, Jiaki knocked on President Yi's door. He let her in, but she stopped in her tracks when she noticed a familiar presence. She wondered why President Yi looked exactly like Ye Chen from behind. She wondered if President Yi had already left, which might explain why Ye Chen was still there. Jiaki called out to Ye Chen, inquiring whether President Yi had departed. Instead of answering directly, Yi Chen asked Jiaki how he could assist her. Jiaki promptly handed him the invitation letter and instructed him to deliver it to President Ye upon his return. Yi Chen opened the invitation letter and, upon reading it, realized it was a wedding invitation. To make matters worse, the wedding was scheduled for his birthday, causing him to clench his fist in annoyance. Jiaki bowed her head and quietly explained that her wedding would take place on the same day as Ye Chen's birthday. As a result, Ye Chen grew even angrier and pointed out that Jiaki didn't need to inform him, as it was clearly stated on the invitation. Jiaki quickly clarified that she wasn't the one who had scheduled this day. It was Fang Qiu who had arranged everything. Ye Chen took a deep breath and quietly noted that things appeared to be going his way. With Fang Qiu scheduling his wedding on Ye Chen's birthday, it seemed he wouldn't have any trouble finding a way to humiliate him on that day. Following this, Jiaki took out the invitation letter intended for Ye Chen. Ye Chen immediately opened it and realized that this bastard was truly challenging. Following this, Ye Chen began to walk away, telling Jiaki that she could leave now. He added sarcastically that he hoped she and Fang Qiu would be happy together and that she wouldn't regret her choice. Jiaki suddenly stopped Ye Chen and suggested that he not attend her and Fang Qiu's wedding. She knew that Ye Chen still had feelings for her, and if he attended, he would only end up getting hurt even more. She also didn't want him to get drunk at the banquet and create a scene. Chen pulled his hand away, feeling that Jiaki was being too presumptuous in thinking he would act that way just because of her. Since it appeared that Fang Qiu genuinely wanted him to attend the wedding, he felt he had no choice but to go. Out of respect, he would attend, but Jiaki needn't worry. He wouldn't cause any trouble there. Following with that, Jiaki sensed something unusual about his decision. Jiaki sensed something unusual about his decision, as if there was another reason behind his desire to edit. Strolling confidently past the towering skyscrapers in her tight skirt, Wang Jialin remains completely unaware of the scheming taking place elsewhere. Inside in a sleek, high-rise office, Hong Yan glares out the window and tells Ye Chen with a hint of disdain, Fang Qiu is really asking for it, choosing to get married on your birthday of all days. He's clearly trying to ruin your mood. Ye Chen smirks, finding the attempt pathetically transparent. He replies, trying to overshadow my birthday with a wedding? What an idiot. Hong Yan then notifies the company's partners about the date of my birthday. Her eyes light up with excitement as she agrees that this is the perfect opportunity to throw a grand birthday banquet for Ye Chen and finally express her feelings to him. Early on the morning of May 12, the day of Fang Qiu and Wang Jialin's wedding, Fang Qiu stands outside his estate, clutching his phone in sheer panic. Damn it, I lost money again. How is this happening? He thinks to himself. Curses furiously, throwing his arm down in frustration. Over the past week, more than a dozen of my companies have suddenly gone bust, one after another. Stock index futures, commodity spots, and even the underground casino have all taken a hit. No matter what I invested in, everything failed. This is incredibly unusual. My $500 million is almost completely wiped out. His blonde friend, Ajay, looks at him with deep concern and asks, Brother Qiu, did you offend someone? I feel like you're being targeted. Even if you invested with your eyes closed, the failure rate couldn't be 100%. Gritting his teeth and drenched in a cold sweat, Fang Qiu mutters, That's actually possible, but I haven't offended anyone in the past 2 years. The only person I can think of is Ye Chen, your sister-in-law's ex-husband. I stole his wife, but he's just a useless nobody. How could he possibly be behind all this? Ajay rationalizes the situation, saying to Brother Qiu, Think about it. Sister-in-law is the #1 beauty in Yunju. Ye Chen isn't the only one who likes her. There could be others who are jealous of you. Fang Qiu curses under his breath, realizing that it must be some old pervert in the Yunju business circle who has his eyes on Wang Jialin and is targeting her. This woman is really costing him. Even before they're married, he's already lost 500 million because of her. She quickly comforts him, saying, You can't say it like that. Your Fang family doesn't lack 500 million. If you lose it, you lose it. At worst, you can just go work at the old master's listed company and live off the family business. Smiling slyly, Ajay says, The important thing is that beautiful wife Wang Jialin is now in your hands. You can do whatever you want with her. That old pervert might be powerful in business, but in the game of love, you've definitely won. Fang Qiu's ego swells as he declares, Ajay, you're absolutely right about that. I need to call my beauty right now. The phone rings as Wang Jialin looks gorgeous in her pristine outfit. And her white wedding dress? She answers the call while her makeup is being done. Fang Kyo, she says. He asks what she's up to, and she replies, I'm getting my makeup done and trying on my wedding dress. With a dirty smirk, Fang Kyo teases, Hee, honey, you better get some rest now. You're going to be exhausted tonight. Ji Allen blushes deeply, remaining silent in her embarrassment. As she hangs up the phone, her short-haired friend Hong A asks, was that Fang Kyo? What did he say? She looks incredibly annoyed. Jilin snaps, using filthy words to express her disdain. Fang Kyo is so vulgar. If his family weren't rich, I wouldn't even consider marrying him. Ma Yi Chen is still better. He speaks so gently. Hong A raises an eyebrow, lightly mocking her. My dear, you're wearing a wedding dress to marry another man, yet you're praising your ex-husband. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Feeling a wave of anxiety, Jialin adjusts her veil and confesses, Hong A, I'm afraid that if I get married today, there will never be a future for me and Yi Chen. What if I get divorced in a few years and he's already married to someone else by then? Hong A grabs her arm and pulls her up to face the mirror, instructing her to look into it. Look at this face of yours. What man could possibly refuse you? On Jalin's shoulder, Hong Gai reassures her confidently. Trust me, you have him wrapped around your finger. Yi Chen is destined to be your backup plan for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Jiangnanli villa area, Fang Cao's life was amidst opulence and elegance. Parents are managing their own stress. His mother adjusts his father Jianzu's bow tie, voicing her concerns. Jianzu, I feel that the company's recent expansion plan is still too aggressive. Pouring all of the company's funds into it at once and even taking out a massive loan is risky. You shouldn't trust Paul this much. Jianzu defensively snaps back. If I hadn't trusted Paul back then, our company wouldn't even have had the chance to go public. I didn't use a single cent from your Liao family, so what are you so anxious about? Trying to clarify, she responds, that's not what I meant. If you're really confident, I could ask the Liao family to give you money. Refusing out of pure pride, Jianzu shouts, I don't need it. Your Liao family has always looked down on me. This time, I'm going to show them how I'm making a comeback. Massaging his chest to calm him down, she concedes, all right, today is our son's wedding. Let's not discuss this right now. Let's talk about something else. I heard that Fang Cao invited Wang Jialan's ex-husband and even expressed a desire to humiliate him in public. I believe this behavior is inappropriate, and it would be wise to advise Fang against it. Cao needs to be stopped from this behavior. He's just a lower-class bodyguard, and if he faces humiliation, so be it. This time, we must focus on another distinguished guest. Jianzu's expression turns deadly serious as he reveals, I heard from Qin Hongyan of Huisheng Group that President Yi will definitely be attending the wedding today. You know how mysterious President Yi is. If you see him, you must entertain him well and cannot neglect him. Nodding in absolute agreement, she replies, I understand. When I see President Yi, I will serve him well. Back at the Rose Garden Villa, a stunning Qin Hongyan approaches a red sports car and tells Yi Chen, President Yi, that it's time to head out. Stepping out in an impeccably sharp white suit, Yi Chen confidently declares, let's go. Today, he intends to make it clear to everyone in Yunju that President Yi of Huisheng Group is none other than the abandoned son-in-law of the Wang family. It's me, Yi Chen. A devilish smile spreads across Hongyan's face as she agrees. Yes, I really can't wait to see Wang Jilin's terrified expression. An hour later outside the Grand Portman Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Fang Jianzu enthusiastically greets a line of influential men. President Zhao, your presence at my son's wedding is truly a great honor. Bureau Chief Zhang, welcome. You must have a few more drinks later, he says, bowing repeatedly. Standing nearby in her exquisite wedding gown, Jilin gazes on in pure awe. The Fang family's social circle is truly impressive, filled with so many prominent figures that I didn't even notice at Grandma's birthday banquet. These must be the real power players in Yunju's business world, and it's incredible to have the opportunity to marry into such a wealthy family. Suddenly, a wave of gasps and shocked whispers sweeps through the crowd. President Ma, oh my God, President Ma actually came. An onlooker exclaims while another whispers in disbelief. President Ma ranks as the #1 leader in the country and is among the top 20 figures in the entire world. Meanwhile, the Fang family struggles to break into the top 10 in Yunju. What right do they have to? Hosting a wedding with such a prominent guest in attendance is a daunting task. Flattered beyond belief, Jianzu rushes over to greet the elderly billionaire, President Ma, the richest man in China, who is honoring us with his presence. What right do I, Fang Jianzu, have to extend such an invitation? With a polite yet firm smile, President Ma clarifies, "To be honest, I came here primarily to bless the newlyweds. And secondly, I want to meet President Ye of Huisheng Group." Xianzhu is struck with immense shock, wondering internally what kind of background President Yi has that even President Ma is so eager to make his acquaintance. He immediately gestures respectfully, saying, "President Ma, please take the seat of honor. I will call the vice president of Huisheng Group right away to find out where they are." President Ma nods politely, expressing gratitude for the effort. Everyone is eager to make the acquaintance of President Ye. Standing in the background, Jialin feels a deep sense of wonder as she contemplates what kind of family background and appearance a girl must possess to be worthy of being President Ye's wife. While Fang Kao stands beside her, he sighs in resignation and says, "I'd better stop fantasizing." Just then, Jia Zianzu's phone rings. He answers eagerly, "Hello, you're at the door. I'll come out to welcome you right now." He turns to his family in a frenzy, shouting, "President Yi and President Qin are at the door. Hurry and come with me to welcome them." Fang Kao snaps to attention, replying, "Yes," as his mind races with fear and anticipation. In a mix of excitement and fear, he recalls the terrifying rumors surrounding President Ye of Huisheng Group. He remembers hearing that Ye has acquired countless restaurants and KTVs, effectively monopolizing many industries in Yunju. What's more alarming is the rumor that he destroys companies just for fun when he has nothing better to do. In just the past month, he has driven dozens of companies into bankruptcy, prompting even President Ma to pay a visit. Let's quickly uncover the extraordinary figure that President Yi truly is. Jilin, thrilled by the commotion, turns to her grandmother. "Grandma, President Yi has arrived. Let's go take a look," she exclaims. The old woman nods eagerly. "All right," she replies. The entire crowd gathers near the entrance as a flawless white Porsche screeches to a halt. The doors open, and Qin Hongyan steps out first, looking radiant in a white evening gown. The crowd murmurs in anticipation as President Qin arrives. Stepping out behind him is none other than President Yi. With all eyes fixed on the vehicle, Hongyan gestures elegantly toward the man emerging from the driver's side and announces to the shocked Fang family, "President Fang, this is our Huicheng Group's president." The world seems to pause as the man steps fully into the sunlight, wearing a flawlessly tailored white suit. With a look of absolute unyielding authority, Ye Chen stands before them, completely shattering their reality. Upon hearing the shocking revelation from Vice President Anson, Jiaki accidentally dropped the flower she was holding. She nearly collapsed to the floor, her knees weakening at the realization that Ye Chen and President Ye were one and the same. Even Jia Cheng couldn't believe what was happening, as he had always viewed Ye Chen as nothing more than a jobless freeloader. Since Su Zhu had never met Ye Chen in person, he quickly accepted Vice President Anshin's assertion that he was indeed President Ye. Su Zhu expressed his gratitude to President Ye for attending his child's wedding and felt honored to meet him in person. Ruzi remarked that she hadn't expected President Ye to be so young. On top of that, he was very handsome. No woman could resist his looks. Ye Chen smiled and thanked her for the compliment, then asked if she was Su Zhu's wife. He added that Ruzi was beautiful in person and still resembled a young maiden. Ruzi blushed at Ye Chen's seemingly excessive praise. However, in her mind, she suddenly felt something unusual toward him, as if she wanted to marry him because of the sweet things he had said. This was a dangerous thought for the mother of the groom. Fang Qiyu shouted angrily at Ye Chen, demanding to know why he was pretending to be President Ye again. He insisted that it would be better for Ye Chen to stop the charade, as nearly everyone present knew he was merely Vice President Angshin's bodyguard. However, no one paid attention to what he said. Instead, President Ma approached Ye Chen, as it seemed that President Ye was even more handsome in person. Ye Chen was taken aback to see President Ma at Fang Keyu's wedding banquet, not realizing he had ties to the Fang family. President Ma shook Ye Chen's hand and clarified that he wasn't there for the wedding. Rather, he had come specifically to meet Ye Chen after learning he would be attending. It was a privilege for him to finally see Ye Chen in person, as he had only seen him in photographs during conversations with his grandfather. In fact, he held great admiration for Ye Chen's grandfather and wished to meet him. But he Upon hearing this, Jieqi and Fang Kao were stunned. They hadn't expected President Ma to know Ye Chen's grandfather. Jieqi was especially shocked, as she had not met a single member of Ye Chen's family during the 3 years they were together. Meanwhile, President Ma took out his phone to get Ye Chen's number, hoping to ask him for a favor in the future if he needed to speak with his grandfather. Ye Chen immediately agreed, and they exchanged numbers. Everyone was surprised, as they hadn't expected the richest man in the country to be the one to initiate the request for President Ye's contact information. After obtaining Ye Chen's number, President Ma quickly excused himself, citing a meeting he needed to attend. Suzu attempted to stop him, but President Ma completely ignored her. Meanwhile, everyone's attention shifted to a person who arrived in a hurry and went straight to Ye Chen. This person was Ma Kang, the regional agent of 2 and 2 in delivery. He bowed repeatedly and pleaded for forgiveness from Ye Chen. The guests were astonished to see Ma Kang kneeling directly in front of Ye Chen. Bang Kao broke out in a cold sweat, finally grasping the reason behind Mr. Ma Kang's actions. Mr. Ma Kyun explained that he had traveled to the capital city to seek forgiveness from Boss Wu and to reclaim the franchise for their 2 and 2 in delivery. Boss Wu informed him that the loss of their franchise was due to Ma Kyun's offense against Ye Chen. The only way to restore their service was for Ye Chen to accept his apology. After that, he repeatedly expressed his remorse to Ye Chen and acknowledged his significant wrongdoing. He explained he had only acted that way because the Wang family had pressured him. If they hadn't, he would never have humiliated Ye Chen in front of the guests at the banquet. Jia Chang raised an eyebrow and asked Mr. Ma Kyun if he was mistaken in his judgment. He wanted to confirm whether Ye Chen and President Yi were truly the same person. Mr. Ma Kyun shouted in anger upon hearing Jia Chang's voice, as he believed Jia Chang was the root cause of all his misfortunes. He felt Jia Chang had no right to question his actions, especially since Boss Wu had informed him that Ye Chen was the reason they had lost their franchise. Hearing this, Jia Chang broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Ye Chen hadn't been pretending when he called Boss Wu. Jiang Wei arrived, just like Mr. Ma Kung. He immediately knelt and begged before Ye Chen, admitting his mistake and acknowledging his blatant threat to destroy Ye Chen's livelihood. If he had only known Ye Chen's true identity at that time, he would never have spoken those words. He repeatedly slapped himself, insisting that the Wang family had coerced him into those actions. He then begged Ye Chen for forgiveness and pleaded for the return of the Lu Wailu restaurant. Fang Qiu's entire body trembled at the sight of their actions. He was slowly coming to the realization that Ye Chen and President Ye were one and the same. Despite everything that had transpired, Xiaojia quickly took the opportunity to boast in front of everyone. She declared that if anyone doubted that Ye Chen and President Ye were the same person, they should simply check the SkyEye app, where they could see both the name and face of the president of Huisheng Group. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opened their phones and were shocked by what they saw. Ye Chen's full name and photo were displayed prominently. Fang Kao dropped his phone after realizing that Ye Chen and President Ye were the same person. Old Madam Wang immediately pretended to faint upon learning the truth, as she felt she had lost all face in front of Ye Chen after their previous confrontation. When she collapsed, Jia Chang viewed it as an opportunity to escape the situation. Fearing that Ye Chen might seek revenge immediately, he knew he had to leave before Ye Chen began targeting them one by one. He quickly took old Madam Wang to the hospital and instructed Huan and Sulan to stay behind, as it was more important for them to be present for their child's wedding. Sulan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she realized that Jia Chang was merely trying to escape this place. Once Ye Chen began his revenge, it was likely that they would be the ones to confront the consequences. Meanwhile, Jiaqi glanced at Ye Chen, contemplating whether he had come to take her back and prevent the wedding. Yun approached Ye Chen, unable to believe that he was actually President Ye. She had never expected that her future husband would be someone she had known for such a long time. She was deeply shocked by this event and realized that the reason her life had been peaceful in recent years was due to Ye Chen's protection. Vice President Angsen raised an eyebrow at Yunyan's approach. She hadn't anticipated that, in addition to Jiaqi, Yunyan would also emerge as a competitor for Ye Chen's heart. Frustrated by this development, she angrily stepped between them. They scolded Yunyan for harassing President Yi, but Yunyan stood her ground and retorted against Vice President Angsen, claiming that older women like her were no longer suitable for young men like Ye Chen. Meanwhile, Ye Chen pondered when he had ever developed feelings for Yunyan. He also struggled to understand why she thought he liked her. Yunyan quickly reminded him of what Jia Chang had said previously, that his grandfather had supposedly intended to marry Ye Chen to her if her father hadn't objected. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was left speechless. Yunyan truly believed the worthless things her father had said. Following this, he ordered Vice President Angsen to take the woman away from him. Vice President Angsen immediately agreed, while Yunyan continued to shout that she was the rightful betrothed of Ye Chen. Meanwhile, Suzhou and Ruzi realized that President Yi was, in fact, Jiaqi's ex-husband. In Ruzi's mind, it seemed that Ye Chen had come to their wedding with the intention of stopping the ceremony and taking Jiaqi back. She approached Yi Chen and asked if he wanted to get Jia Qi back. If he did, they would not hesitate to return her to him, as long as he didn't get angry with them. Jia Qi smiled upon hearing this, feeling as if she were in a novel where the groom reclaims his bride after she nearly falls into someone else's hands. She believed that now, as President Yi of the Hui Sheng Group, Yi Chen must truly be there to take her back. However, her fantasies were shattered when Yi Chen announced that he no longer cared about Jia Qi. In fact, he was only there to honor Fang Cao's invitation, but he hadn't anticipated that his visit would create such a stir. The scene shifted to Jia Cheng, who was urgently instructing the driver to head straight to the hospital. Madame Wang suddenly shouted, startling Jia Cheng, who had thought she had fainted. Old Madame Wang trembled as she finally grasped the reason behind her late husband's actions. Her wise husband had insisted on marrying Yi Chen to Jia Qi. At the time, she believed her husband's decision was a mistake, but now she recognized that she had been the one truly mistaken. Because of this error, she was certain that her entire Wang family would suffer the consequences. In a fit of anger, Ruzi slapped her son. Despite being the one who had invited President Yi, he still had the audacity to accuse him of pretending. Fang Cao apologized, realizing that he had never expected Yi Chen to be the president. He had invited Yi Chen to his wedding with the intention of humiliating him, but now it appeared that the situation might backfire. Despite this, Yi Chen ignored him and simply walked into the wedding hall. Fang Cao gritted his teeth in extreme annoyance at what had transpired, and despite everything, he still harbored doubts that Yi Chen and President Yi were the same person. Meanwhile, Su Zhu called Fang Cao and instructed him to offer President Yi a drink as a gesture of sincerity in his apology. Fang Cao grew even angrier, knowing that if he followed his father's orders, he would completely lose his dignity in Yuncheng. However, he suddenly had a realization. What wealthy family would agree to marry their child into a low-status family, like the Wang family? This only intensified his suspicion that Yi Chen was merely pretending to be President Yi. In his view, since President Yi preferred to remain out of the public eye, Vice President Ang Xin had likely seized this opportunity to assist Yi Chen. This realization fueled his anger, leading him to curse Vice President Ang Xin, as he was now convinced that Yi Chen was merely putting on an act. He also contemplated the Sky app. Vice President Aung San could have easily tampered with the situation, given her high status in the Hui Sheng Group. With her financial resources, she could have also hired a hacker to temporarily use Yi Chen's face. Additionally, President Ma's earlier in-person appearance added another layer of complexity to the scenario. Seemed a bit different from the President Ma he had seen on television. The President Ma on TV appeared taller than the one he had encountered earlier. This led him to suspect that the person pretending to be President Ma was merely an imposter. Yi Chen paid Mr. Macon and Jiang Wei to act. Given that their businesses had already gone bankrupt, they could easily be persuaded to pretend in front of everyone. They were certainly desperate enough to cling to any opportunity to make money. As a result, Fang Cao's arrogance resurfaced after he connected the dots regarding the revelation he had witnessed earlier. He shouted at Yi Chen, demanding to know why his arrogance seemed boundless. Yi Chen should stop pretending to be President Yi, as he knows he is merely Vice President Aung San's bodyguard. In his view, Vice President Aung San had only assisted her bodyguard in acting as president, having previously paid off certain individuals to make the ruse more convincing. Ruzi shouted at the meaningless things Fang Cao was saying, especially since President Ma himself had acknowledged Yi Chen earlier. But Fang Cao just laughed and asked if they hadn't noticed anything strange about the president compared to the President Ma they had seen on television. Upon hearing this, the guests began to speculate, noting that the President Ma they had seen earlier appeared shorter and thinner. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that President Ma would come here just for one person, as they all understood how busy he was. Vice President Aung San shouted, questioning whether he was crazy or simply lacked common sense. If Yi Chen and President Ma had been pretending earlier, how could he explain the Sky Eye app, which seemed impossible to fake? Fang Cao replied that the Sky Eye app was merely an application that could be easily modified or hacked in just a few minutes. There wasn't enough evidence to believe that Yi Chen and President Yi were the same person. Mr. Ma Quan shouted a warning to Fang Cao, telling him that if he continued down this path, he would soon find himself in the same situation. In truth, Mr. Ma Quan's life had deteriorated because he hadn't believed Yi Chen's words back then, and he hoped Fang Cao wouldn't make the same mistake. Zhang Wei added that it appeared Fang Kao was forcing himself not to believe it because he wanted to pursue President Yi's wife. Everyone knew that Fang Kao was no match for President Yi. This was why he was desperately trying to convince himself that Yi Chen was just pretending. However, instead of heeding their warnings, Fang Kao called security to remove this trash. As the security dragged Mr. Ma Kun and Zhong Wei away, Jia Qi questioned whether Yi Chen was truly pretending. She advised Yi Chen to stop pretending before the real President Yi took action against him. In her mind, if President Yi truly was Yi Chen, then her decision to go to Fang would be crucial. Cow for money felt pointless since Yi Chen was wealthier. As a result, she desperately convinced herself that Yi Chen was merely pretending, unable to accept that she had discarded a diamond for something worthless. Chen smiled and announced to everyone that if it made them feel better to believe he was just pretending, they should go ahead and assume he was. In his mind, having repeatedly admitted his true identity to them, he saw no reason to waste any more time explaining himself to these fools. Upon hearing this, Su Lan shouted loudly. She had suspected for a while that something was wrong, and now, with this newfound clarity, it felt as though a thorn had been pulled from her chest. Wan immediately pulled her hair, convinced that Yi Chen was telling the truth. He whispered to Su Lan, urging her to stop talking if she didn't want their situation to worsen. Su Lan frowned and questioned why he appeared to be defending that worthless pretender. However, instead of answering, Wan warned her that if she didn't stop, he would file for divorce that very day. Upon hearing this, Su Lan became worried. She didn't want to lose her husband, as she had no idea where she would end up if that happened. Meanwhile, Su Ju took a cautious approach, stating that it was still too early to determine whether Yi Chen was pretending. He suggested it would be wise to observe the situation further, so he asked everyone to take their seats as the wedding was about to begin. Vice President An Shen sighed, realizing that these foolish individuals had the audacity to question Yi Chen's true identity. Chen noted that, aside from Jie Shi, Fan Kio, and Su Lan, it appeared that everyone else present truly believed he was President Yi. He also covered Vice President Ong Xin's mouth and reminded her that today was his birthday, so he wanted to know if she had anything to say to him. Upon hearing this, Vice President Ong Xin smiled and wished Yi Chen a happy birthday. Meanwhile, another staff member arrived to report that additional distinguished guests had joined the gathering. Su Ju immediately went to greet the new guest, President Huang of the e-commerce sector. President Huang's e-commerce group currently boasts a net worth exceeding tens of billions, making him no ordinary individual. He greeted Su Ju with surprise, pleased that Su Ju remembered him despite their only having met once before in the capital city. Su Ju laughed, surprised that President Huang had taken the time to attend his child's wedding, and even brought a gift. Su Ju called his child and Jia Qi to welcome President Huang, but President Huang clarified that the gift he brought today was not for Fan Ko. Su Ju frowned and inquired whether President Huang had attended his child's wedding. President Huang smiled and explained that he had been busy having a drink with an important guest. Regarding the gift for Fan Kio, he mentioned that he had left a cash gift since he hadn't been able to prepare a proper one. Fan Kao was curious about the gift President Huang had brought and inquired if it was a cigarette case. President Huang didn't deny it and even complimented Fan Kao on his keen observation. He opened the box and revealed that these were GK cigarettes, which he had personally requested his assistant to prepare. Fan Kio was astonished to discover what was inside the cigarettes, as each one was valued at 7 million. Following this revelation, President Huang walked over to where President Yi and Vice President An Xin were seated. He gave Yi Chen a pack of GK cigarettes as a birthday gift. The onlookers were taken aback when President Huang casually presented such an expensive gift to Yi Chen. The guests began to whisper when they learned that President Huang's cash gift to Fan Ke was only $20,000, while his gift to Yi Chen was worth millions. In short, it was clear that President Huang had come primarily for Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood up and shook President Huang's hand, stating that they had been business partners for a long time and that such gifts were no longer necessary. Hearing this, Jiaqi began to doubt. In her mind, if Yi Chen was truly just pretending to be President Yi, how had he managed to convince President Huang and receive recognition from him was unlikely. To make matters worse, President Huang had even prepared a gift, and it was inconceivable that he had been paid to act, given his significant influence. Meanwhile, a loud commotion erupted outside, prompting the guests to wonder what was happening. Vice President Ansing quickly realized that these were likely more of Yi Chen's guests, as she had publicly announced both President Yi's birthday and his location for the day. A staff member arrived and reported that many people outside wanted to enter, but they lacked invitation letters. Suzu promptly ordered them to be removed, stating that they couldn't allow just anyone inside. The staff member hesitated, as these individuals claimed to own large companies. They were even willing to bribe the guards outside with hundreds of thousands just to gain entry. Suzu was surprised to hear this. If these people were truly influential, he knew he shouldn't make enemies of them. As a result, he instructed his staff to allow them entry and to bring in extra chairs and tables for the new guests. Fang Qiu smiled and told Jia Qi that she should get used to these situations, as many businessmen truly grovel for a chance to connect with his father. However, Jia Qi remained somewhat skeptical of Fang Qiu's earlier claims. In her mind, it felt as though these people were not here for Suzu, but rather for Yi Chen. Ever since Yi Chen had arrived at the wedding venue, commotions had erupted, and many unexpected guests had shown up. After a while, the guests finally arrived and extended their congratulations on Suzu's child's wedding. Suzu inquired about the names of the companies they operated. Meanwhile, Fang Qiu raised an eyebrow, having recognized the faces of these individuals. The newcomers introduced the names of their respective companies, and Fang Qiu felt weak at the knees. These were the very companies he had invested in, which later went bankrupt for unknown reasons after he had made his investment. Fang Qiu shouted angrily, confronting the business owners who had the nerve to attend his wedding after wasting his money. Upon hearing this, Suzu realized that these business owners were the companies in which Fang Qiu had invested and suffered significant losses. He also inquired about the $500 million he had given him the previous week, asking how much was left and whether it had grown. Fang Qiu lowered his gaze and stammered as he admitted that he had already spent the $500 million and had nothing left. Unable to contain her anger any longer, Suzu immediately slapped Fang Qiu in a fit of rage. He hadn't expected that the $500 million he had given would simply vanish without a single cent remaining. Even worse, only a week had passed, and he had already managed to spend it all. Even Jackie was surprised to learn this, especially since Fang Qiu had told her back then that he would turn it into $5 billion in just a few months. Fang Qiu pointed at Yi Chen, accusing him of being the reason behind his failing investments. As soon as they spotted Yi Chen, the newly arrived business owners quickly rushed over to plead for his forgiveness. As a result of this event, the guests realized that these business owners were present not because of Fang Qiu, but because of President Yi. Their grievances toward Yi Chen were evident. They begged him to stop tormenting them as they were nearly out of money. Had they known that Fang Qiu held a grudge against President Yi, they would never have accepted him as their investor. However, President Yi could rest assured that they would sever any ties they had with Fang Qiu. Suzu became furious at their actions, knowing that if this continued, his Fang family would face significant embarrassment. As a result, he ordered the guards to remove them. The business owners refused to leave, having already invested hundreds of thousands to gain entry. They were determined to secure something in return for their significant expenditure. As a result, Suzu had no choice but to order that their payments be returned and doubled as compensation. He was also frustrated, as they were already facing a significant loss, and the wedding ceremony hadn't even begun yet. He approached Yi Chen and asked how deep his child's grudge against him truly was to warrant such torment. However, he also understood that if his child had lost money in investments, Yi Chen must have endured even greater losses to cover the debts owed to the companies where his child had. Yi Chen smiled and remarked that it would be best for him to personally ask his child about the source of his grudge. Regarding the billions he spent to shut down those companies, he noted that it was merely a few billion. However, even if it were several billion, it posed no issue for him, as billions were just small change in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jackie lowered her head. If billions were just small change to Yi Chen, how much money did he actually have? She deeply regretted breaking up with him for Fang Qiu. At the time, she believed she had made the right choice by choosing Fang Qiu over Yi Chen, but it turned out to be the biggest mistake of her life. Suzu responded angrily, asserting that even if President Yi was wealthier than the Fang family, he still shouldn't look down on them. She reminded Yi Chen that even a small ant can inflict pain, emphasizing that he shouldn't have made enemies of them. In fact, the only reason he had managed to survive in the harsh city of Yangquan was due to his connections and friends from the underworld. From this day on, Yi Chen should start praying that his brothers from the underworld didn't find out about his situation. Understood the depth of Yi Chen's betrayal, Vice President Angshin clenched her fist, realizing that this man's arrogance knew no bounds. Now, she was fully aware of the consequences that awaited him if the truth about his actions came to light. She believed in the saying that the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. Meanwhile, Yi Chen reassured her, telling Suzu that if he truly wanted to teach him a lesson, he should just call his brothers from the underworld himself. He wanted to know who the people he was talking about were, so he decided to wait there to confront them. Upon hearing this, Suzu wasted no time and immediately took out his phone to call his underworld brothers. Ruzi attempted to stop him. Suzu pushed her away, feeling powerless. Just then, someone extended a hand to help Ruzi get back on her feet. That person was none other than Yi Chen, who gentlemanly asked Ruzi if she was okay. Ruzi's face turned red, for even though Yi Chen was quite young, she could sense his deep respect, not only for women, but also for the elderly. This made Fang Ko shout in anger, as it seemed Yi Chen was even considering taking his mother. Meanwhile, Suzu stepped outside the hotel after discovering that the brothers were already outside. However, he found himself at a disadvantage, as the underworld brother he was referring to turned out to be Master Lu. Suzu went back inside and arrogantly warned Yi Chen to prepare, as his brothers had arrived. However, unexpectedly, Master Lu and his men walked right past him without even acknowledging his presence. After this, Master Lu quickly entered the hotel, prompting Suzu to run swiftly to catch up with him. He told Yi Chen not to blame him for what might happen, as he was the one who had asked him to make the call. He was shocked by what happened next when Brother Guo suddenly knelt in front of Yi Chen while presenting his gift. Even Master Lu bowed as he handed over his birthday gift, apologizing for not preparing it well enough since they had only discovered yesterday that today was Yi Chen's birthday. Yi Chen immediately accepted the gift from Master Lu, while Su's jaw nearly dropped at the sight. Yi Chen smiled and asked Suzu if these were the underworld brothers he had been boasting about. He was curious about how they planned to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the two became angry, as they had not anticipated that Suzu would dare to attempt to teach their young master a lesson. Yi Chen quickly reassured them, explaining that he was there to attend a wedding, not to cause any trouble. Master Lu soon relaxed and excused themselves to leave. Master Lu passed by Suzu and warned him not to do anything to their young master. He made it clear that if even a single hair fell from their young master's head at the wedding banquet, Suzu should brace himself, as he would bury the entire Fang family alive. On the other hand, the attending guests were left speechless, as they hadn't anticipated Yi Chen's extensive network. His connections extended beyond legitimate businesses. Even those from the underworld acknowledged Yi Chen as their young master. As a result, everyone realized that opposing Yi Chen was akin to inviting disaster. They dared not oppose him in the future. Others sought to maintain a good relationship with Yi Chen, as his background was clearly extraordinary. As a result, they took turns greeting him on his birthday. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude for their greetings, reminding everyone that they were all gathered to celebrate the newlyweds. He wanted to ensure that the focus remained on them. It would be best to start the wedding ceremony right away. After all, he was here to witness the extravagant celebration the groom had envisioned, and that was the reason for his presence. Fang Kia was at a loss for words. It was as clear as day that Yi Chen was truly here to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Jia Qi was filled with deep regret over her decision to choose Fang Kia. To make matters worse, news of her breakup with Yi Chen had spread throughout Yancheng, largely because he lacked financial stability, while she had opted for Fang Kia due to his promising future.